Right. Cool, we're live now. Wait, what the hell did I just click? Oops, wrong button. Alright, let's get started then. Alright, let's get started. Alright, new game. Hopefully everything works properly. Is this gonna play like a cutscene that won't get picked up or what? Hi, Quark. You know, the Ludi hours, yep. Well, there you go. At least you can catch me right as I went live. Hi, Zedmeister. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Luxvad. I tried the demo the other day for like a few minutes just so I could fix settings. But... there's something weird with the physics, man. Why is it like that? Yeah. Alright. Pi equals E equals 3, sure. Sure. Yeah, I see. Yeah, you've been gone for a bit. Alright. Oh, what's this? Alright, tutorial fight. She got gun. Okay. Tutorial. Combat basics. Monsters coming out, you'll start in a battlefield. Alright, start a field. Wait, what the hell? Why did it click off? Oh, because this stupid thing here. Character skills. Oh, nice. Congrats on that. Then you can attack 1, 2, 3, 4. Using a skill puts it on cooldown. Once the time is up, skill can be used again. Skill chains. Skills with 2 or more uses can be used multiple times in a row. However, cooldown doesn't begin to tick down until after the animation ends. Okay. That concludes the tutorial. Alright. Alright. There's not really much we can change in terms of like settings and stuff though, which is kind of disappointing. Wait, this like you can tell they made this game and targeted the Switch for it because like you can tell this looks like a PS3 era game. Very, very easily. Right, you can obviously tell this is like a fucking PS3 era game. Being upscaled to 1440p. Oh yeah, I guess maybe. Wait, can I get up here? Why is my... Oh... There's just a random invisible platform there. Oh, why is it being like that? You know, I was looking through this stuff. There's nothing to increase FOV, but then there's this shit. Just like, what? native anti-aliasing off. Sure. Game looks like a PS3 era game and it still has issues. I can't zoom out further than this too. I can't really go much further. Kind of funny, like it's like this and it's a fucking PS3 era game, man. Camera's a bit like jumpy too. E to push it away, not F. Okay. This is... Alright. And then I have to click, what the fuck? Depends on the game, man. Depends on the game. Sure, you have games like Sonic Unleashed, which still looks really good today, but then you can definitely tell this is dated. You can definitely tell. This game is incredibly dated, like with how it looks. Yeah, I don't know why. The frame rate just feels off. I don't know what it is. It just feels off. I don't know what it is, man. It just doesn't feel right. I have VSync and stuff on. Oh, that's high, everything. Sure, we'll turn that on. Maybe that'll help. Is it really that badly optimized? I don't know. It's on the Switch too. That's all I know. It just doesn't feel right. Like, I don't see tearing and stuff at least, but like... I don't know, something just doesn't feel right. Wait, let me just double check. Is it using the correct thing? Maybe it's... Let's see. Let me check Windows. Maybe I can just manually add it. Okay, I'll relaunch the game after. I'm gonna laugh if it's like running this on the integrated graphics. Cause like, it just feels really off. I don't know what it is, the game just does not feel right. Like, it just feels really off. I don't know what it is. Something just doesn't feel right. Hey, let me just check. Let me check Task Manager. Is it loading it on which GPU? Because I swear, if it's loading it on the... It says 90% GPU usage. Okay, I don't know what the hell it's doing then. Yeah, like, I don't know. It just feels really weird. Maybe it's just in the first area? They're complaining? Probably bad port. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, man. Here's one of the things I also found really annoying when I was like trying the demo before. Key assignment. Right? So like, let's say I want to do the swing button. I have to press the F key. Right? Okay. This is the shoot button. Sure, I don't know why there's like a sub thing there. But to shoot, it's left click, right? But that you have to be in the aiming mode first. But like, let's say I want to do, where's the swing? This one. Let's say I want to also put that at left click. It won't let me do that. Which is kind of dumb. Some of the stuff just, like, it just doesn't. Oh wait. Toggle with that one. Maybe if I do that, toggle. And then maybe now it will let me do the shoot. The swing. Where is it? Nope. Nope. Yeah, it won't let me do that. So, like, it's just... right? It's like, yeah, sure, I can aim and shoot like this. But, like, it's scuffed. Can I destroy these things? Nope. Yeah, I don't know why, like... Because, like, the thing is... The demo wasn't like this bad with its performance. 1440p. I played the demo at 1440p with these settings, and it was fine. I feel like the final release one, there's something else going on that the demo doesn't do. I don't know why. It just doesn't feel right. But also, like, I didn't have my model running and stuff like that, and I wasn't streaming at the same time. But, like, that hardly matters. That should hardly even matter. Right, it's not like the game looks like it's anything crazy either. It's just, for some reason now, it's just being Papega. Alright, defending and evading. Yeah, that's guard. Alright, area of effect attacks. Okay. But ugly, slow as fuck hack, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, like... It wasn't an issue in the demo. I don't know, man. It just feels really, really bad now. Maybe there's other thing I can do? I don't know. Something about it just doesn't feel right. I'll just put it to standard then. Keep that off. We'll put LOD to long. Alright, that helps a bit. But like, yeah. I almost never do, man. I use studio drivers. I normally just use the studio drivers. From NVIDIA. So those don't get updated as often, but like... Considering the type of game this looks like... Seems kind of Pepega to like need a driver update for this shit. The fuck is this? I got a nice face full of that pillar, man. It looks like a PS3 game being run at 1440p, man. And not like a good PS3 game. I don't know, man. And we're still in the tutorial, right? Oh, it's dead. I feel like that animation's gonna get old real quick. But yeah, this optimization is just really Pepega. Is there like an ammo capacity or something we should know about? I don't know. But like, yeah, it's just... like, it doesn't even look like anything special or anything. But yeah, it does look really dated. And like, this is the performance it has. Alright, like, it's just... I don't know. It is nice that you can rebind buttons and stuff, but like... you know... the optimization here is not good, though. I don't know why it has to be super zoomed in, though. Right? It's like way too zoomed in. I don't even know if I get anything for smashing these. I just smash them anyways. Okay. Alright, range shift. The battle area is divided into two areas, inner range and outer range. You can switch with W and S, okay? Yeah, going forward and back. Cool. Stun symbols. Alright, all enemies have physical and magic turn symbols. Striking the attack that matches the icon will reduce the symbols. Okay. There you'll be stunned, which is a weakened state. I don't know why, it's like lagging in the freaking combat, man. Something about this just does not feel right. And it does not look good enough to have all these issues. This poor man. Oh. Oh. Alright, she jumps through. I know, except it's not. Like, I feel like if I was playing the Switch version on an emulator, it might run better. Like, that's how just scuffed this feels, man. Actually, probably not. It probably runs even worse on the Switch, let's be real. Games don't run on the Switch. They crawl. At best. Okay.
それは私たちが見つけたものよ。返して。
やめとけ。はい、そうですかと返してくれる玉じゃねえ。
They flow? Nah. They trickle. They trickle down. Right? And they don't run at FPS, they run at SPF, seconds per frame.
どうなってんだ。
Right? Switch don't have FPS, it has SPF. Solar protector factor, yeah. Isn't that so block? Yeah? Might as well be. Seconds per frame. That's the joke. Alright, alchemist. Uh-huh. Getting yeeted. Dead end, game over, yup. EOS, guys. She dead. Alright, now she's in the water. Alright. Hi, Tara. Welcome, welcome. Surely this part will run better, right?
手を差し伸べられる人になりなさいと母は言った。友達を大切にしなさい。相手の気持ちを考えなさい。
It looks super Pepega,
整
man.
理整頓をしなさい。よく学び考えなさい。
Like, look at the freaking shadows and stuff.
いつも最後にこう付け加えた。自分自
You
身
can
で
really tell it looks like
何
it's
が正
struggling.
しいかを判断できるようになりなさい。
I'm fine.
その言葉を繰り返し思い出す。あの時のあの行動は正しかったのか。何度も何度も記憶をたどる。
And then it needs to load. Okay.
ハルトさん、ようやく見つけましたよ。アトリエにうってつけな場所。きっと錬金術師が使ってたと思うんです。あの廃墟。もしかしたら何か遺物が残されてるかも。それにあの廃墟は東大
Oh, we'll see
から
then.
通り道の上にあって。
Yeah, because it really needs an update, man.
何ですか？
It performs way worse than the beta. Well, the beta, the demo. It is like super Pepega.
すいません。早く役に立つ。
Right, it has no reason to be running worse than the demo, man.
けど改めて意識しておいてくれよ。お前はこのアラディス調査団の要であると同時に一応は監視対象でもあるんだ。
はい。
Alright.
お前に対する世間の目を考えれば気持ちはわかるが、焦らなくても調査はこっから始まるんだ。
Yeah, it's still just
来たぞ。
considering how it looks, man. Release bad 1.0. As if that's gonna change anything, man. Right? Just go find the girl that likes to get fit. They'll probably have even the updates dealt with. Let's be real. Right, let's be real. They'll find a way.
団長がそういうのを錬金術師ユミア・リースフェルトだな。僕はユーステラ騎士団所属ビクトル・フォン・デューラーだ。エアハルト団長より聞いているとは思うが
Yeah, it's just really Pepega too, considering the demo was fine. Like, the demo was fine.
よろしくお願いします。
Okay.
分かっていると思うが錬金術は禁忌の術だ。あくまでも君は調査のために特例で術の使用を認められているということを重々理解してくれ。
ちょっとお兄ちゃん、初めましての子に硬すぎじゃない？そんなんじゃ仲良くなれるものもなれないってば。
What do you mean F1 sprint race? What?
同じく騎士団所属アイラ・フォン・デューラ。お兄ちゃんともども志願して調査団に参加したの。よろしくユミヤ。年近そうだし敬語はなしでお願いね。
Ah, there's a short race. I see. Alright, we'll just pick that one. It doesn't even...
よろしくアイラさん。
Is there an autoplay?
アイラでいいのかな。
そんなにかしこまらないでもいいのに。ほら、お兄ちゃんも。
ああ。以後よろしく頼む。
はい、よろしくお願いします。錬金術の扱いについても十分。二人は実際に錬金術って見たことありますか？
あるわけないだ
Alright, let me check.
見れる機会がないからね。
Yeah, I can see reviews are very mixed.
ならまずは一度見ておいてほしいです。錬金術が一体どんなものなのか、私きっと調査団の役に立てると思うんです。 ですか、エアハルトさん。
ああ、ちゃんと知ってもらうべきだ。これから行動を共にするんだからな。
ありがとうございます。それじゃあ2人ともついてきてください。
Wait, I think I have an idea.
言われずとも
Apparently people were complaining that I was like using a bunch of CPU and stuff, but maybe it's because I have dual CCD, it's like being weird. Where's process lasso? I might be able to do something. Fuck, where are you? Process lasso. I might be able to try something. Wait, wrong window.
そろそろ移動しないと。
And then I'll try relaunching the game. Active processes here. Oh shit. Real-time highest. And then CPU affinity. Let's select CPU affinity. CCD 0, and then wait.
So ろそろ移動しないと。
And then I disable SMT for it.
ちょっと疲れたな。
Right, so now it can only use the regular CPU cores. And only on one CCD. Surely that'll help. Alright. Let's turn up the graphics again. I'll put it on high. Motion blur we want off. Turn that off. LOD distance, terrain quality. Okay. There really isn't that much. Why do I need to have a scroll bar when they could easily all fit in one thing? Right. CCD 0 is, yeah, and the 15 to... Yeah, I know. 16 to 23, and then I turn off the thing. I know. I turned them all off. I have a thing in Process Lasso to let me do it. I'm just using Process Lasso to contain it. Right, I can just contain it there. I can force it to use it real time. And then, yeah. It's using 6 gigabytes of RAM. For some reason. They need 6 gigabytes of RAM. For the game. That's a little bit better. Maybe if I relaunch the game, it'll be even better. I'll just put a save here. And then I'll close it. And then I'll relaunch it. Maybe if I relaunch it manually instead of through thing. Where is it? Oh, there's the games folder. But yeah. Malik, I forgot. What? 42949672996. Yeah, I'm just putting it in process lasso, and then let me just double check to make sure it's contained. Okay. I think it's now contained properly. Hopefully that fixes it. Seven was a registered 6 offender. Sure. Sure, that's one way to look at it.
一休みしつつ荷物の整理とかしたいな。
Okay, yeah, now that the game is contained, it won't use SMT. It only has access to 8 cores. And I put it on the 3D Vcache ones. Surely Vcache more important than frequency, right?
飲みやすさを考えて作る工程が一番難しいっていう。
It's still jumpy. It's still unusually jumpy. One sec. But yeah, I think getting an A310 next month for encoding, so you... And it'd be a while before you can get a 9950X 3D. Oh, I see. I didn't even see that message before. But yeah, it is very badly optimized. I'll see what we can turn down, man. I don't have motion blur turned on, because fuck motion blur. I'll turn that to draw distance. I still want it on long, though. Bloom, light shafts. What if I just turn that off? They're like Pepega, man. This is a very bad port.
植物の多いところは虫が多いのかな。顔の近くに群がられるとちょっとうざい。
フラミーも虫によく群がられています。
あんた明るいからね。あ、そうだ。そのまま虫よけそう。
Alright. Now my mouse is being Pepega. I really need to get a new mouse though. But getting like a good wireless MMO mouse is a pain. Because it's like... Wait, why is my... That one? Yeah, cause like the mouse sensor on my mouse is like super Pepega, man. I don't know what it's doing anymore. Nah, cause like I use the extra side buttons. Like the mouse I use, I need a new one. I don't know why. I also really hate these stupid braided cables, man. I've said it before. I hate braided cables when they're attached to peripherals because they're just way too stiff. Yeah. And like, it doesn't hold a charge well anymore. No, I play on my bed, man. Where the hell am I gonna put a mouse bungee? But like, yeah, I freaking hate braided cables. Especially on mice. They may look nice, but like, they're a pain in the ass. I forgot what even like the modes are. Maybe if I move. But I probably also need to get my freaking mouse mat cleaned. Cause I use this bed table and I put my mouse on top of it. My mouse and keyboard. No, I don't. I use it. Mine is a dongle, but no. Alright, let me see if I can pull it up. Alright. What model is this? The mouse I use has a fucking keypad. It has a keypad on the side. And the extra button there. I use those buttons for other things. I use all of them. I use all of these buttons. You get used to it. If anything, I can't. It's like, it's so hard to use a mouse without this, man. Once you get used to it, it becomes super convenient. Having all of these buttons here. You eventually like start like using like bits of your thumb that you don't think of. Or like different joints. But yeah, like the top of your thumb, you use these three, and then when you're resting it, you hit these other three. You adjust it further, and you can hit the 6 back here without having to move your thumb much. You get used to it. It's not for that. I use it in like other stuff. I use this for like as just a bunch of macros when I'm working in things. I use this for, these are all like just macro buttons I have. Though I use a bunch of these for ToF, but like also for like other software. I use these all the time, all these things for different macros. They're very handy. I believe the back three though. Yeah, I know my button number 12 is broken. I found out that like the button 12 doesn't work properly anymore. But we had that stream a couple weeks ago. Because I had it mapped for push to talk. Can you shut this? Can you shut up? Nah. What do you mean too many buttons? Okay. But yeah. No dub. But yeah, my mouse has... There's 6 on the side. There's a left click, a left click, middle click, a right click. I called the button next to left click, click. Because it's like a left click, but it's not. It's like an extra button there though. How do my fingers know? You get used to it. It's a lot more natural than hitting buttons on a controller for me. Okay. Yeah, I saw you sent me a picture of a mouse. Okay, I can whack things to destroy them. But yeah, this game is so badly optimized. Like, what the fuck? Like, it is so scuffed.
これって
It feels weird to be grabbing things with the E key. Usually you think, ah, F key.
見つけた。
It's just so weird.
周辺の安全を確認。
始めましょう、ビクトルさん。
Smoke bomb, escape battle.
少し離れよう。
敵の攻撃を警戒しろ。
No, this is Gust. I don't know, man. Game definitely looks and feels quite dated.
これこれ。
Okay, I have to go find it like that.
見つけた。持った。そりゃ。やっ。そりゃ。 よいしょ。
I think it depends on if, like, what you do. I think no, it came out on Switch at the same time.
どうしよう。
It's just that I would never buy a game on my Switch if I can get it elsewhere anymore. Because why would I when I can,
ビクトルさん。
if I want to play it portably, I can also get it on my Steam Deck.
アイラ、準備だ。いくよ。ぶっ飛べ。ダビッドファイヤー。気をつけて。持った。やっ。そりゃ。これって。
Yeah, it's gonna take forever to get used to pressing E instead of F. They should just like make it so I
また採
can.
取できるように、取るときは根を残すようにしないと。
I guess controller works. I can grab a controller. We can see how that goes. Yeah, and I can imagine. Oh god, this is so slow to control the camera. I guess that's one way to mask how pathetic it is, if controlling it with the controller is so awful. Oh god, this is so bad. Okay, that can swing, but how do you pick up?
フラミ、あんたはいいよね。
You have to push Y to pick up too?
錬金術で空を飛んで移動できる装置を作り出せばいいのではないでしょうか。
そんな簡
Do
単
they have a run button?
いや、フラミが飛んでるんだからできなくはないのか？
Yeah, no, this feels super pathetic with the controller still. Right, it's so much faster with a keyboard and mouse. The camera. But like, this is not smooth. It feels off.
見つけた。
But I'd rather this than the controller.
まだまだ終わらせる。
I got clean water.
やっちゃうユミヤ。
敵の攻撃を警戒しろ。
離れよう。前に出る。
直撃だ。
これが私の可能性。
Yeah, it's just the technicality.
誰かを守れ。
更新中。
I wonder, can you change your character at the front? It just takes me to like saving and loading and all this. Map rotation. What do you mean map rotation?
どこ こに向かうんだ？
Okay, here's the map. So they got this big map here. So this is the map for the game. I have Tales of Berseria and stuff. I just never played them. They've just been sitting in my Steam library since forever.
飲みやすさを考えて作る工程が一番難しいっていう。
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but sometimes this mouse it stops tracking. I don't know why. It just stops. I can still left click and stuff. Yeah, it's like scuffed, man. These 9 don't have these performance issues, man. It's super scuffed. Like, what the fuck? I can see why people were complaining. I already, like, CPU limited the game to only use the 3D CPU cores and only access the actual cores and not the SMT. And like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, East movement is something else, man. This feels slower than freaking Trails Through Daybreak. Alright, let's go whack these things. Are there like any other menus and stuff in here? I don't know what T does. G is another aim mode. M opens the map. C is crouch. Oh, 1 and 3 let you pick what kind of ammo, I guess. Yeah, I guess it can tell you what you have in there. I don't know, man. I don't know what engine this is, but it's Pepega.
植物の多いところは虫が多いのかな。顔の近くに群がられるとちょっとうざい。
フラミーも
Alright, let's go to where we need to go.
あんた明るいからね。あ、そうだ。そのまま虫除け装置にしちゃうっていう手も
ありません。
これって捕まえた。これこれ。
はい、気をつけるんだ。
心配性だな。捕まえた。
I wonder if there's like a button we can use for like skill setup or whatever. I only have 2 skills now though.
誰かを守れ。
更新中。よし。てやアイラ。準備はいい？いつでも平気。終わらせる。
まだまだ。
Alright, we killed whatever that is.
始めましょう。ビクトルさん。倒れろ。
そして終わらせよう。
And it's dead.
よし。アイラ。準備はいい？倒れろ。とどめ。これでおしまい。よし。てや。てや。
But yeah, like I'm gonna assume I'm gonna need some of these materials though. I don't think so. I don't know much about the series other than there's a certain character from one of the other games in this series that there's a lot of cultural content on them. And remember when I talked about a game I used to play before, right? In the guild that I was in there was this person who was in the guild. She would always talk about playing the Atelier games. I haven't talked to her in like 2 years. But yeah. That's all I know. What's this? I can unlock something here? Take it further than that. I mean a lot more than that. A lot more than that. And much, much further. I know these games are about like crafting and stuff, but yeah. That's all I know. Yeah, I just use cultural content, whatever, as my euphemism. What is this rock? But yeah, it just gets way too laggy for what that is.
これでまた誰かを守れ。
There's a lot of rocks over here. Investigation squads. They may heal. Okay. That's it though. I'm gonna guess I'm one of the few people actually playing this using keyboard and mouse instead of controller. Alright, I got some repair kits for machinery. And repair liquids and stuff. Oh god, this is... It took a while to like go through all that.
無駄になることは絶対にないんだし、取れるだけ取っとこう。物に近いけど、それと
I don't know how you repair
不思議
liquids.
な力を感じる。
Yeah. The controller's Pepega for a lot of things, man. Unless your shit is like super simple, controller just ends up being Pepega.
見つけた。
Like, for some things, like, the way some people will even, like, hold their controller makes, like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, have you seen how, like, people, like, like, how some people who, like, played, like, Devil May Cry and shit, they do combos on the controller? Have you seen how they hold it? It's like, they shouldn't even be on a controller anymore if they have to hold it like that.
来たかも。
Because they're not really holding it anymore.
そうや。
It's just really dumb. And then they wonder why, like, you have people making, like, hitbox controllers for fighting games as well, right? So they can actually just immediately press the button.
そうや。 アイラ、準備はいいね。いつでも変に来い。ぶっ飛べ。ストライクアウト。そうこれだ。このすごいよ、からこの甘い。そこ。これでおしまい。これが私の可能性。
Yeah. But, like, on a controller, man, there's just not enough buttons. But also, like,
何これ。
they're not exactly the most natural with some of the position of them.
しょ。
Right? Like, if a game wants you to use the left and right trigger buttons and the bumper buttons at the same time, that is extremely uncomfortable.
そうや。
Especially when you consider how your hands would rest normally.
フラミ、あんたはいいよね。
Like, I'm gonna be honest, man.
できるんだから。
One of these days, I kind of want to make a controller ergonomic tier list on stuff. On being able to, like, press all the buttons nicely.
何これ。
And let's just say none of the controllers, the main controller brands you're thinking of, like, for the consoles, none of them will get a pass.
何これ。
Yet somehow I'll give, like, fucking Facebook a better score. I'd give Facebook a better score at ergonomics on a game controller than I'd ever give, Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo at designing a fucking game controller. Which is kinda sad that I would actually rate fucking Facebook higher. But, like, you know, maybe if you want to design a controller that's, like, actually nice to hold, place the buttons where your hand would actually rest. You know? Actually place them in a good spot.
これ以上は。
Shit's funny how they lose to fucking Facebook at that. There's a reason why I basically need back buttons on controllers, man. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. The back buttons at least can fix some of the problems
おっと。
of, like, just the controllers being badly laid out. Yeah, except they do a poor job with making it generic. Like, think about it this way. Alright, so let's say I have a... Think of your hand, okay? Now let's see if I can find a picture of a hand holding this thing as a good example. Right, so this is your hand. Right? This is like your hand. Thumb at the top. The rest of your fingers are down here. If you're going to design a controller ergonomically, where should you put the other buttons? Where should you line them up with how you're holding a controller? Surely you put one here and then the rest down here. Right? It just makes sense. Right? Like, where do you grip the things? Where is a good place to put the buttons? Right? You have the thing at the top for your thumb, high flagger, and you can put your index finger there for pointing. The rest of your fingers can go easily rest down here. You can then put your buttons down here. Right? This just makes sense. Right? Ergonomically, this makes sense. But it also makes sense as well why Facebook did a good job with this. Because they were trying to make it so it could map out your hand in VR. Right? And like a lot of the VR controllers, they're laid out like this. It's just Facebook's Oculus One, good example. Let's see. Valve Index Controller. Oh, look. Oh, look at this. Where are the things here? Right? You hold it, your thumb and stuff goes there. One button there. They don't have the other thing down here, but that's it. You either just don't put any other buttons there, or you can put them on the handle. Right? There's actually less buttons on the Valve Steam VR controller. Right? You can go find the other, like what? VR controller. Again, look where they put the buttons as well. Your hand would be here. Right? Right? Oh, this one, again. There's another thing there where your hand will be. It only makes sense to put it where your fucking hands are. Right? Like, that's why I use fucking back buttons on controllers. I always use the back buttons. I never use the freaking shoulder buttons. If anything, I'm always going to, like, remap back buttons on controllers because it's more natural to push those. Yeah, there's a reason why as well people will buy the fucking controllers with back buttons. Like, I would just move it down. It makes a lot more sense there ergonomically. Right? It's funny when you have controllers designed to actually fit your hand. Actually work. Right? Facebook does a better job. Then you look at what? Xbox controller. Right? Can we get an angle? Alright, look, you can tell right here. How is the guy holding the controller? Where, look, he has his index finger on the triggers, and then the 3 other fingers are down here on the handle. I mean, you're gonna still lose to someone using a keyboard and mouse. Like, let's be real, man. You're still gonna be worse than someone using a fucking mouse. Because analog sticks are garbage. For, like, any camera control. I mean, if you want to improve this further, get rid of the right analog stick. Put a big trackpad or a trackball there. And then add gyro aiming as well. You add gyro, remove the right analog stick, put a trackpad or a trackball, and you'll be a lot closer to someone using a keyboard and mouse. You'll still be worse, but you'll be a lot better than this worthless analog stick. Right. Oh, rip. Right, like, oh great, there's a freaking ad. God damn it, Twitch. But yeah, then there's like this thing. And this is not how I hold the Steam Deck. I actually hold it a bit differently. But yeah, I'll just wait for the ad. What the fuck is this? $30 Steam Deck, sure. Okay, ad should be over now, right? Like, this is, let's say this is Steam Deck, right? My hands are a lot smaller than this. I don't hold it like this. The way I actually hold my Steam Deck, this hand stays here, but this hand is a bit lower. I actually move this hand a bit lower because fuck the analog stick, I'ma use this. Unless I'm gonna use the buttons, my thumb is down here, not up here. I will use the trackpad instead. I don't use the right analog stick. Because why would I use that when I have a fucking trackpad there? It works so much better. Like, I would just have my hand a bit further, like, lower down when I'm holding it. That's actually one of the things that make it nice that it's so big. I can just change how I grip it because it's so big. I can just hold it differently. Because, like, there's just so much space to grip onto it. And then, of course, I use the back buttons. Actually, like, I use the back buttons so much, I worn out. Like, one of them is worn out. I have to, like, probably fix it up at some point. Like, the button gets stuck now, one of them. One of the back buttons. Because I use the back buttons so much. Because, like, I never use the shoulder buttons. As, like, the back buttons are just nicer to press. Again, because of, like, how, you know, how you actually hold it. Right? You know, considering your hands would naturally rest down here, why not put the buttons down here? Right where your hands is resting. Instead of having the shoulder thing up there. Right? Ergonomically, it just makes way more sense. Okay, we got saltpeter and stuff. But can we make bombs and shit? We can find stuff to make explosives already. What's over here? I wonder if there's like a hard inventory limit on stuff too. Okay, this area is like really laggy. So I can mine some of them by just shooting at them. Oh, what the fuck? I probably wasn't supposed to go fight that early. But it's so much, it's a pain. It's a pain in the ass when the freaking game just lags like crazy. Everything here just
洞窟を発見。
lags.
探索の際は魔物の不意打ちに警戒してください。
They really need to fix the freaking performance issues here, man.
何が入ってるのかな。はっよっと。これこれ。ほっ、てや。見つけた。
Okay, let's just go to where it wants me to go.
てや。また採取できるように取るときは根を残すようにしないと。
They did it on purpose. But then they ruin it for everyone, man. They ruin it for everyone.
これこれ。見つけた。これこれ。てや。
マイラ気をつけるんだ。
まだまだ心配性だな。
Right, like, it has no reason to be lagging like this. Especially when it looks like this, man. Like, here's the other thing, too. The game is so small. It's like, how big is the game? How big is the game's folder? Let me double check. It's like 17 gigabytes, this game. The entire thing is 17 gigabytes. I could load the entire thing into RAM. You know what? It'd be funny if they gave us an option to load the entire game into system memory. Maybe that would make it better. I don't know. I don't even know why it says it like recommends 40 gigabyte of drive space when when the game is only taking up like 16 gigs.
これが私の。
これでまた
私史上
誰
最
かを守れる。
高更新中。
見つけた。てや。ほっ、持った。
Wonder what other settings we can try turning down then. I'll just put that as thing. Turn off fog.
Yeah. ここって魔物の巣。やばいところ来たかも。始めましょう。ビクトルさん。倒れろ。
そして終わらせよう。
Okay, what? Now my freaking mouse. All I know is we have a lot of iron.
また採取できるように。
So if we ever need it for
根を
something,
残すようにしないと。捕まえた。
we got a bunch of it. It wants us to go up there. Wait, what's in here?
見つけた。
They got scrap parts. But yeah, like you can look at the textures, man. It looks super Pepega.
ユミヤ準備
当然できてます。
いいぞユミヤ
Maybe.
捕まえた。もっと。
Oh, you can only triple jump.
まだまだ。よっと。
But yeah, like those frame drops are really annoying.
これって。
It does.
もっと。 そりゃ。もっと。
Sometimes even the inputs bug out. Or like if you queue too many inputs, it lags out, and then it gets stuck moving you in a direction even if you let go until you force it to stop picking up inputs.
これって。
Yeah. I never played the Atelier Gacha. I heard that's going EOS soon. What is this? Wait, what is this? Is this like a zipline thing?
何これ。 何これ。
Yeah, like this is super Pepega.
これこれ。 これこれ。
I need to get up higher.
見つけた。 飲みやすさを考えて
GP still going global, going EOS down.
難しいっていう。当たれ。
Huh? Oh.
これでよし。アイラ、準備はいい？まだまだ。ビクトルさんいいですね。 行くよ、お兄ちゃん。そこ。
あまり飛び出しすぎるなよ
この。
やったなアイラ
でおしまい。
No, imagine this game on the Switch, it runs at like 240p. Not really.
直撃。
I mean, it's what do you expect, man? It's just another Ubisoft game.
これって。
And apparently Yasuke is not even the biggest problem.
もっと。よいしょ。何これ。見つけた。
But yeah, like the freaking performance optimizations, man. Random quests. Alright, visiting a settlement. You may receive a new quest. Okay,
合い
cool.
そうだけど、退治しないと。見つけた。
I turned off motion blur, man. Why the fuck would I want motion blur?
これって。やっちゃう。ユミヤ。ストライク消える間。とどめ。ビクトルさんいいですね。
But yeah, we're getting all this freaking weird motion blur because... You know what happens if I turn off VSync? You know, maybe turning off VSync will help. Wait. I got another idea. We turn off VSync. Set it to unlimited FPS. Nope, that does not help. I'll set it to 120, just yeah, this thing lags so much, man. It's so badly optimized.
やっちゃうユミヤこの
It is really, really Pepega.
私の可能性
これでまた誰かを守れる。
やはり
How do
ア
we
ラディス
check
の
the
生態
thingy?
系はユーステラとは若干の違いがあるようです。
How the hell do I use game bar properly to check?
ユーステラでは見たことない鳥を何羽も見たし
些細でも何か発見した際は記録す
Okay,
ることを推奨
that's
し
a
ます。
game.
アラディスの生態系を調べる貴重な資料となります。
How do I check frame rate in game bar?
そろそろ移動しないと
Give me a sec.
It's that time!
Oh, shit. Okay. WinG, performance tab, FPS option. Alright. Performance. Wait. Where the hell is the performance tab? Oh, here we go. Wait, no? It's using 10% GPU, 20% CPU. It doesn't even know what FPS it's running at, man. It's confused. It is so unstable, it doesn't even know. It's like jumping all over the place. It is so bad. I'll force it back to 60. Now it's this. It's saying 25, 23, 14. It's the problem is I have to like reset the thing in Steam to do it, to check it. Because I don't use big picture mode. So I just had it checking game bar. Because you can check with game bar anything. Yeah, no, it's jumping like crazy. It's super unstable. But yeah, I can use game bar to check it. Because Windows has the feature there. Some games are borked. Oh, rep.
また採取できるように
Yeah, no, this frame rate is just really bad. What about low? No matter what, it's just bad. Oh, that's true. There's the no, I haven't disabled the NVIDIA one. The NVIDIA one, I have it disabled. I have Alt Z disabled because it just gets, it's super annoying.
これこれ
every time I open something, when I have like the Nvidia thing open, it just has that pop-up and it annoys me for like 5 seconds every time I open something. So I rather just, so I completely disabled that. Yeah, so right now it's running at 24 FPS. It is actually just not good. Is there any information on when they're gonna update the game? Because like this is just not good. You know what might be better actually? It might be better if I just play the demo and then after I finish the demo continue. Let me re-download the demo. Maybe that's a better idea. Because the performance is just really bad. But like maybe the demo has... Maybe the demo runs better because it has less garbage in it. Like either way, I have the game installed on my SSD. So like, I don't know.
そろそろ日が暮れるけど、どうしよう。一旦帰った方がいいかな。
But like, yeah. It's the game itself. It's being super Pepega. Like, it is just super, super Pepega. Yeah, everything else runs fine. It's just this game is just having problems. The demo isn't this Pepega either.
どんな大きな事実を明らかにしても、初めは些細な影響にとどまるでしょう。しかし、何も行動しなければ、そうした些細な影響すらも発生しません。
Like, I don't know, man. The game is just not running properly. Maybe because I'm not playing the thing full screen, but like, it's just not running well. You know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll do a react or whatever that things you send while I get the oh, never mind, the demo's done. Alright, let me boot into the demo. Surely the demo will be fine for a bit. I'll just play till the end of the demo part and then wait for them to fix it. Because the thing is just a mess. I think the demo is gonna be lighter. At least hopefully. You know what, actually? I'm actually curious. Let me double check the size of the demo. God damn it. Oops, wrong one. Manage, browse local files. How big is the demo? You know what'd be funny? If someone makes a fix for the game and it's just them injecting the entire game into the demo. I would laugh if like someone fixes this by injecting the entire game into the demo. Right, wouldn't that be hilarious? They fixed the game by injecting the entirety of the game into the demo. Because it's only a little bit bigger. Wait.
どこに向かうんだ?
Oh, this is not the same save file. This is the same save file of when I tried the demo the other day. But you can, like, I can immediately feel that this is a lot better. It's still not great, but it runs a lot better. It runs a lot better here. It's still not ideal. But, like, the demo runs better. Which is just... There's something not quite right about that. The fact that the demo runs smoother. Right, here's the worst part, man. You know the worst part? You know what the worst part is? Guess how much the game costs, man. Guess how much it costs. I end up grabbing stuff off of key sites, but, like... it runs like shit. The game. It runs so bad. Alright, let me log out of Steam on my browser so you can see. So you can see the price. Okay, not logged in. It should be new and it's not even showing up here, damn. It came out on this day thing, but it doesn't even show up there. Here you go. Look at this shit, man. Look at this shit. Look at this. And it runs like shit. Expedition 33, no, I don't know about that. What about that? But, like, yeah, it runs like shit. Right? It's like, why even bother, man? Like, why even bother? If it's gonna run like a piece of shit. It's just not working, man. Cheaper game look nicer. It runs better PS5. I thought I'd try it, the new one, but the game runs like complete dog shit. I'm probably gonna see if I can refund it though, like, and then like see what I'll do later, man. Because like, it's only been like an hour in anyways, so I can still do something about that. But like, man, I don't know, man. It's like not even running properly. Even like the demo runs like shit, and like the demo works better than the actual game. Like this guy is funny. Like it keeps randomly turning off this guy's PC. But like performance issues are just there. I don't know. Look at Canadian pricing. Yeah, the console's a piece of shit. I'm not gonna play on the console. But like the game, it just runs really, really poorly. And it doesn't look great either. And if I zoom into this picture, that's what it looks like, man. Except it doesn't run, this runs better than... It runs like shit. And it looks like a freaking PS3 game. And there's some cool building stuff and stuff like that, right? Seems like it'd be cool, but like, man. The game, it's crawling, man. It's crawling. Yeah, wait, let's see, is there mods? Surely modders came up with something. Right, maybe modders came up with something. I don't know. What do we got here? Just contrast reshades. Someone made an HDR mod. Let's see what the hell people are talking about. Lack of CPU usage. Yep. Very GPU VRAM heavy. He found it strange only using 10%. Yep. Testing performance with game bar, very inaccurate with its results. Here in the game have been poorly optimized. It is very, very poorly optimized. Completely GPU bound. Be happy your CPU doesn't need much on it. Here's the thing though. This guy has a 9950 X3D and a 3090 Ti. Game is chewing up his CPU, running 4K, 9110, but his CPU is hitting this one. Interesting. The GPU floats there. Like, my GPU is floating around 80% too, 80 to 90%. But it doesn't look like it's doing shit. It just runs really, really badly. Outside of like crashing like crazy, not even that broken East 10 port we played last year was this bad. Remember when we played the CLE port of East 10? The Chinese version of East 10 last year? Even that didn't have these issues. It kept crashing like every couple minutes. But it at least actually ran at a good frame rate. And it looked a lot better. It was just really scuffed with that thing, and we had like the fan translations when I played it. Let's see. Sounds like a weird problem. Other two games they had weird ratios. Not a hardware problem, definitely a problem by the game itself. It's like barely using my CPU though. I don't know what the hell is going on, but yeah. Really annoying. If you have an X3D processor with more than one CCD, force the game to run on the CCD 0. Yeah, that's what I did. The game will throw a fake completely lockout for a few seconds at random intervals. Interesting. Did not happen when I was playing the demo. Yep. This guy also has an X3D CPU like me with 2 CCDs. Quite annoying since so you can sometimes get better performance if you only log games to run on CCD with cache. Game runs in save mode. I don't know, man. But like, yeah, people are having problems. Alright, what else is here? Oh, they're talking about pre-order bonuses. Game refuses to boot. Game watered down for modern audience. Damn. Steam Deck. How is it on Steam Deck? It probably does not run or cutscenes don't play. Playing on Steam Deck medium settings, enjoying it without any Proton or mod or anything. They're like the Switch, at least it runs. On PS5, much better. The Steam Deck is playable, consumes a lot of battery. Interesting. I swear, it's gonna be funny if I have to like play it on my Steam Deck. FPS. People complaining about frame rate issues. This is in Chinese. Alright. Equipment 4060 Ti, 30 to 50% official preset height. If you open all the settings, highest FPS, it will be 20 to 40. In case of picture quality, period. Previous work has DLSS blessing, so results will look good, but this is not light. The picture does not look thin as magic because the first time, okay. There's no DLSS in 2025. Optimization is worse than Monster Hunter. Really worthless price of code. It costs a AAA masterpiece, but the quality and heal the numbers rotten enough. Okay, so someone here complaining as well. People complaining with a 5950X and a 3080. Having issues as well. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that later in the week or maybe tomorrow or something. But yeah. 4090 4K all special highest, they're still stuttering. This guy's getting issues on a 4090. What the fuck, man? Yeah, I'm just gonna refund that. Cause like this is just bad. This guy's getting issues on a fucking 4090. Imagine on a 4090, they're still getting issues. The fuck, there's frame generation? What? Why would you even need the freaking frame generation, man? Lossless scaling? Oh no, people are talking about using lossless scaling to get an extra FPS. It'll make it look smoother, but it's still gonna run like shit. Right, death by Snoo Snoo. Yeah, so, TLDR, Atelier Yumia, don't buy the game yet. Just don't. The game runs like complete dog shit. It's... People even on 4090s having issues, man. The game has really, really bad performance. Like, I was like getting this weird unstable frame rate with like constant dips. Down to like 17 FPS, and no matter what I did. Even the demo of the game runs better, but still not great. It's just like not really playable. Someone's getting their PC to crash. Completely lock up and crash when they boot it in. Right, and people complain again, blurry texture. Yeah, the texture's really not good. It's just... yikes. It is really unfortunate, man. Yeah, they're like, are they... I mean, the reality is, with this type of thing, a lot of people will just refund, at least on Steam. They forget, like, just how good Valve's policy is. For, like, this. Like, there's stuttering problems. Replacing... People want to see if they can replace XESS with DLSS or FSR. Someone's missing their DLC for buying the Ultimate Edition. That's... Game looks better on PS5, god damn. Why the fuck? Even the Switch version looks better. Yeah, this is really boring. This is just sad, man. Disable bloom, blur shafts, etc. till the game looks to you like a... Nah. But like, yeah, it's not working nicely. Maybe it works better in full screen mode, but I don't play games full screen. I don't play anything full screen. And there's some people talking about refunding as well. Oh, people getting black screen movie playing. What else? Someone made an HDR mod. But yeah, I don't know, man. Someone's like, is it real? I don't know. But like, yeah, the settings and stuff is just not good. The controls though is like, the mouse and keyboard, it does work. I don't know. I found the mouse and keyboard easier to use than the controller, but it's still not great. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that on the actual Steam thing. I'll fill that up later. I won't boot into the game again, like, anymore. I guess we can go do something else. Cause, like, it's just not working. People complaining at the combat system. You don't understand why they fathom make a combat system like this. You play both turn-based and action, but like a weird amalgamation of the two. It simply doesn't work. Yup. It's not hard to understand, it's just awkward. It's like a mashy, but like, not Great. But yeah. Then that's like just easy refund now. I'm not obviously gonna fill up refund here. I'm not gonna freaking dox myself. Next game we'll play for like the year 2050. Oh boy. Alright, what else do we want to do now then? I already did all my tough like dailies and shit off stream. But yeah, the game just yeah, here, let me go on YouTube so I can change I can put like a thing here. For, like the year 2050. Here, let's go. Due to the game having absolutely terrible performance, I run it on 7950 XT with game looks. It is what? No, I didn't really buy anything on the sale, no. I think I'll just leave it like that and I'll pin this. We'll go do something else. Pin the message. And then I'll do that here too. Pin it until manual end stream. No more Atelier Yumia. Cause like, it is just unplayable, man. It is unplayable. It runs so badly for what it is. And they want like, here's the worst part, man. This is the price in my currency. Oh, and because tax, right? Like this is what it is. All right, we just refund it. All right, this is just my web browser, so I'm not logged in there. But yeah, I'll fill that out later. I'm definitely under the 2-hour limit anyways. It is just unacceptable. It is unacceptable. Is there anything else? Yeah, again, major issues again, optimization. People asking about graphics as well. Alright. Tales of Kokias, what the fuck? Graphics question. Looks good starting point. Mentioning it's step forward. Demo, a bit of mixed feeling with the vibe there. Yeah, I never played the other ones, but like, man, this game runs really bad. You can request a refund. I kindly explained the poor performance. They accepted, yeah. And like, the worst part is, it's like, my computer is definitely overkill. Yeah, I already sent it in. I already did that on the actual Steam client. I'll just, now I have to like wait on that one. Because it's gonna take a while for it to process it. But like, yeah, you play it less than 2 hours, which the stream hasn't even been on for 2 hours. Right? But yeah. It's just that to send it back to my payment method, it takes longer than to the wallet. Because the wallet is immediate, but I'd rather have it back. And the drops happen with transitions into menus as well. Seems to be something with the way the environment is loaded unloaded. Even when we're not even in menus, it's just bad. It is bad. And then again, like, it looks better on a PS5. People are having issues with the 4090 too. It is just not good overall. Unfortunately. Right, it is just 5 FPS open world laptop issue. What the fuck? You launch the game worse no matter what. Graphics are 95%, game 5 FPS. When you change graphic ones, you have to relaunch the game to make it effective. That is so stupid. You have to like relaunch the game. That is. Oh wait, no, this is for the demo. This is on the 18th. Even then, that's unacceptable. Oh, but yeah. What's this performance? Wait. Unplayable during the world section after restarting by PC just for a short period. Tinkering around. Disabling shadow play. I don't even have shadow play turned on. I never have the. I don't have the Nvidia stuff turned on. Now, that's good for her, but like. Yeah, no. But that was also back for the demo. I'm curious, can we see if she's playing it now? Oh no, her profile's private. Yeah, I don't know, man. It just has issues and it doesn't even look good. Like, it has all those issues and like, there's no excuse for how it looks, man. Considering how it looks, there really is no excuse. Like, why is Steam really is winning? What the fuck? You know, here, why don't we go... You know what, here, wait. You know, let's go play the Yasuke Simulator demo. Why not? Oh, let me go find it. I'm not gonna buy Yasuke Simulator, but... We'll get the demo. Because it's like... your typical shovelware game. Wait, where's the demo now? Oh, is the demo gone now? Never mind. Oh god, now we have one of these. Alright, banned. Get rid of that one. Is that even still available? I thought it's over already. Yeah, it's already over. I never even like tried it, but it's like already over. Right, but like yeah, it's just the thing just doesn't work, man. It just does not want to work. It just doesn't. Right, it just does not want to work. The game is just so badly optimized. And like, I don't get it, man. I got 7950 XTD CPU. Right? Yeah, it's just, well, the FPS is just unplayable. Like, it's just straight up unplayable, man. It's constantly dipping to like 15 FPS or whatever, even below into single digits. It is just completely unplayable. So I already issued refund. Right, because like no matter what, I tried changing all the settings and everything, even lowering it down. It's still having the same issues. The game just runs like crap. I even did things like using process lasso to force the game to only use the 8 CPU cores on the XDD CPU, and I disabled SMT on it, and it still doesn't work. Right? Like, it still don't work. And it's not like it's a slow CPU either, man. Right? Like, it's not like it's a Pepega CPU either. It is like the third best that you can get, and if you ignore the 9000 X3D CPUs, it is then it becomes the best CPU. If we don't include the 9800 X3D and the 9950 X3D, because this is the newer gen version of that. Where the main thing is why those ones are faster, they have a higher clock speed. So, like, I don't know. Having issues with a freaking 7950. You know, here, why don't we go do some reacts then? We'll change category, then we can figure it out. I have... Okay, I was sent a bunch. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Okay. It's on. I changed the title now on Twitch. All right, let me go get the page. We'll go back and do reacts because you guys sent me a lot. It's like it's just straight up unplayable. All right, where do we go? Oh, we already saw that one. Oh wait, we start from here, I think, right? Yeah, okay, we start from here. Every Genshin CC slander, what is this? Okay, we can't have the music playing. That's copyrighted. Alright. Sure. Toronto realize you'll never be able to... Okay, most... Uh-huh. If clickbait channels didn't exist, yep. Will Studson about making absolute peak music. Realizing she's a... What? I went to lose disclaimers be like that. Uh-huh. Is another crazy theory? Sure. I don't know what the hell they're talking about, but okay. Enviosity claiming deserves the praise. They're saying told us every time. Uh-huh. MTash finally quitting, uh-huh. I don't know what the hell that guy is. Having better skills than everyone else, okay. Yeah, I don't pay attention to, like, any of this shit, man. I don't watch the freaking crap, like, the freaking crap here. This crap. Like, I don't watch their crap, man. So, like, I don't know who any of these people are. Like, no. Like, I don't know what the fuck any of this shit is about, man. But I was sent this. Yeah, it's like we just see these memes here. Okay. You heard of most of them? Well, I haven't. I don't pay attention to this shit, man. Because, like, I don't watch their crap. But what's this in my thing here? Oh, yeah, because I went live. Oh, now we've been live on stream for 2 hours now. Okay. Alright, let's see this one. Assassin's Creed Shadow Warriors. Okay, what is this? Wait, this is just a trailer. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I should change the category to just chatting. Okay. Okay. Good production quality, I guess. Yeah, drunken friends playing with this. You know, for a game called Assassin's Creed, I didn't see any assassinations going on. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Inside the mind of a gacha whale. Alright.
I had the chance to interview a whale that spent well over $100,000 on gacha games. And
Okay.
through this chance, I learned about what it's like in the inner minds of someone with such disposable income from their unique perspective. Whaling is often stigmatized in Western gaming culture, with some even debating whether it's acceptable or just extremely harmful behavior. I have my pre-existing biases and beliefs regarding whaling as well, and it's through this exchange that I gained some insight on how there's another side of the story. My name is Psyche, and let's learn what whaling truly is. To start off, my guest, Tuhu, formerly known as ToFLive98 on YouTube, is a self-proclaimed gacha god, and a fellow content creator that typically does general discussion videos as well as documenting his ongoing accounts with monthly updates across the gacha games he plays. No, that background with 10 games running at once is not pre-recorded. He's actually just that deep into gacha. While this video will play snippets of the interview to solidify certain talking points, the full footage will be released by Tuhu on his channel.
What's going on, everybody? My name is ToFLive98, but you can just call me Tuhu because the first name's a little too long. And I, like Mr. Psyche has said, am a gacha whale. Or at least I used to be for the bulk of my gacha career, if you want to call it that.
Yep.
I started playing gacha games back with FGO back in 2017 with the launch of the NA server. And I've been playing gacha ever since, steadily picking up more and more. To the point where I can call myself a gacha god, and nobody can really contest me on that because I'm currently playing a dozen gacha games and counting because I have more gacha games that I like to pick up. So it's probably the amount of money I spent on gacha games overall is probably over 100K. I don't know exactly how much. I probably should, but you know, for the sake of my own sanity, I don't bother knowing what that number is.
Taking the first step is often the hardest. There is a psychological tendency called the sunk cost fallacy. It states that people are more likely to follow through with something if they already sunk some degree of investments.
Yeah, a lot of them are just super boring. Exactly.
Studies have found that players that already spend money on a game are more likely to spend more at a later time. This is why a lot of games sell beginner packs that are dirt cheap, but contains very valuable items. Even if you spend as little as $1, you're now invested. And that becomes the anchor for you to psychologically justify spending more. Understanding the addictive nature of this practice, I asked Tuhu what his first dip into gacha game spending was, and how it felt like to experience it for the first time.
I have to kind of get into specifics of how I started playing FGO, or like the very early days of me playing FGO here. For me personally, I can say this right now, it wasn't necessarily sunk cost fallacy, though when I explain my story, maybe it can have shades of it, but that's up to you to
Yeah, because they don't have the fucking game, man. They don't actually have a fucking game in a lot of them, man. They're missing that. And then they instead, for like the 5 minutes of content that they do have, they drag you out for as long as possible. To stop you from actually touching the actual 5 minutes of content they do have. And like you're basically being forced to log in daily to do the chores there. They're all like that.
FGO specifically.
And if you don't do them, a lot of the stuff just becomes unusable or unplayable. They suck.
For some backstory, one of my IRL friends kept bugging me to try out FGO. Hey, you should try FGO. Specifically, it was talking about the JP server, and I just wasn't very interested at the time until Anime Expo 2017. If you don't know what Anime Expo is, it's the largest anime convention out here in Los Angeles, Southern California, and turns out I really enjoyed it. I really liked playing FGO. It was very different. It was a very different game that I had never experienced before. I thought it was really cool that you can control these servants and you play like a turn-based game type thing, and it seemed really cool, and I got really super into it. And I started grinding it quite a lot. By the end of the con, I had invested enough time and effort into it, so I was like, okay, I can justify putting in some money. I remember the first time that I spent money on FGO was after the con was over. Me and my boys, the group that I usually went to Anime Expo to back then, we're hanging out at this Korean barbecue restaurant just to celebrate the end of the con.
Alright, they were Korean barbecue.
Once we were done eating, I was like, alright, time to do it. Whip out my phone, and I put in my first $80 pack and start rolling, right? That's how they get you.
Yep.
However, the reason why I kept spending was because I realized I really like collecting characters. That's my tick for me. I really enjoyed the feeling of obtaining new characters and then grinding materials to get them like all invested and stuff. I'm a little bit different from most players, most gacha players, because I would assume, my assumption is that most gacha players, or at least a lot of them out there, like rolling gacha for the sake of rolling, right? Because obviously gacha rolls tap into...
Yeah, you got crazy people that just do that, yep.
You probably know this better than I do on like a psychological level.
Yeah, like
appeals to our dopamine rush, our perhaps you could call it our primal psychological like desire to find like fancy new stuff, right? Because survival instincts and whatnot. That's a whole nother topic for another day. But yeah, like I could say that most gacha players like rolling gacha because of that. For me, however, I just wanted to get new characters so that, I could grind for them, get them all leveled up, and be able to use them in battle, and, as an extra, little, perk, flex them to my friends, and hey, here's what I have that you don't, that kind of thing. That never changed, and so that has always been my primary motivating factor of rolling, or spending money on gacha games, is to primarily obtain new characters, not necessarily for the dopamine rush of rolling gacha in and of itself. So I actually had a purpose in that. I'm not sure if that's exactly like some sort of higher purpose. It's probably not, but that's my story.
Whaling is often stigmatized in Western gaming culture. When you hear about someone that spends thousands of dollars on microtransactions, the response is usually not the most positive. As someone that's very open about spending habits, I wanted to ask Tuhu regarding his opinion on the matter.
So,
what does he have to say?
Whaling has always been stigmatized, even back when I played, and I'm sure it's always been that way even before then too. I will say that, or I want to make it clear that I do think this is more of a Western problem, and when I say the West, I mean like, English-speaking countries. Whaling is, I want to say, a lot more accepted out in the East, right, in Japan, Korea, China. So this is more of a Western issue. I don't want to call it a problem per se, but it can definitely be called an issue. But yeah, like I said, whaling has always been pretty stigmatized.
A common missed point is that whales are necessary for a game's survival. While the majority of players don't spend or only do so sparingly, the pillars of a game's continuous development have to be made up by whales. While this is typically not a problem in huge titles, the majority of mobile game fan bases are relatively small, and still need to maintain a steady player base and income to keep operating. People can have their monthly dose of PvP over revenue figures, and even though many believe that the reported numbers are inaccurate, if a particular game's numbers are consistently getting lower, there is enough reason to be worried. Not everyone needs to pitch in and fund the game that they enjoy, but whales need to exist so that free-to-players can keep playing for free. They become the hero that people don't want, but the hero they need.
Okay.
Some people need to pay for gachas, right? And those are going to be your whales. Because gacha games are based off the free-to-play model, right? These games are free, but developing content for them certainly isn't. So the money's got to come from somewhere.
Gotta come from somewhere, yeah.
If at least some of your players decide that it's worth their time, it's worth the money to whale a whole lot, then that means that none of the rest of the other players need to pay. And personally, I don't really mind that model because again, it's spending money on gacha games is a personal choice. You don't have to do it most of the time, as long as the gacha game itself is good enough not to force its players to pay for anything. I think that stigmatizing whales is not exactly a smart choice. I mean, if you do it ironically, that's one thing, but unironically hating on the people who are supporting your game, I don't know about that one, my dude. I've seen gacha games fail because all their whales, all their players have stopped paying for content, and the game just doesn't make any money anymore, and their company decides that, or the developers or their publisher decides it's not worth running those servers anymore, and so they close down. Trading cards have always been a thing, whether they're baseball cards or more popularly these days, actual trading card games like Magic, Pokemon, that sort of thing. Streamers and content creators still keep doing Pokemon card unboxings and stuff like that, and yet nobody seems to have a problem with that. Right, they're not stigmatized for oh, you're gambling for a super rare card that you don't even know you're gonna get. And why is that? Why aren't they stigmatized? Is it just because they're physical items so you can resell them? Well, guess what, buddy? Chances are you're not gonna get a super rare $1,000 card either. So it's I'm
that's true. You're not gonna get anything with the cards. Yep.
Too convinced. Well, that's a bad way to put it. It's just we've known about it, right? Us Westerners aren't completely ignorant of the whole gacha or the loot box concept. It's just that, in my opinion, the reason why gacha games flew under the radar at the time was because, as you said, they were underground. They haven't hit mainstream yet. Gacha games were only just starting to ramp up in popularity, and without Genshin specifically, it would have taken it a lot longer to hit mainstream. It's just that Genshin happened, and all of a sudden, post 2020, everybody's familiar with. Everyone knows, or at least a lot more people these days kind of know what a gacha game is.
One point that Tuhu highlights is not the stigmatization of whaling, but rather the strange sense of elitism of being free-to-play.
Yeah, there's that weird elitism, but you're paying with your time, man. It's but then what?
According to Tuhu, there are some that feel that the status of free-to-play is a symbol of entitlement. Of course, while there's nothing wrong with being a free-to-play, developers often don't benefit very much from such players.
They don't.
Since everyone has their budgets and personal goals, there's often no point in putting a specific spending mindset on a pedestal. Otherwise, it would be like telling someone that they're playing the game incorrectly.
Out here in the West, I have noticed that there is a sort of...
It's because you can't really enjoy it. Even then, as a whole, with a lot of these, how the hell do you even... Right, it just makes it a lot more miserable.
Free-to-play players, a lot of them, not all of them, of course. I'm sure there are chill, free-to-play players out there. But there's quite a few free-to-play players who make their free-to-play status a status symbol. They fight on being free-to-play. That they see themselves as the quote-unquote superior players just because they decide to not spend any money on the game. Either because they can't, right? They just don't have the money to, which is fine. Or they choose not to, which is also fine because I understand if you don't want to support predatory, business predatory business model, and gacha games are kind of that. No matter how generous a gacha can be, that you can always argue that a gacha system is predatory. I'm not going to argue against that. In fact, I would agree to varying degrees. But the problem for me, and I think other people should also see it as kind of an issue too, is that the moment when people use their statuses as a way to put themselves on a...
You pay a battle pass like a monthly pass? Yep, fair enough.
So that they can call themselves better players, whatever that means.
Except, how does that, the thing is as well, right? When you think about it this way, it's how does that prove you have that you're better at the game? How does that prove you have better? You're more skilled at pressing the 2 fucking buttons and then pressing them in order. Like over and over again. That doesn't prove anything. But it's just weird when that's how they act like, man. You used to pay $5.99 a month for Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine. Oh, $5.99, yeah. People love their confirmation bias. Exactly. It's just dumb, man. It doesn't change anything. Doesn't prove anything. And then you actually give them something to actually deal with, where none of that, when none of the grinding stuff matters, when none of the whaling stuff matters, and you see them still fail to draw a fucking triangle. Like, it's not that hard to draw a fucking triangle. Yeah, people will still fail at it.
That's an issue. Because that just kind of sours the whole, I guess, community, I suppose. Like, puts in unnecessary tensions and, like, unnecessary cracks in a community that you'd rather not have. Especially the smaller community is, the more susceptible it can be to, like, you know, obviously infighting in community, like, within the same community, like, I don't want to call it like civil wars or anything, but like basically we don't need that kind of vibe in a gacha community. Yeah. One of the only differences between all of us is that, you know, how much money we decide to spend, and that's a purely personal decision, or at least it should be.
Tuhu is someone that has gone through the ringer with older era gacha games, and back then things worked a little bit differently. Pity was not yet standardized, so it was completely possible to get unlucky and end up spending hundreds of dollars and not get what you want. So I ask for a more personal question. Have you ever regretted your financial decisions?
Overall, no. I don't regret the whaling that I've done personally. Now, I am, like, my case is unique to me, or in other words, how I should put it is, if you ask other whales, they will have different opinions too. I'm sure you can find a whale out there who's like, yeah, I kind of regret like spending this much money on this particular gacha game, or just gacha games in general. But for me personally, because my rationale for getting into whaling in gacha games to begin with was for the sake of obtaining new characters and leveling them up and then using them in-game, because that's kind of the whole point of me whaling. So personally, I don't regret any of the money that I did spend. I guess the one way that I would say that I regret it, if I were to count this, is that 2 years ago I lost my original job due to a layoff that allowed me to whale in the first place, and I tried turning into like a gacha content creator. Unfortunately for me, that hasn't really been working out over the past 2 years, and so a lot of my savings that I had saved up from that first job kind of like dried up, and so now I'm just kind of like surviving on fumes at the moment. So in that sense, maybe that I regret whaling on gacha games, but still, gacha games is my passion, and that I'm always gonna hold on to that. I don't regret the money that I did spend, and I don't plan on like, you know, beating myself up over that, because, you know, the past is the past, now is now, and so I just keep trudging along, keep powering forward as I usually do.
Recalling horror stories from FGO in the old days, Tuhu brings up an experience that caused a major exodus in players.
We have plenty of horror stories. The absurd amount of money we've had to drop for like a single character before.
I heard FGO was
that I mentioned to you earlier
a
over
special
Discord.
case.
Is that back in 2018 when we had the first summer event for FGO, mind you, this was before Pity. I had to drop 1,700 Saint Quartz for my first copy of Tama Lancer.
Goddamn.
To put that in perspective, that is the equivalent of about $800.
One character copy.
Real US dollars.
Hey, you know what? That's only double the price of a guaranteed character copy. In, like, Genshin. Hey, if it makes him feel better, $800 US, only one character copy in a game like Genshin. That's just, like, if you put things into perspective, that's just how bad these things are, man.
And for perspective, I spent about $800 to get C6R1 Yoimiya in Genshin Impact. To be fair, I got very lucky with...
He got extremely lucky because that is not realistic at all.
my Yoimiya pulls. Like I got a couple of early 5 stars, and I only got like spooked like once or twice, or I lost a coin flip like once or twice, and that was it. But still, like that should
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
extremely lucky.
give you like some sort of at least a little bit of perspective on how absurd FGO and other old school gachas before the age of like standardized pity existed. My favorite anecdote relating to this that I always like pulling up was the original mass exodus back during the first Halloween event of FGO. Because to put some context here, back when FGO first came out, our very first like waifu banner of the game was Tamacaster, who first debuted in Halloween. And so, because of that, because she was the first waifu banner of the game, a lot of players, saved up for like the first 3-4 months of the game.
To be fair, man, do you even like Abyss? Could be worse. People spend this for like bottle service at nightclubs. Here's the thing, man. At least they're getting something physical, even if it's only for that to enjoy that bottle service. But like, yeah.
On her. And so when the day came, when her banner finally dropped, we all went, a lot of people, a lot of the players went all in on her. Just to get f***ed. Because again, FGO has no pity.
I can't even be bothered for that, man.
And at those rates, and as a result,
I can't even be bothered
the
even
subreddit
for that.
and other FGO forums back then immediately got flooded with
It's like, I never had fun with it. Like, just period.
Comments on comments on comments on comments of just people bitching about like how they spent this many Saint quartz, how they grinded the game for all these months just to get
the grinding stuff is just ridiculous, man.
A lot of the players just left, never to come back. They just quit the game cold turkey, and that was it. We never saw them again. Because that's when they learned just how...
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, because you guys really want to see me draw a triangle, I'll actually draw a triangle. I have this pen display that I've told you the story behind how I have this. What's a good drawing app that I can use with it? Because, like, I never actually used it for that. Like, I've only used it, like, a couple times to actually draw on it. And that's only when I had to, like, sign stuff digitally. I've never actually, like, used it for drawing. So, like, what's a good free, like, drawing application that I can use with a pen display? MS Paint doesn't work properly with it, no. I don't know what people use. I don't feel like setting up Photoshop for it. How about... What's like but yeah. The most valuable. Oh wait, does this work? Oh shit, no, it does that. That is not where my thing is. Okay, I have to, like, tell it to control the right display. No, because, like, I have a thing with an actual screen. I've used that stuff, but I don't want to pull that up. Because I don't want other stuff to show up. Let me check the settings on my pen display. Work area there. Okay, that's not good. Windows is being super pepega at the moment. I'm trying to calibrate the thing and then it's going on the... Alright, if I unplug that, where does it go? Oh, okay. Now there's a big thingy elsewhere on the wrong screen. Fuck. I don't know how to, like, close it now. The freaking calibration dot thing. I'm trying to see if I can get it set up. Cause, like, I don't use this thing. I almost never use this. I used to use it before as a portable display. But that's because, like, I bought it because I needed a portable monitor at the time. And it was good for the price. But now there's, like, this big, white box somewhere on my screen that makes it hard for me to see shit. Oh, it's pen tablet. Alright. Monitor 3 only. Critter does not know how to detect the eraser properly. How do I close the calibration though? Fuck. Where's my freaking mouse now? Okay. Okay, calibration thingy is done. Where's the eraser? Fuck, I don't even know where the eraser tool is. I tried to install Krita, but like... Do you know another one? Because like, it shouldn't take me too long to download and install the thing. Maybe I don't use Krita, because it's not... It doesn't pick up the eraser as well. Outrage pay-to-win mechanic. Okay. That's their own problem, man. Imagine freaking propping up a gacha game on a pedestal.
Cruel FGO's gacha truly was.
Oh wait, I think I remember the name now. Was it maybe Medibang? Is it this one? I think I've heard of this one before. Maybe one of these days I should learn to draw. Right. I think this one's the free one. Because, like, I have a pen display. Because you guys said you want me to draw a triangle, so I'll go draw a triangle. Let me just install it. I tried Krita, but Krita was a bit pepega.
The pity system is something that has been standardized in today's gacha games. It serves as a safety net to ensure that even if you're the unluckiest soul out there, there's a hard cap on the amount of currency you have to spend in order to get what you want.
Pities allow players to plan ahead, basically, especially with the way Genshin Impact implemented them. Right, when Genshin Impact first came out, it introduced and standardized the idea that the idea of a hard pity. Right,
okay.
Obviously unique to it, or maybe some other gacha games do this too. But it also has soft pity, so that kind of throws players an extra bone here. But at the very least, it has a hard pity. And what that does, along with its other gacha perks such as alternating guaranteed rate ups and the fact that your pity does carry over in between banners, like the game remembers how much you spent on a banner, and so it keeps your pity intact. All those mechanics together
here we go.
Allow players
We started 200, 300 pities, I know, right? Okay, here, I got it working. Let me get the thing to pick up. Window capture. Okay, here we go. So it looks like this, right? You want me to draw a triangle. Right? You want a triangle, right? Right. Yeah, the eraser works. What is this? Interesting. It's not like as much pressure as I could be. I make the eraser bigger? Oh yeah, I can make the eraser bigger. Because I'm using actual pen here. There you go, you got your triangle, there you go. Right, you got your triangle. Scalene triangle? There you go. Scalene. Whatever. I'm drawing on a fucking bed. I don't have a... I'm not on a flat surface, man. I'm drawing on my fucking bed. I tried. Hey, good enough, man. Good enough. I'm drawing on my bed. Okay? I'm drawing on my bed. But there you go. Right, there you go. There is your triangle. Right? But yeah. Last one only has 2 out of 3 sharp edges. Eh. Hey, come on. This is like good enough, man. Now I'm playing Pokemon Ranger, right? This is how you play Pokemon Ranger. If you ever played that game before, you just keep doing this. Right, you just keep doing that. Right? Right, it's the game where you keep drawing circles around the thingy, right? But yeah. Oh, I can change the color there. Yeah, I can do that to change the color too. There are other buttons on this thing too. I don't know what they do. I could probably program them or change what they do. And then there's a button on my pen. Somewhere. Oh, it uses the eyedrop tool in this. Interesting. Or not. But yeah. Oh, the touchpad does that. It has like the zoom function. Oh, but yeah, there you go. Right, I can draw on the thing. to draw the guessing games. Well, I technically can do it. I do have a display that lets me draw on it. Which is neat for what it is. Though I've only really used this thing for that and a couple times when I had to sign something.
Plan ahead.
Ever since the release of Genshin Impact in 2020, the gacha game industry has been on the rise, even in Western gaming.
Okay.
Given that many new players might be curious enough to wander into playing one, as a veteran in the space, what is the biggest misconception that new gacha players have?
Oh, the biggest one is that gacha games are pay to win.
Uh-huh.
I mean, anytime I go into a like a non-gacha stream, say I go into Asmongold's stream and Asmongold starts talking about gacha, for example, for whatever reason, guaranteed, half his chat, if not more, is gonna immediately start going, Omega lol gacha, right? Oh,
yeah.
pay to win gacha, stuff like that.
I mean, they're all
That is
pay to
the
win,
single
man.
biggest misconception about gacha games. And it's understandable because, again, out here in the West, we Westerners have our predisposed position against, gacha games because we essentially see them as like glorified loot boxes.
Because they are.
Whenever non-gacha players look at gacha games, the first thing that a lot of them think is, oh, they're pay to win, because they see a gacha game, right? A game or a genre rather.
Well, the thing is, right? If your goal requires you to spend to get to it, then yes. Right? Like, let's say we go back to the Oblivion horse armor. Right? If you want to get the horse armor in that game, you have to buy it. Therefore, to win the horse armor, your goal is to win that. You have to pay to win. Right? Yeah. It's pay to win and pay to lose at the same time. Exactly. Exactly.
That focuses on you spending a currency, either in-game or real, sometimes even both, in order to acquire a character, which is essentially paywalled most of the time. So they see them like, oh, okay, gacha games are pay to win, right? When in reality, most gacha games are not like that, simply because, well, gacha games can't even be pay to win if they don't even have any PvP. So that whole
that is Pepega still. If your goal is to get the thing at the end, and your only way to get it is to pay, then yes, it is pay to win. I don't agree with this guy's with the guy there is saying. No. No. No.
Argument, and most gacha games I would say don't have any PvP, and even if they do, it's not very serious. The whole pay to win argument is already moot from the very beginning.
Again, it depends on what you call winning and what your goal is. There's no true definition, exactly.
And yet people insist on saying that gacha games are somehow pay to win anyway.
Ultimately, the choice falls onto you. As everyone comes with all walks of life with different backgrounds, don't let others dictate your spending habits. The most important aspect here is to practice self-control and keep track of your spendings.
I always say that if you want to whale, well, first of all, make sure you have the money to waste, right? Treat this like gambling. Don't spend money you cannot afford to spend, right? Especially in gacha games, because you're basically never going to see that money back. It's not, at least in real life gambling, you at least have a small chance of getting your money back. Here, there's no chance. If you truly enjoy a game, right? Even if you're super casual and you just want to pull for the characters because you just really like a character, if they're what makes you happy, then sure, go ahead. You should be able to spend that money as long as money you can afford to spend. Whaling in gacha games is a very personal thing because gacha games are very personalized, or at least that's kind of how they're designed to be.
Yep, exactly. You can pay, you get something out of it. Exactly. It is pay to win. Right? This is why I'm like, nah, if you still have to pay to get to your goal, then yes, it is pay to win. Right? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if there's PvP or not. You can still pay and you get to your goal there.
To appeal to get players personally. So if you really want a character, a particular character, and the only way you can get them, or an easier way to get them is by spending money, sure, go ahead, right? You shouldn't have to be judged for that. you know, if that, but however, if it turns out that like spending money becomes like a psychological problem,
Yeah, single
for you, then
player,
you should
yeah, with
probably
the store
stop
on
doing
top.
that.
Yep.
Because at that point, if it's psychological, if it's something mental, then yeah,
It's
gonna be very
ridiculous,
difficult
yeah.
for you to be able to control that. But at the same time, it's like, as I still have to say, as long as you are prepared for what is a
But yeah, I don't know if you were here earlier, right? But like for an hour and a half, we tried to play Atelier Yumia. We tried. There's a reason why we're not playing it anymore. We tried though. Because performance is shit, and I just went and got issued the refund request. So now I have to wait like a week and a bit to get my refund. Cause like the game just was not playable. We gave it our best shot. I tried doing all sorts of things to the settings, right? For like looking like an upscaled PS3 game. No, not that one. The Atelier Yumia, no. This thing. Worst part is, look at the fucking pricing, man. All this shit, and then it's like, it still performs like ass. Goddamn, people getting fucking... The fuck is this? They need a... Why do they need a season's pass, man? Why the fuck does this shit need a season's pass? Right, I just got this thingy. And like, okay, surely it'll be fine. Right? Like, it looks like freaking PS3 level graphics. Which makes sense if they're, like, they release a game on the Switch too. You know, fine. But like, the thing was just straight up unplayable. It's just straight up unplayable, man. Constantly, not even like, it's like I can't even get stable 60 FPS. Right, like I throw everything at it. So I'm just like, nah. Maybe I'll check back on it at some point. Maybe. When it's playable. Because like, as is right now, unplayable. They had like their day one patch or whatever. And like, that still don't matter. The day one patch don't matter. So like, that's a rip. Like, it's just not good. And then apparently people are saying it looks better on PS5. Which is even more ridiculous. And there was like, someone in like Chinese in a discussion, they were talking about having issues on a 4090. And stuff like that too. It is just Pepega. It looks better because of Pisser, yeah, probably. Like, there's like no other, like, there's no upscaling shit anyways in there, in the PC one. But then, like, yeah, the PS5, you got Pisser. What a name, man. They got Pisser on the PS5.
is about to happen, and you are willing to accept the consequences that come your way, sure, go ahead and wail. But if you are not, if you don't think you're prepared, if you don't,
So we'll
think
just
you
go
can
through all
control
our
yourself,
reacts now.
once you know you spend money for the first time, and that again unleashes the floodgates for you, so to say, then maybe hold back.
As a saying from the gambling scene can often arise, know your limit, play within it. Thank you for tuning in. For the full version of the interview and other gacha discussion content, check out Tuhu's channel as well. Let me know what you agreed or disagree with, and as always, have fun out there.
Okay. Let's go to the next one then it was sent. There's this one. Oh yeah, we were like reading this the other day on Reddit.
Let me paint you a
Critical talked about it. Okay. Let's give it a look then,
scenario
because why
here.
not?
This is kind of like a gamer's version of Rorschach's. You have $600 lying around that you're saving for a rainy day. You live paycheck to paycheck, and it's emergency money for you and your fiance. But Genshin Impact has some new gacha coming out.
Yep.
What do? Do you let that money sit there idly, just
waiting to be spent, or do you take the initiative like a true level 100 raid boss and spend that $600 that you and your fiance have been saving on that Genshin Impact drop? There's only one right answer.
True raid boss,
and unfortunately,
sure.
the correct answer of spending the $600 of emergency funds on Genshin is getting this marriage in hot water. It's actively falling apart. Now, gamers are some of the most misunderstood creatures in the universe, but we're also the most advanced species, so I don't blame people for not always fully comprehending our methods. We can level up, we can emote, we can even make you come through the computer screen. Watch this. Sorry. But sometimes shit just goes cattywampus. And this is one of...
You spent 1.5 hours reassembling your ancient Ivy Bridge 24 core, okay. I mean, I can see why. I mean, what? Sandy Bridge, Ivy Bridge, right? Wait, no, you said Ivy Bridge. Like, Ivy Bridge Xeons are cheap, man. Right? Let's say we take, like, what? Ivy Bridge would be V2, right? Or V... Haswell is V3. Is it, like, what, V2? 18 core? Oh wait, no, this is Haswell. 18 core Haswell Xeon. 12 core here, 12 core here. $40, this is a pair. Right, then you get like a motherboard. Yeah, right here, 2690s. I found it. Yeah, like you were saying. You can get a pair of them for $40. And then you just need what? Xeon, Ivy. Bridge. Dual socket. Board. Get a dual socket board? It's 2011 it's, LGA 2011 dual socket motherboard. No, not a Dash 3. It's just OG LJ 2011. Like this. Right? $100. You have 24 cores. And then you just gotta get your RAM. Yeah, it's probably this one. It's probably this chipset. This is just LGA 2011. This is not V3. This is DDR3. Yeah, this one. Oh, that's true. Some of them are Sandy Bridge only. Yeah. Right, cause Haswell is X99. Haswell and Broadwell is X99. And then X299, I think it was, is the last things that also have the other thing, yeah. Yeah, C612 is for Haswell, yeah. No, isn't Broadwell compatible too? Pretty sure Broadwell is also on the same socket as the Haswell one. Pretty sure Broadwell and Haswell same. Yeah, I figured. I know how to read the freaking things on there. But like, yeah, it makes sense, you know, $100, then you spend like another $50, you get like 32 gigs of RAM or 64. And then there you go. I thought you could get like 28 or something. I don't remember. I don't remember how many were on Broadwell. Oh, that might have been Skylake that had 28 cores on one of them. Either way, it doesn't matter. Right? It's like, yeah, they're cheap. You could technically do that, you know. Yeah, 22 for LGA 2011 3. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is probably Broadwell. I think Haswell only went up to 18.
Of those stories. So this guy's fiance, his IRL life duos partner, found out that he spent $600 on Genshin, and it's not looking good.
Yep.
So his fiance finds out and tries to get a hold of him. We tune in the middle of this where he's saying, "Stop calling me." She insists that they need to talk right now.
Yeah, E7s, but no, yeah, those are a different socket, yeah. There are also like 4-core, like higher frequency ones that they use for a different thing that are also on multi-socket system as well. We had those back then. That would be on those sockets as well. You need to go apeshit to shove 8 of them. I know. Yeah, you can shove 8 of them in a single system. Thing is though, like AMD only supports up to dual socket on their stuff, but like
he says, "You're not being fair at all. I explained my boundaries to you, but you're not respecting them. This is exactly what Redacted says is abusive about you." So she says in caps lock, "You spent $600 on our credit card on a fucking game. I explained it already to you. $600 for 2 virtual characters you don't need without asking when we are paycheck to paycheck. That card was for emergencies with the Civic." And then he just drops a screenshot of one of the Genshin Impact characters that he bought. An interesting strategy. He tries to turn this around on her and begins calling her abusive here in a little bit, but he starts by saying, "I told you my boundaries and you're not respecting them."
monthly.
What the fuck? I told you I was going to spend all of our money on Genshin Impact. You can't be getting mad at me. You're not respecting the groundwork I've laid out here. I told you I was going to do this. What's the issue here? This is very unreasonable. You told me you wanted her too, but you aren't happy for me, LMFAO. I like how he puts like the...
Last year you saw a used 192 core 30... Wait, which CPU was it though? How many sockets? Cause like I know AMD, but there's no way it's not. It's no way it's not AMD Epic CPU with 192 cores. Oh, that's like, oh, it's a multi-socket system then. Yeah, cause you can get that on a single socket now. You mean 8 sockets? Yeah, 8 sockets. Understandable. You never used Farida, you got her level 73 pulls from Ascensions. Then why you even pull in the first place then? It's not like you were ever gonna use her, why even pull her in the first place? But honestly though, it's like, with a lot of these gachas, man, if I can't use the thing immediately, or if it takes like a bunch of pre-farming ahead of time, I'm more and more discouraged from pulling in general. Like, if it won't just let me actually play what little content these games actually have, and then move on, then come back later, the willingness for me to stay just slowly, it slowly, gradually just disappears. Yeah, like at least, yeah, 600. That's like 3 weeks worth of food, right? You could get like 3 weeks worth of food or something. Okay, 3 weeks. 3 weeks worth of groceries in my country for 600. Shit's really bad here in Canada, man. Like that's maybe 4 weeks if you're thing, but yeah. Oh yeah, the guy has a problem. It wasn't Genshin. It would be something else. Yeah. Yeah, it's just fucked up, man. The price of food and everything. Like. You know, it's crazy when you think about it. I remember, like, the other day, talking to my neighbor about something, right? And it's like, when she first immigrated to Canada, this would have been like, I don't know, 40, 50 years ago or something. It's like, how much was like rent and stuff, right? And how much was a TV, right? And it was like pointing at their TV because I was helping with them with something, right? Right, how much would have been like a crappy TV would have been, right? And it would have been like multiple months of like rent. But then now it's like, okay, so that TV you have there, right? That TV that they had, it's probably worth like $400, $500, And now it's like, okay, how many TVs can you buy for the price of rent? If you're like, thing now, because it's like, oh yeah, a lot of rent in like the city is like $3,000 for like one bedroom. And it's like, oh crap, now you can buy like 5 of those TVs. It's like, what the fuck? And then it's like, you know, before that, it's like, you know, you could probably buy, you know, a couple years worth of food for the price of like a crap TV. Now it's like, oh yeah, that crap TV is like 2 weeks worth of food. It's really fucked up when you think about it, right? Like, think about it. Why is it that the TV is cheap, relatively speaking? But then you look at food prices, and then you look at rent, it's like, what the fuck is this? Right, you think about it. Right, you think about it that way. It's silly. It's extremely silly. Yeah, back in the day, a car in a house would cost similar amounts. Maybe the house would cost double or triple, but now, like, the house is gonna cost, like, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 times? At least? Right? Even if you're, like, talking, like, getting a fucking, like, $100,000 car, it's like, okay, how much is that crappy house at the end of the street? You know, it's like, you could probably make the meme of, like, the kid with his mom. It's like, Mom, I want $1 million. And then, like, the mom's like, it's okay. No, dear, we have $1 million at home. And $1 million at home is just a crappy rundown house that needs a bunch of renovations and shit. Except that would still probably worth more than $1 million today, if we're gonna be realistic. Right? And that's like, what, like 10? Like, I mean, talking about like a nicer, more expensive car, that's like 10 times the price. And you get a rundown house. If you can even call it that. Hey, it's fucked up, man. Hey, it's fucked up. When you start putting things into perspective like that. Right? It's like, now like the luxuries are cheap, but the necessities are not. Like when you scale things relatively speaking. At least here, once you have the rent and a contract, they can't raise it until the contract ends and they have to get a new lease. Because like eventually that happens, right? You run through it, and then you have to sign a new lease again, and during that time they can raise it. Exactly, because they are cheaper there. Though you have to deal with the other issues there. Oh damn, that's nice. At least it's indefinite. But then you wish you were like born like 50 plus years earlier so you could get a cheaper lease.
The picture of the Genshin Impact character that he bought as like a, look at this. How can you be mad when I bought this for us? I did this for us. You said you wanted it too. How can you possibly be mad? So what? I spent all of our emergency money. Look at what we got for it. And
yeah, bizarre situation, yeah. They want them to downsize into a more fitting apartment. Exactly.
Genshin Impact.
Because they can abuse that. Simply because smaller would be more expensive. Yep.
Thanking me. I just love how he's saying that she should be happy for him. Like, oh my god, honey, I'm so proud you bought this Genshin character with all of our remaining emergency money. Oh my goodness. I've never loved you so much. And he goes on to say, actually, I am done. I am a 29-year-old man. I am allowed to make purchases without needing your permission. That is an abusive dynamic.
Alright, I'll see you around then, Zedmeister.
Blank explained that very well to me. Well, we're gonna jack out of the Matrix here for a moment here to digest that
he has a cool little
statement.
CRT in the background.
I like how he puts his foot down. I'm a 29...
like, is he playing some, like, older retro games and stuff? Is that a GameCube, maybe? Oh, no, Shaw, you had a GameCube back there. Look, there's a GameCube over there. You see it? There's a GameCube there. Is that an N64 as well? I think that might be a Dreamcast there, too. That might be a Dreamcast. Well, yeah, because... Yeah, it is nice, because they draw things line by line. Yeah, time to play Melee. No wonder he got a CRT. No wonder he has a CRT over here.
39-year-old man if I want to waste $600 on Genshin Impact characters with money that we have been saving for emergencies while living paycheck to paycheck, then damn it, as a man, I'm gonna do it! And he, like, rips his shirt.
But yeah, like, sometimes I do miss CRTs as well.
Like Hulk Hogan style. In his mind, I bet this went so hard, he's like, I'm putting on the big boy britches this time. No, no, no. I'm a man! I'm a man! I can buy Genshin Impact characters all day till the cows come home if I want to. I don't need your permission. I am a hunter-gatherer. I gather Genshin Impact characters. Yeah, where's my juice box? And then he has the chutzpah to say that this is an abusive dynamic from her for getting upset at him for spending all of their emergency money on Genshin.
I mean, I'm young for them too, but like... It's not like I didn't... So, like, oh yeah, I guess this is, I guess I can talk about yesterday. So, like, the other day, actually, I remember talking about, like, a couple months back, like, the old TV we had in the living room, which was one of the early, it was an early, like, higher-end Sony Bravia HD TV. Right? Flat screen from the time. In, like, next year... It would be 20 years old, that TV. This old Sony Bravia TV, right? And for the past couple of months, the TV would occasionally, the actual processing chip inside would overheat. But like during when it was cold in the winter, it wouldn't overheat. So like, we wouldn't have the issue. But what would happen is like, the blue and the green light levels would act wonky whenever the TV was overheating. And for a while, because, like, the only one who uses it is my mom. And, like, she wanted to get a new TV. Right? So, like, eventually... I think it was, like, a week ago. Not even a week ago. It was, like... No, she ordered it on, like, Sunday... was it Sunday morning or whatever, I think it was? So, it was, like, the beginning of the week. She ordered a TV. It was supposed to arrive in, like, 3 weeks. It came on Wednesday. Right, so on Thursday, whatever, we were like clearing out, we put the TV up, the new one, so she ended up buying an LG TV. Surely that's what those crazy people are talking about with their genders or whatever, the LG 4K UHD TV plus blah blah blah, right? That's what they talk about. Anyways, got it set up, but like, we didn't have a smart TV before. Right, and the reason why is, yeah, so we go and try the thing out. The smart TV features are so awful, man. I'm like, how the hell do people use this shit? It's like so slow and stuff. And like by default, they shove ads down your throat. And I'm like, yeah, fuck this. We're blocking it from the network access. And then like trying to switch the input is kind of pepega. Because like, when you're pushing the thing on the remote, right? It's like, okay, now we got this cursor to pop up, and now we have to like navigate to like the input we want. Meanwhile, like before in the older TV, you could just push the button, the input button. It would switch to the next one, or if you pushed and tapped it multiple times, it would let you cycle through the list. Right? And then here's the thing, man. Fuck the smart shit. They're terrible. It's like, here's the reality, right? The reality is the really, really old computer that we have plugged into the TV, right? So it's like running an old Sandy Bridge, was it? Yeah, it's like, yeah, Sandy Bridge. It's running an old Sandy Bridge i7 CPU with 6 cores, whatever. Right, it was on the X79 platform. It was my old computer from a long time ago, right? Right, it had there's a GTX 1060 that we threw in there, right? Just to be like a display out. And that's there, right? So the actual CPU is what? You know, it's like 14 years old or something? Anyways, that's besides the point. That old piece of crap computer is still like running circles. It still runs fucking circles around the fucking smart TV features in there. Alright, and it's like, what the fuck? How the hell is it losing to like some old ass Intel CPU? Yeah, it's not like a crappy old ass one, but like, you know, it only runs at like 3 gigahertz or something, the CPU core, the clock speed or something. 3 point something, I forget what it was. Not like it matters, because all it does is like run a web browser and play stuff off a media server. It doesn't need that much. Yeah, it's still really usable. But like, even that, and trying to use the smart TV's features is just painful. It is extremely painful. Right? But yeah. Also upgraded the size. Because like we had an old 40 inch, we went to 50. We didn't get the OLED though because considering how my mom uses the TV and how half the time she sometimes likes to like sit there and watch something, then falls asleep, doesn't turn it off, and then like, you know, like the next day happens, it's like it's been like sitting idle on like, you know, with like the Windows UI elements on there for like 8+ hours, like left alone, right? I'd feel like she'd probably destroy the TV and burn it in like a month tops. So I'm like, yeah, let's not get the OLED version because she probably would get it to burn in. Right? So we got like, so she ended up spending, I think it was like a $600 TV. She got it on sale, but yeah. Like, she's going to end up burning it in. It's like, you know, probably not a great idea. Now, I have like I'll just play shit on my own monitor, man. Like, I could hook up stuff to game on it, but like, you know. And yeah, sure, you can technically game on the computer there. It doesn't have much RAM on it. It has like 8 gigs of DDR3 RAM in it. I don't remember what happened with the other sticks when we moved it to her, but whatever. You don't need that much anyways. And there's a 1060 in there, but like, sure. Like, I could probably grab my 1080 and swap out the 1060 with the 1080, but it's not like it's gonna matter. Yeah. But like, either way, it's not like I'm gonna game on it. Right? I'm not gonna just like unplug my peripherals as well and plug them into the computer there to game on it, then to unplug everything, then bring it back and just use it on the computer in my room. Like, I could also use Steam Link and just stream from my Steam Deck to the TV as well. Like, I could do that too. But like, yeah. Nothing good, yeah. That's why. Right? You gotta look up FFmpeg, works with NDI, okay. But like, this is why there's a computer there, man. There's a reason why we have a computer hooked up to the TV. Because the reality is, the TV isn't really used as a TV. It's just used as a giant glorified monitor. Right? That's just in the living room. It's just a big monitor. You can just run Linux? Well, yeah. Right, but like, let's be real. That's what it gets used as, right? It's just a big monitor. And like, well, the thing that's annoying too is like having to like dig through like all the settings and stuff just to disable all of the garbage in there. Oh, that's a rip. But yeah. Honestly, I just wish we could just, instead of buying TVs, man, I wish we could just get bigger monitors to just stick there. Because, like, honestly, having to deal with all the garbage, worthless smart TV features is annoying. Just like, even then, like, switching the inputs, it's like extra button presses. There's a bit of extra delay when you turn it on as well. Because it's like, I gotta load the stupid smart TV features that we don't need. Yeah, even the modern dumb TVs, yeah. The thing is, though, at least it's better because I don't have to deal with the garbage processing. So you can play Final Fantasy VII in HD in SD mode, yeah. CRT 27-inch with today's tech. Yeah, a nice, like, a CRT, like a more modern CRT would be nice. I miss those, but like, my god, those things are massive and heavy. But like, yeah, the thing is too, like, the distance, like, in my bed, you know, that I'm sitting against my monitor on an arm, like, technically speaking, my main display here, if I was sitting on the couch, it's about the same size as looking at my 50-inch, the 50-inch there, as me sitting down in my bed with my monitor arm out on my own 30-inch monitor, my 4K 30-inch monitor. So it's like, you know, I already get the nice, big experience or whatever, because my monitor is closer to me anyways. Because of where I am in there, and I'm also in bed, so there's that too. But yeah, we got the TV set up there, right? As nice as the TV looks, because it's an upgrade from the old 1080p TV to a 4K display, right? A 4K one. But like, if we could completely remove all the smart features, we would have done that. Because like, they suck. For the lulz though, because like there's a built-in Plex app on the LG TV. I tried to see if I could play stuff off my media server. And the processor in it is so bad, a lot of the stuff on my media server cannot be played. It will show it up with all the information and stuff like that, but as soon as I try to click play, it gives me an error. Which is sad in Pepega, but like, it's not like it matters because I could also just run the Plex app on the computer that's plugged into the TV anyways. But yeah, it is what it is.
Should impact characters. This is like a pretty classic thing where they try and like spout therapy words at the other person to like belittle them or make it feel like it's their fault. So he's going for some big bold strategies. Yes, I said I want Farina. I didn't say we should spend hundreds to get constellations. You are a fucking addict. You already spent all our Christmas money on it.
Damn.
You're snooping into your fiance's purchases. You should take a look at yourself. She flips the bird at him and then says, "This is a shared card that I set up for emergencies and you went behind my back. Why don't you tell Redacted about your gambling addiction to video game characters?" He just says, "A." That's like a classic anime, like, Actually, Redacted told me all about your coercion, and I believe you are a narcissist personality. That is why you are continuing to try and control me and control my financial decision-making. You know this is my values, and I have had Farina as my wallpaper forever. I refuse to be verbally abused for being myself. I'm battling anxiety, and you do not care at all. There's a lot that just went on here. So he tries to make her feel bad for looking into the finances, saying you should look at yourself, which is a crazy thing to say when it's a shared credit card that she set up and you went behind her back to use that money for yourself. Like, it's not like she was snooping. She set it up, and it is your joint credit card with her, so of course she's going to see it. We then get into some real pathetic stuff where he calls her a narcissist that's trying to control him and control his financial decision-making. Brother, this isn't financial decision-making, this is Neanderthal caveman gooner brain. This guy's saying that he's had Farina as his wallpaper forever, so he had to indulge in this obsession. Brother, it makes you sound like fucking Gollum with your Precious, where he's like touching his phone, like petting Farina's wallpaper. Okay. You don't get it. I've had this for my wallpaper forever. I had to waste our money on it. How can you be so heartless? You know I'm battling anxiety. And wasting all of our money on Farina, that helps. Farina's the only thing that can cure my anxiety.
This is victim blaming,
Do you want me to suffer? Is that what you want? I'm a 29-year-old
pro-victim blaming.
I have to spread my wings sometime and waste all of our money on Genshin Gacha. You know this. I set those boundaries, you narcissist. He just has the gall to call her verbally abusive and controlling and a narcissist. Meanwhile, this unhinged goober just wasted $600 of their emergency funds for virtual Genshin characters.
All of it
It's
gone.
Unbelievably pitiful. And he tries to blame her for not respecting his battle with anxiety. Hey, buddy, you know what's going to make that anxiety much worse? Having $0. I think that's going to make it a lot worse. Farina's not going to come to your rescue. She's not real. Sorry to hit you with the cold water. All you're doing is digging yourself into a deeper hole, and now you're losing your fiance over it as well because you couldn't resist the urge to waste your money with her on this game behind her back. Everything
100%
pops off
manipulation
here
tactics.
in Act 4 of this. He spirals
Oh, there's
out
more.
of control.
There's
I
more.
don't want to get married to you. I'm not talking on the phone. So now
Okay.
he's the one calling the marriage off. If
Damn.
you can't respect me wasting all of our money on Farina and Genshin Impact characters, then we're just not meant to be, you narcissist. You thought you could control me? You can't control me. I'm like Michael Jordan in his prime. You can't control me. You can only hope to contain me, but you can't do that either because I'm hard addicted to Genshin Gacha.
Okay.
And I will waste all of the money that I ever see in my life on it. I emailed screenshots for my appointment tomorrow. Thank you. I emailed screenshots for my appointment tomorrow. Thank you for giving me a horrible anxiety attack and ruining
What appointment? What?
my night. And no, I didn't do a fucking thing with Farina yet because of your calls. That's heartbreaking.
Uh-huh.
I spent all this money on Farina, and you yapping and blabbering about how bad and big of a deal it is has prevented me from spending time with Farina. You proud of yourself now? I didn't even get to use Farina yet. As he's like shedding tears, profusely crying in his bathtub. She then makes a threat that sends him off the rails. This was threatening the nuclear option. She said, I'll call Capital One and dispute the charge. Your account will be banned. I have no doubt when he read that,
I thought he said he was already leaving regardless. The fuck? He said he doesn't want to get married anymore.
His heart sank. Hit the pit in his stomach, expanding to a black hole in his soul. All the color in his world turned to gray as he was faced with the possibility of losing Farina. He said, try it. You'll lose me forever. Why? I'm going to Scottsdale for the night. Stop calling me for 12 hours and we can talk then. Good night. Will you please answer my mom? Please? So, during this, his mom, I guess, was trying to get involved. Like, how can you do this to my son? According to the fiance here, his family started calling her abusive for this, which is crazy that even his family doesn't understand how bad it is to waste the emergency money on fucking Genshin Impact characters. So his mom, I guess, was trying to call to give her a piece of her mind, an earful on this. Like, how unreasonable can you be to my son, you abusive narcissist? And then he tries to do the old Jekyll and Hyde routine, so he comes back and says, I apologize for my reaction.
He's not addicted, he's just committed, sure.
I have to do better.
Sure he is.
You don't need to dispute the charges. I'll get you the money soon. Redacted can spot me 600 tonight, so you can text him your Venmo. Anxiety really bad. Redacted, please. That damn anxiety using him like a goddamn fleshlight here. He treats anxiety like he's trapped in a fucking genjutsu. I love how everything about him changed once she...
Yeah, that's true. You can easily manipulate. Just hold this thing hostage. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, how these people could get themselves married is crazy.
Threatened to dispute the charge.
It is ridiculous.
He might lose Farina. No, don't do that. Please, don't do anything drastic. We can still come back from this. Look, don't. Without Farina, I have nothing. I have nothing. So now he's getting his mom on the horn, like, Mom, we have to save Farina. He's treating it like a hostage negotiation now.
Yeah,
he's like,
both
I'm sorry,
are crazy,
I'm so sorry. Look, don't dispute the charges. Don't dispute the charges. I'll get the $600 another way. Anything but that. Please, God, no, don't do it. My anxiety is really bad. Look, it's just bad anxiety. Anxiety is what caused all of this. Look, we don't need to do anything like this. It doesn't have to be this extreme. Anyway, though, that's the whole text journey, but the poster did give a bit of an update. The marriage is off, and he's blocked her, but is still actively playing Genshin Impact on Discord, so he's at his mom's house doing that. She did get $600 sent to her, so she was able to get that back and lock the
Okay, so they got the 600
account, which is good. And also it's good that they, got this out of the way before they were fully married, because this would have been a disaster if this had happened during the marriage. That would have made it a lot messier. So pretty rough situation overall, but at least it came before it was, fully, kaput in the books as a marriage. So she got to get out of it before things got too hairy.
Yeah, that's the thing, man.
What an interesting adventure. That's about it. So yeah.
Yeah, that just makes it worse. Sending a picture of your friend to your wife is the equivalent of sliding a $1 bill to a security guard to get access to the White House. Yeah, it is just... damn. I guess you could say Genshin really impacted his relationship. It really did have an impact. The fuck? Why did they put... You see how crazy these guys are for clickbait? They're gonna add like a random other person to attach to it? The fuck you have to do with it? Alright, we got this Digimon stuff. I don't really know much about Digimon. But let's give it a go. Oh, it's been around for 25 years. Okay. The animation, okay. We saw we saw this thing. We saw this earlier, but that's it. And then there's more stuff here. Alright, let's go through them. It kind of like reminded me of like an old yeah, it was a quick one. It kind of reminded me like an old Power Rangers like opening, but you replace it with fucking Yasuke and whatever the other bitch's name is. Alright, it reminds me of like a freaking Power Rangers thing. The old Power Rangers stuff. I guess that was like the whole angle they were going for there. I don't know. That's just what it felt like to watch. The English voice acting is not good. Goddamn PS1 level. That's sad. That is sad.
Yagami Taichi-san, Ishida Yamato-san to.
Takeru, お話の続き書いてるの?
Okay.
ああ、そうだよ。
Digimon Adventure Beyond, okay.
きっかけになった頃の話なんだ。
ああ、あの時のことか。
Thanks, Yuri. Please let me handle it from here.
What is that English?
What's your name? I'm Yorihida, a Japanese high schooler. The two guys in the front are Taichi Yagami and Yamato Ishida.
This English. So yeah, game could have been better received if it was a parody game, not historically accurate. Exactly! If they made it a parody game, it would have been fine.
太一も英語くらい喋れるようになっとけよ。就職にも有利なんだから。
フランス語なら少しできるんだけど
Okay,
な。
you can speak French.
うち
Cool.
のじいさんとこ行ってたんだっけ？
それよりヤマト、免許持ってるとは知ってたけど、国際免許まで取ってたのか？
じいさんの遺言でな。お前も免許だけでもあれば。
I guess it is.
いざとなったらアニメの制作進行に就職もできるぞ。
I don't really pay attention to Digimon though.
外からだ。
Behind us だけ。
It has 3 damn.
有利のクワガーモンじゃない。また来る。
All by same Korean dev, damn.
スマホからでもゲート開けるんだよな。ええ、ネット接続さえできればですが。電波来た。ゲート開けより、その子とお前だけでも先に行くんだ。でも迷ってる暇はねえ。わかりました。デジタルゲートオープン。 OK, you go first.
ちょっと。
俺たちはどうするの？
決まってるだろ。
いけるな、アグモン。
もちろん。
Okay. Okay, you can evolve again, I guess. It's like Pokemon on roids. Okay. You don't know if this happens before the Reboot Adventure 1 and 2, or is this after try? I don't know. I never played Riza. I tried to play the Yumia, Atelier Yumia. The port is so awful. We returned it. We straight up like tried for an hour and then we returned it because like it was just not working, man. Atelier Yumia. It was just not working. This thing. And it has mixed reviews. It had so many issues, man. Time Strange is gonna have over 450. Only 450? Isn't it like Pokemon at like 1030 or something? Yeah, we already watched that. You missed it. The thing is, we already knew about that because we were talking about it like 2 days ago. The last stream before this one, before we ended it, we were talking about it. As like it was being posted. We saw it already. Like we saw the thing, yeah. Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. Over 1,500, but the games never have all of them. I see. Fair enough. Who the hell used the money for that? Well, you saw someone who did that. Hey, for trash. They're all trash. Okay. Hey, I can still call them trash. Hey, remember, I even have a C6R5 of them. I'll still call them trash. Try they were in their college years. This one seems to be after that. Okay, I don't follow Digimon. I know of Digimon, but I don't follow it at all. I'm gonna guess this is just an anime opening for it. They had a public test server like EVE Online used to have before 2023. They did. It wasn't public though. They did have a test that wasn't public, but yeah, there is even footage of it. If you've seen early footage of ToF, it's a lot different than what we got. But it's out there. Oh, you mean a permanent public test server, huh? Yeah, Blizzard does that with WoW too. They have like a test server like that.
信じてる人たちがいる限りな。
頑張れよ、俺。
頼りにしてるぞ。
任しといて。よーし、行くぜ。
Yeah, Blizzard does that too with WoW. They've had that for like a long time. This is just an anime thing. I probably shouldn't have played these. He's probably gonna get copyright later and I have to deal with that. Alright, we got Plants vs. Zombies here. Yeah, it destroyed the IP because like everyone forgot about it after the first game because of what happened with Plants vs. Zombies 2.
Plants vs. Zombies 1 was
Plants vs. Zombies 1 though was cool, man. That was a cool game, but yeah, fuck EA, exactly.
video game perfection. Reviewers couldn't find even one thing wrong with its simple, addictive gameplay.
Yep.
Compare this to the recent Plants vs. Zombies 3, which people—
Wait, there's a third one now? I didn't realize they kept making more. I thought they only made Plants vs. Zombies 2 and that shooter spin-off thing on Xbox. But yeah. I never played Plants vs. Zombies 2. I think you can get like a modded APK though to play all the content. But yeah. 3 in development, I see.
have called a game that straight up comes from a garbage can, in which watching 30-second ads for double coin rewards is more fun than the game itself.
That is sad. Watching a 30-second ad for double coin rewards is more fun than the game.
let's explore how Plants vs. Zombies eventually lost its way from an amazing tower defense game fallen to the extremely predatory mobile game landscape. Firstly, what made the original so damn good? At a price of just $2.99 in the App Store, with no ads or extra in-game purchases, Plants vs. Zombies 1 was simply amazing value. The easy first level gets players addicted immediately.
Yeah, it's like very easy to play, very simple, and it was fun with the OG Plants vs. Zombies.
One level, the game already indoctrinates you into its gameplay cycle flawlessly and in a fun way.
With one 5-star review writing.
Yeah, you played the modded one? Yeah, I figured you did. I've heard about that. I've never played it, but I've heard of it.
I won't say that the game is a cakewalk, but it isn't particularly challenging either.
Yeah.
Still, the game offers enough mental stimulation that I never once grew bored.
They have the extra mini games as well afterwards, too.
Offering loads of different plants, zombies, and music, with comments stating the soundtrack alone is enough to make you want the game.
Yeah.
This makes it so entrancing that people can play for hours, which led to crazy commercial success. In addition to almost
you can
perfect
replay
reviews,
for hours, even though the game is like, what, 4 hours long or something? 3-4 hours long? Yeah, I have the game on the DS, and I have it on PC. It was great. I played it a lot back in the day.
vs. Zombies became the highest rated App Store product, having sold more than 300,000 copies in its first 9 days available, a new App Store launch record. Developers expanded the game to 13 other platforms, creating so much success for PopCap Games that'd be bought by EA for $650 million. Yep,
they got
EA. The company with such an extreme reputation for greed, there's an entire Wikipedia page dedicated to criticism of the company. People have called their use of microtransactions a plague, which sadly began to infect Plants vs. Zombies, because on the 15th of August 2013, Plants vs. Zombies 2 came out, with one key difference compared to the first.
PopCap found a way to cram this game with as many in-app purchases and microtransactions as humanly possible, to the point where it's too much of a hindrance for me to actually enjoy the game.
Plants vs. Zombies 2 features microtransactions. Unlike in the previous entries to the series, new plants can be purchased with real money, as well as upgrades and coins. These items can also be bought in bundles to save some money. Certain plants could only be accessed using cold hard cash.
Oh, so you want the jalapeno? Damn, you gotta pay. You want the snow peas? Oh, rip. Torchwood, rip. That's crazy, man. $3 to get your fire pea shooters, man.
And while coins could be naturally earned in-game, you could pay up to $52 to instantly unlock them. The Pirate Seas and Wild West levels can also be unlocked without earning all of the required stars. They cost $5.49 each to instantly access. More controversial for whatever reason was the game's new art style. People argued that every single character looked to be designed by a totally different person, each of whom had their own way of drawing. There's full videos dedicated to the poorly designed plants, with the excessive discussion about this flaw being a meme within the community. This was because they'd hired a whole new team of designers, and under suspicious circumstances fired George Fan, who designed PvZ1 all by himself. Well, an article later confirmed EA fired Plants vs. Zombies creator for refusing microtransactions in the sequel, explaining that George had lost his job as he didn't agree with the pay-to-win model. He'd partially confirmed this by tweeting, regarding recent rumors, it is true I was laid off by EA/PopCap, and also true that I was against making PvZ2 a freemium game. That's all I'll say on the matter for now. Sure do miss paying for a game once, and unlocking cool things by actually, you know, playing that game. You and me both, man. These elements led to videos claiming Plants vs. Zombies 1 is better than Plants vs. Zombies 2, but that's not to say that the second game was awful. It featured so many different plants it's hard to even count them, and offered 312
that's a lot.
levels compared just 50.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
These
Yeah.
PvZ2 levels were each set at varying levels of difficulty, better serving a wider range of players. The second game therefore also received amazing feedback, with critics stating the game is just as enjoyable without spending a dime, and that you'll only need to pay if you're exceptionally impatient or just not very good at these kind of games. The microtransaction model also meant the game was totally free, leading to 25 million downloads in the first 2 weeks, more than PvZ1 had achieved in 4 years. In fact, according to
Paid reviewers,
HeyOJ,
yeah.
for every dollar the original was making, PvZ2 made 26,000.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
They'd therefore make the original free for every player, although this meant people would be paying with their time.
Yeah, they made the original free, but then it got ads. God damn. There are plans in PvZ2 that are so OP which you can get on events. I
free
see.
now, which naturally means that the game absolutely bombards you with ads. God, I love
I mean, there is a way to get around the ads, but like, unless you feel like running your own Pi-hole server to block all the ads, you're not gonna get unblocked.
mobile games. There are ads before and after levels now, and even during, where the game tries to distract you as much as possible to watch a video.
God damn, they put a fucking ad where you would grab the sun
for an extra item.
Before every level, you have to watch an unskippable ad, then sit there prompted to download what you watched. At the end of every level, you're forced to briefly play a different mobile game, with the hope that you'll download it later. Items can be earned by watching further ads, which are even so.
Oh, you have to watch an ad to get the rake. God damn.
To those who initially paid for the game. You could say it's even more annoying than the microtransaction model, which was earning so much money for PvZ2 that start to build Plants vs Zombies 3. In the meantime, developers took a detour and put out Plants vs Zombies Garden Warfare. This third-person shooter was certainly different, but extremely well received, achieving
I heard it was well
reviews
received
of
before.
7 out of 10 or higher.
Except for that one 6.5 out of 10 from Game Informer. Oh wait, no, there's a 69 out of 100 from Metacritic on the 360.
Garden Warfare was surprisingly amazing. I remember spending definitely over 500 hours grinding it as a kid. They'd therefore released Garden Warfare 2, which was even more successful than the first, confirming the third-person shooter style was perfect for the series. So when they announced what was basically Garden Warfare 3, developers likely expected another successful title. It was called Plants vs Zombies Battle for Neighborville, which featured an epic trailer in 2019, gaining
What the
over
hell happened to
15
the
million
plans?
views
The art style on there is even like more Pepega, man.
from super excited fans, but with people eventually stating,
"This whole trailer was fantastic and I love it. Too bad I love the trailer more than the game."
The game was a total flop. Plants vs Zombies Battle for Neighborville is one of the worst games you've never heard of.
I didn't even know that was a thing,
this called it a complete and utter disaster in almost every way, and one
like
of, if not the worst multiplayer game I've
It
played
ruined
in
it, man.
2019. It referenced problems such as bugs and graphical errors, textures and map designer absolutely.
It could give Sonic 06 a run for its money. Man, the fact that they compare it to Sonic 06 and they're saying it's even worse than Sonic 06. Now that's an unmakeable right there. God damn.
Absolutely horrible, whilst the characters all control awfully and feel very unenergetic, since the sound design is absolutely garbage. Then, of course, there were the microtransactions.
These need to be unlocked, and the way you unlock these characters is through a specific challenge called giving EA $30. But the game
$30 to get the character, damn.
already costs $30 to.
So you have to buy each character for 30, but you already paid 40.
You expect
Oh
players
yeah,
to
for
spend
sure,
that
man.
twice in order to play the new characters?
As mentioned, the game already cost $40, but demanded an extra $30 to unlock every character, which could be unlocked by grinding the game, but would take about 3 months.
3 months to earn, damn.
To earn one costume. Players therefore dismissed the game completely, writing as a
Damn.
player who played the 2 previous games of this one, I can say that this
Rip.
game is a joke on the Plants vs Zombies franchise. Bad graphics, boring gameplay, boring characters. Compared to Garden Warfare 1 and 2, this game is very bad. They'd therefore stop updating it after only 11 months.
Damn.
Leading to comments like, it is so sad how fast this game died.
Yeah,
if
it
it had
didn't
a
even
little more
last a
time to
year.
develop and didn't have microtransactions, then it would have never disappeared. But apparently the franchise didn't learn their lesson, as during that very same year, Plants vs Zombies 3 was nearing completion. They'd had 7 full years since PvZ2, setting high expectations for PvZ3. However, when the first bit of gameplay was posted to YouTube, people instantly disliked it. PvZ1, skill. PvZ2, wallet. PvZ3,
Don't download it, yeah.
Why? For starters, the game...
Wait, the sunflower is completely isolated? What the fuck is this art? As well, what the fuck? Wait, you have less plants and stuff now as well? What the fuck happened here? Right, like what the fuck happened here, man? No flowers feels like idle game now, yeah.
Game was now in portrait, which to be honest...
And now it's in portrait as well. I didn't even realize that. Like, yeah, it's in portrait. What the fuck? Now it's in portrait. You have this.
Honest was probably more convenient, but at the same time it looked extremely weird.
Yeah, it looks really, really weird. Honestly, you know what? Fine, make it portrait. Add like 3 more lanes. Right? Why not give them 3 more lanes then? 3 or 4 more lanes to fill it up. So it doesn't look dead and empty. Oh, true. Add on the top, add on the bottom. And because it's on the bottom, they'll accidentally click on the ad.
The lawn is literally horizontal.
Yeah.
Why? Why is the display vertical? The game had also gone
Big
from
brain.
2D to 3D and had another change in art style.
Yeah, what the fuck is this art, man?
Prompting memes such as this. It is evolving just backwards.
Yeah.
The new pea shooter model looked absolutely awful, which sadly couldn't be upgraded
By upgraded graphics for 60.
through microtransactions. With videos like Plants vs Zombies 3 is mechanically broken, gaining over 2 million views, PvZ3 was taken off the App Store. They'd re-release it 1 year later, to which people said compared to the alpha this looks great, however again it still wasn't good enough.
Nope.
This happened again in 2020.
Hi Kusanagi, I've been doing fine. We changed my mic a little bit again, but yeah, it's been a while. We tried to play the new Atelier game earlier. But the keyword is tried. Because the thing is so bad. Like, it's so unplayable that I actually refunded the game already. Yeah, so we tried for like an hour and a half to try to actually play the game. The performance was so abysmal that I just straight up refunded the game. Like, the whole plan was I just played the game the whole time this stream. But, like, it was so bad that I just refunded it. They wanted, like, so much, and the thing, like, runs like a piece of crap. People literally complaining on, like, with a 4090 as well on, like, the Steam community hub about it being, like, so poorly optimized. Like, the port is so bad. You know what? The Koei Tecmo PC port is so bad. Clouded Leopard Entertainment's PC ports. PC ports from Clouded Leopard Entertainment are better. Like, their port is so bad that, like, PC ports from Clouded Leopard Entertainment are better. It is so bad. It's like I just call it straight up unplayable. Yeah, I'm scared too, man. Somehow, like, even an awful port like the one we played. How far back do we have to go? When I tried to play East 10, the Chinese version, a year ago. That one, I was at least able to actually 100% the game. I still somehow 100%ed the game, man. Like, when CLE does a better job, you're fucked, man. How the fuck they end up being worse than CLE? He's like, what's surprising, man. And like the thing is, I still 100%ed the game. Under like the delisted one. I'm like, how bad could it be? Cause like, here's the thing. CLE's port was so bad, the game got removed from Steam. It was so bad they removed it from Steam. Okay? It was straight up delisted. I heard about that. They went to all that was a PS Vita. We're talking about, but like this was a lot more playable. Like at least I actually got my stable 60 FPS. I didn't even get my frame drops, but I got a bunch of crashes. The game kept crashing every like once in a while. Get along pretty well. Like I would crash like once or twice per stream, at least. Maybe even more than that. But at least it actually ran at a proper frame rate. Right? That said though, like if you wanted to ever play East 10, you play the not Chinese version, you play the English version. The English version actually has a really good port. But like you know, what's the thing called again? PH3 does a good job porting these Japanese games. These guys, PH3, their ports are good. They even added multiplayer in a game that wasn't supposed to have it. This game has multiplayer in it, and it's only exclusive to the PC version from PH3. They freaking modded multiplayer into this game. Even though it's not supposed to be multiplayer, they added multiplayer because why not? The guys who did this port, they were like, yeah, fuck it, let's flex. We'll add multiplayer into it. Same thing with East 9. They added multiplayer into that one. And even on East 8, in their port. They were like, yeah, why not? We'll add in multiplayer into it, even though it's completely unnecessary, not part of the game. They basically freaking created a multiplayer mod. Because why not? I get, even if they wanted to, I guess, just to flex. Because, yeah, their port is actually quite good. This version, not the Clouded Leopard Entertainment version. Right, if I look this up, and I look at the other East 10... not that one. I'm looking for the one that was released earlier. Where is it? Oh, we should have just went back to Clouded Leopard Entertainment. That would be this one. Oh, the reviews finally changed because they fixed the game. They fixed it eventually. It only took until after the English version released to fix the game. I bet they probably just asked to get some of the code from the port from the English version and then put it in the Chinese version. I wouldn't be surprised. Because, yeah. Like, you can see, a lot of the early reviews of this version are really bad. They're not great. Wait, Splatoon servers are on Windows 98? What the fuck? Windows 98. That's crazy. That's crazy. What's next? They're on, hardware that came out before I was born as well. And they're not just using an old-ass operating system on them. They're even using hardware that old. That would be hilarious.
2022, then again in 2024, receiving the
And Windows 98, not even the NT kernel. That's the crazy part. They're not even on the NT kernel. Right? If we're talking Windows 98, not even on NT.
feedback at every single point. The game was simply boring.
There is just nothing to do in this game, man, besides grind the stupid main quest that just sucks. 90-something levels of doing the same thing over and over and over is so boring.
I've just spent 3 hours playing the 4th beta of PvZ3, and I gotta say, how does EA get away with this?
10,000% dumbed down. No more collecting plants, no more input on plant choosing. Sun is now worth 1, and plants cost 1 to 5. Animations feel capped at 10 FPS. Gameplay feels unfun.
The game is 10,000% dumbed down, no more collecting plants, no more input on plant choosing, sun is now worth 1 and plants cost 1 to 5 plus, animations feel capped at 10 FPS, gameplay feels unfun. Others complained it just had a scummy feeling.
Right out of the gate, it seems to just have that manipulative mobile game feel about it. You know that feeling.
Everything about this game feels off. It's like I'm watching an App Store ripoff of PvZ. As a result, it's still in development 5 years after its first alpha launch.
Well, what do you expect, man? If it was an auto battle, you would have played. Sure you would have, man. Sure you would have. Sure you would have. Alright, what else is here? We got NVIDIA's. This is NVIDIA's world. Okay.
Would be used.
Oh yeah, I watched some of it before when I was working on something else.
To solve scale up.
But then I wasn't paying attention to it. I think I was watching it while I was like using it to test to make sure stuff was working when I was setting up that TV that we upgraded to. But yeah, it would be all about collecting plants. But what about the zombies part? You forget about the zombies. What's next? Gacha plans? Yeah, I thought they already would have done that, honestly. I feel like they probably already did that in like that other in one of their spin-offs, if not Plants vs Zombies 2. I don't know, I never played. It was their attempt, but yeah, shit. I think Garden Warfare was at least okay with how it's received, but like the third one was like just bad.
Scaling up, scale up, scale out.
Scale up, okay.
Scale it up, scale it out, scale up, scaled up, scale up, and scaled it out.
Yeah, there's already that for cookie gotchas, yeah.
In that way, AI again.
AI?
Thank you. All right, let's start that over, shall we? Somebody talk to me. I need feedback. What happened?
What do you mean he's looking like a clown? He's the whole circus.
Human to talk to. Janine, I know it's not your fault, but talk to me. We got.
Wait. Well, what happened to his other leather jacket? Didn't he get that shinier one? What happened? What happened? What happened to his shinier leather jacket? What happened to his leather jacket with all the tessellation and all the shiny shit on it? What happened to that leather jacket? Why is he wearing his older leather jacket? What happened? Did he gain weight too? That's why he can't zip it up too? He had to bribe people in Denny's. Stocks went down and he wore that. Oh no. There goes his leather jacket. There goes his leather jacket.
2 minutes left.
Right, it's like what happened to the leather jacket?
NVIDIA's GTC keynote was today, and it's not just the AI that's going to be taking jobs after this one. This is an example of a transceiver.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, a fiber optic network transceiver, yep.
They did a very good job tangling this up for me.
Yeah, I've seen these.
Thank you.
And this is their presentation, man. They get all of this and he's still not prepared? What the fuck? Right? Like, what? He just comes out, yeah. Like, what? Why is he untangling it during his presentation? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, why can't he just show it on the big screen too, right? What the hell they have this big screen in the background for?
Okay. This is where you gotta turn reasoning on.
No. Nope, they're still tangled.
The classic Jensen Huang, who did this to me moment of a keynote.
Yep.
NVIDIA's back in the news today after a 2-hour-long marathon of a presentation where it talked about RTX Pro GPUs, AI and data center solutions, and a lot of other stuff. And the mainstream media outlets and financial reporters of the world, which is really bizarre that NVIDIA is interesting to them now still for me. I've been covering NVIDIA as a gaming company forever, but now it's interesting to everybody. And that includes the financial reporters in the world. And they could not possibly be giddier about the extreme monopolistic position that NVIDIA is growing into.
You know, Dan just mentioned the competition coming, and obviously we saw a deceleration.
Stacey, you know, it's interesting.
Yeah.
You just said, what competition? With a big question mark. Maybe 2 question marks after that.
People have been...
Right?
With a big...
Wait, were the stonks numbers?
Stacey, you know, it's...
Not stonks, look. Not stonks, everything down. TSMC down, AMD down, Broadcom down, NVIDIA down. Down, down, down.
It's interesting.
NVIDIA is more like no video, man.
You just said, what competition? With a big question mark. Maybe 2 question marks after that.
People have been upset that it feels like NVIDIA doesn't care anymore about the audience that built it into what it is today.
Of course. They never cared.
Gaming audience. But there's good news in this presentation today. NVIDIA brought it back to its roots. Good.
Order Denny's?
Grand Slam breakfasts.
Grand Slam breakfast.
Grand Slam breakfast from Denny's, the American diner establishment that serves breakfast.
Hey, you know what? When I was cleaning up my room the other day, guess what I found? I should have took a picture of it, but guess what I found? I found my, the first high-end graphics card I ever bought. It was the Radeon R9 290. The first top-end graphics card I ever bought. Right, way back in the day. The one that died, yes, I found it. I mean, I used it for a while. It was cool for what it was. I found it. Maybe I'll use it as a drink coaster for the walls. But I found that one. And they had some cool cards, you know. But, like, that was also the last time AMD was actually competitive. Because after that, every generation after that, man, they've been behind. They've just been behind. Right? And then, like, yeah, if you do actual other shit on your machine, too, they're very far behind. But that's its own other thing there. But, like, yeah. It is what it is. Oh yeah, there was something else I saw somewhere. I'm not gonna show it on stream though. But there was a leaked gameplay of someone playing a leaked build of a certain gacha game that you know, unreleased from a leaked dev build of the thing, right? And let's just say they were using an AMD card, and it was like, when I played the game, I was able to max it out and get a nice stable 60 FPS with max settings. They were using a similar equivalent AMD card to my 3070, except they weren't even able to get a stable 20 FPS because of one of the settings. So all I can say is, if I was to play that game, right, and I know some of you guys might want to play that game. I won't say what that game is for reasons, right? Because I saw it being shared around somewhere. But I'm gonna guess the 9070 XT or whatever AMD's newer cards won't be that much better either. It probably would still perform worse because the developers, they made the stuff with the NVIDIA stuff in mind because, what, 80% of people are going, not 80%, 90+% are using NVIDIA cards anyways. Even with the issues on being able to buy one. They maxed out everything. But I also played the game with everything maxed out on stream before. And I had no problem. I even recorded stuff in the game that I never actually reused for something at 4K, again, fully maxed out off stream before. And no problem on my 3070. Completely maxed out with the ray tracing feature that it had turned on. No problem. Game unreleased. I won't say which one it is. I won't say the engine it is because it might give it away. Maybe. Right? But for obvious reasons, I won't mention what it was. All I'll say is the game had a leaked dev build that someone was playing when they're not really supposed to be playing it. And they were having serious issues trying to run the game on their AMD card. But when I played it on my 3070, no problems. Right? You can figure that out. You can try to figure that out on your own. But, like, that's the reality still. At the end of the day, a lot of the things, they're still just going to heavily favor the NVIDIA card. Even if it's a lower tier NVIDIA card, at least what it looks like on paper. Right? But yeah, it is what it is. Right? And, you know, that's why, like, the reality is if AMD really wants to push their stuff, because, like, what happens is people will just look at, like, the used market still for an older generation higher tier NVIDIA card anyways. And that's still going to be better priced than buying the new AMD cards if they're willing to deal with that. As well, you have people that'll do that. Like, if they really want to get people over, they're charging way too much for it. Yeah. And that's what's stopping it. You don't want to deal with that. That's true. Exactly. That's the other problem. And then, like, if you wanted to do what I'm doing, right? Let's say you're streaming. The reality is, if you want to stream properly on an AMD card, you have to buy an Intel card or an NVIDIA card and then run the encoder on that card and do some trickery to pass everything through. Or you do CPU encoding and get a way more expensive CPU. Right? Because AMD's encoder is actually just not good. And yeah, that's also the thing. Like, no ROCm doesn't cut it. Exactly. You're not going to support your consumer GPUs from day one. Yeah. The ROCm stuff, and, like, here's the other thing, too. The application also, like, the consumer also needs to be able to use it. And if it's not even just available outside of the box, the reality is people will just use something if it works. They'll use it at the default. There are a ton of people out there who buy 144 Hz, 240 Hz monitors, and they don't even know that to get it to run at 240 Hz, they have to open the display settings and manually set it to 240 or 144 Hz. There's a lot of people that don't know that. Heck, there are people out there who plug in their computer, the graphics card, to a 4K monitor or TV, and they don't know that by default it will sometimes say do 4K 30 Hz instead of 4K 60. Most people don't know that. Like, that's the reality. Most people. Your average consumer isn't even gonna think about that. Right? Like, if it doesn't just immediately work, most people will just give up. They'll return the thing and buy something else. That's what most people are going to do. Right? And the reality is the AMD thing can work. It's just that out of the box, how it works is going to be at a much, much lower tier experience. And they're charging too much for it. It happened to your friend. He said he was at 60 Hz for a year. You visited him and he was like, this ain't 144. Exactly. Most people are like that. They don't know. Right? Because the reality is they're just going to let it do what it does by default. Right? Like I mentioned, right? We were like setting up the LG TV yesterday. The computer that's in the living room, when I plugged it in, it defaulted to 4K 30 Hz. I had to manually go in and dig through the NVIDIA control panel to set it to 4K 60. It just defaults to 4K 30. Because, yeah, that's what happens sometimes. Yeah. It'll be pretty unintuitive, exactly. And that's what they need to be careful with. Because the initial first use of the users is the most important thing. If it doesn't just work, they're probably gonna return it. Exactly. The 7600 XT in a lot of cases is probably faster than the 4060. But the reality is, most people will just be able to get it to just work. They get the 4060, they put it in, they download the driver, and it will just work. Right? And here's the other thing too. If you don't even want to run the bleeding edge drivers, NVIDIA gives you the option. Right? NVIDIA also gives you the option to install the studio drivers. Like, here's the thing, right? I never install the game-ready drivers for NVIDIA. I only use the studio drivers. So I'm using an older driver thing, but I'm using the studio driver. I'm always using the studio driver. Right? I prefer to just use the studio drivers because I'd rather the thing be a lot more stable. And the reality is most people are probably going to want things to be more stable. Right? The AMD one, you're just automatically shoehorned into using their latest driver, whatever it is. Whether or not it has issues or something on their cards. Some people would like to run something that's a bit more stable. NVIDIA gives you that option. The AMD stuff does not. It is what it is. But if it's not just like immediately plug and play, a lot of people are going to complain. They might return it or whatever. Right? Then they have to deal with that. They're honestly just priced too high for what they are. But then, like, you have these guys that are out of touch, man. That are, like, drama farming now, like, oh, because the AMD card is priced a little bit cheaper, slightly undercutting it, and it has theoretically more raster performance, as if people care. Yeah, and then Windows sometimes does a funny and overwrites the AMD one you installed. Yeah. And that's also another problem, too, right? If it doesn't just work, most people are not going to be happy. Like, they forget that, yes, they live in a bubble where you have a bunch of people that know exactly what they're doing. They live in that bubble. But they have to also consider it from the point of view from, like, just, you know, a regular random user. Like a regular dumbass off the street. Because the reality is the average person is stupid. Right? They're not going to think and do whatever troubleshooting stuff that they're thinking of. And also, the average person also doesn't want to learn. Even if you drill it into them, even if you show them exactly what they need to do, they're still not gonna do it. And they're gonna come, like, once you show it to them the first time, they're gonna come back, constantly annoying you on how to fix something, or how to make something work, or how to even, like, click a button so you can print some stupid document. Even though there's a print button right in front of them. You know, this is what the average person is. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And it's even worse for the younger generation. They're even worse than that. Because they're not like the people that at least grew up with, like, that understand, oh, I do this to do that or whatever. They know even less. The freaking iPad kids. Yeah, we were just talking about this NVIDIA thing that was set in the Reacts. But yeah, that's why you need to charge a symbolic $20 an hour fee when doing tech support. Fair enough. Relatively cheap, but it does keep them from spamming. Yeah, fair enough. That helps a bit. But yeah, like, that's just the reality. Right? Like, they can farm drama although they want to put PvP on. AMD card this or whatever. But if it doesn't just work out of the box with a regular person, with zero troubleshooting or whatever, it doesn't matter. Because the average person is really just stupid. And they will never learn, because they don't want to. They just want the thing that they spent, you know, a couple $100 to a couple thousand maybe, to just work. And that's it. Right? If it doesn't work, they're gonna complain and go bug someone else. It's just easier to just get them to buy the NVIDIA thing anyways. Because more likely than not, it'll probably just work.
All hours of the day.
My favorite was sausages and pancake.
And now we got freaking Jensen with his downgraded leather jacket talking about sausages and pancakes.
and you roll it up like a corn dog. Do you know what I'm talking about? And you dip it with some syrup. We used to call it pigs in a blanket.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
What do we call it now?
Apparently, these are called NVIDIA Bites.
Okay.
Like officially?
Yeah.
Look, Jensen knows that gamers can't afford its GPUs, so he's doing the next best thing. He's bringing you something else that is more affordable. Scrambled egg. Okay, well, those aren't that affordable either right now. But the good news is that AI is working very hard to auto-transcribe NVIDIA's keynote about AI with such gems as this actual caption showing.
We could have paralyzed and split the work and shared the wait. All right, reminds me of this one. What was my tweet from a couple months back? From a year ago, where is it? No, I got the best one still is which one? Let me find it. I know it's here somewhere. Where is it? Here we go. This is my favorite one still. To accelerate the ANSYS ecosystem to connect anus to the Omniverse. Keep your asses safe, guys. NVIDIA wants to connect it to the Omniverse. They want to use CUDA acceleration to connect it to the Omniverse, guys. It doesn't get better than this one, though. It doesn't get better than this.
Jensen Huang saying, quote, "We could have paralyzed and split the work and sharded."
Yes.
It's even more.
Wait, they said sharded. Wait, I gotta go back.
Keynote about AI with such gems as this actual.
It's right there, sharded. I sharded.
Caption showing Jensen Huang saying, quote, "We could have paralyzed and split the work and sharded." It's even more impressive that the AI auto transcription came up with NVIDIA sharding right after the whole Denny's conversation.
Yeah, NVIDIA loves the AI, but the reality is the AI transcription, man. This is just how the AI transcribes things. It's not great still.
This is Denny's has a brand new product. It's called NVIDIA Bites. And
okay.
Thank you.
At NVIDIA GTC, it says, quote, "NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang stopped by the Denny's Diner mobile hashtag GTC25 diner for breakfast frying pan emoji, trying out the special NVIDIA Breakfast Bites menu item. Huge thanks to Denny's for celebrating the GTC keynote with us and honoring Jensen's history with the company. Green heart emoji. First of all, get a room. Secondly, NVIDIA was bribing other media for coverage. Quote,
bribing them for coverage by giving them breakfast. How old is this video? Yesterday. Okay, 2 days ago now. Sure.
Jensen drops off at Denny's Diner and NVIDIA Breakfast Bites for acquired FM hosts and guests during the live pregame show, end quote. And this is how you know you can trust us.
Okay.
Not those other guys. Because I would never accept a Denny's breakfast bribe.
All right.
I only accept Waffle House and IHOP.
All right, I'll take Waffle House instead.
NVIDIA had actual news at this event. It launched what is
not
effectively
Denny's.
an
I'll take
RTX
Waffle
Titan of
House.
the Blackwell generation, using almost the full GB202 die from the 5090 to create its RTX Pro 6000 GPU. Likewise, NVIDIA announced its new architecture for the next generation of CPUs and GPUs. NVIDIA also showcased more of its robotic solutions, including humanoid robots that definitely won't terrify you as silhouettes in a dimly lit room. And NVIDIA also covered another favorite topic.
AI for a little longer than that. AI still the same. AI again, and AI.
You know, someone should like. No, someone should make like a joke video where they take his voice, right? They make him sing like Old MacDonald instead of E-I-E-I-O. They just A-I-E-I-O. They just replace it all with AI. And just him saying A-I-E-I-O. Because there's so much. They just keep saying it. That'd be kind of funny, man. Someone should. Right? Someone should. Now, you know what? I wonder if like someone came up with big brain. Wait. Surely Surely this exists. Wait. This is the first time I looked this up. The third result. The third result. But yeah. And Shinya releases the STX50 series. The fuck? Is there really? Linus eats his graphics card. Nope. Yeah, the first world will replace the workforce with AI and robots. People will move to third world countries where companies can't afford robots and still use humans. Yep. Who knows? I'm kind of curious on this one.
No. All G4 is great in a lot of ways.
Okay.
No computer scientists would have told you that it is possible for us to rate computers. There are two computers fighting each other. The amount of gems I saw was absolutely insane. Insane. Not only is it able of gems for you. Here it is.
I mean, to be fair, wait.
There are two computers fighting each other.
I mean, this happens already in like data centers, right? Isn't this exactly what happens in data centers? Except they use something else instead to do this. And they have like a lot of them connected instead. It was with those cables that he was showing off earlier in the other video. They used that instead to do this.
The amount of gems I saw was computers. There are two computers fighting each other. The amount of gems I saw was absolutely insane. Insane. Not only is it able of gems for you. Here it is. Our brand new GTX 50. The GPU is just a beast. Wow, my computer is just 4 terabytes off charts.
Alright.
We managed to put a laptop. Well, regular. You bring it home and you beat your laptop.
Alright.
One of the amazing things about this is the programmable shit is also able to process better. You better kill yourself. You bitch. Depression. Look at this. It's got 2 fans. This whole graph is great. No.
Okay. So that's what happens when you try to look up a thing on that one. You get Linus Sex Tips as the third option. But yeah. No one bothered to make that song though.
How to do what I just described and give the AI.
And that's good, because the conglomerate established extremely large and well-funded mainstream financial media wouldn't know what to talk about without AI. And it's best if we just tune in to see what these...
Wait, I wonder, wait. Surely. Oh wait, no, that was when they had this deepfake presentation thing. Never mind. Surely there's like someone has a model to deepfake it, so you can make it do the thing.
Experts in finance and dressing themselves have to say.
In my opinion, we are in year 3 of an
The fuck is he wearing? What
8
the
to
fuck?
10-year build out for the AI revolution.
Yeah, the guy in the suit is right.
That suit.
Good. You're good. Just stand right here. Stand right here. Stand right here.
No.
All right, good. Right there.
No.
We brought you this video with the GN Store. We're currently giving 10% of all store sales to the Cramden Institute, which is a local e-waste recycling and computer refurbishing nonprofit that revitalizes and repairs old systems to support those who can't afford new computers. We're actually hosting a computer repair event with them on April 5th, but we'll talk more about that soon. Grab a GN anti-static mod mat for your PC building projects, making a great rugged work surface for any garage or PC building station. Our heavy-duty, large silicone soldering and project mats have also been widely popular in blue, green, red, and yellow, offering a heat-resistant, easily cleanable surface for model building, crafts, and soldering. You should also check out our e-waste inductor dice, which include e-waste copper coil inductors embedded within premium sharp edge resin dice. Each set of 7 tabletop gaming dice, including their own wooden box, integrated roll tray, RNG table, and cards. We also have Snowflake the Cat tabletop dice. Visit store.gamersnexus.net to grab any of these items and support our independent reporting. Until the promo ends, 10% of all sales will be donated to Cranson's e-waste and refurbishing program. NVIDIA today announced its new Titan-class GPUs, its next generation of AI and data center solutions, robots, AI solutions, things like that. But it also took a moment for humility and reflection.
The most flops you can, the most memory you can, the most bandwidth you can, of course, the best architecture you can, the most energy efficiency you can.
Oops, wrong clip.
Now, one of the things that I made a mistake on, and so I just need you to make this pivot. We're going to do this one time.
Let me guess. Misjudging demand completely for the RTX 50 series, missing ROPs, announcing missing ROPs, but leaving out at least one of the cards that was missing them. Sticking with the 12-volt high-power flawed connector for a 600-watt power draw, flickering and black screens, 3 sequential hotfixes for the same bug, saying this.
RTX 5070, 4090 performance.
It's gotta be that one.
Blackwell is really 2 GPUs in one Blackwell chip.
What?
We call that one chip a GPU, and that was wrong. And the reason for that is it screws up all the NVLink nomenclature and things like that. So going forward, without going back to Blackwell to fix it, going forward, when I say NVLink 144, it just means that it's connected to 144 GPUs. And each one of those GPUs is a GPU die, and it could be assembled in some package. How it's assembled could change from time to time.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, we'll start with the media coverage, because weirdly, NVIDIA, which we started covering as just another gaming company when I started Gamers Nexus, is now starting to get mainstream attention constantly. And it's worth looking at what people on sort of the outside of the industry and the gaming space think of things, because that'll give us a better idea of just how fucked we all are.
It was like a rock
concert.
Yeah,
how fucked are we?
And it was described, GTC was described as the Woodstock of AI, and this year it's described as the Super Bowl of AI.
Well, we are here for the Super Bowl of AI. Super Bowl of technology.
It's become more akin to the Super Bowl.
Some people are calling it AI Woodstock or Nerd Super Bowl.
GTC, which we all know as the Woodstock of AI.
Yes, right. Woodstock, a symbol of art, creation, counterculture, human connection, and creativity, has a lot in common with the thing that is being trained to use inference to do all of those things without a human at all.
Yeah.
But there is one thing that these media conglomerates know better than anybody else.
I don't know, man.
Money.
The AI revolution is concerned.
For the AI revolution.
Klarna fired everybody, and they're basically operating customer service on AI. This might be like the poster child for how much money a corporation can save in staffing costs using AI.
He was handing out some sausages with his pancakes, and it was the full stack, as they like to joke around here, you know, a technical term. But yeah, I get it, because yeah, okay.
Why are they like this?
Jensen can say whatever
he wants. You have to be have exposure to NVIDIA.
Other people want to make friends. I'm just trying to make you a little money. But what do we care about teraflops or stacked electronics or quantum photonics on a day like today? Teraflops might as well be cowflops.
What?
We're all experiencing, what I can only say is, some painful shrinkage.
No one wants to hear about your shrinkage.
Yeah. No one wants to hear about his shrinkage. The fuck?
Not even Costanza. If you've wondered why it's gotten so bad for consumers, the reason we're including this commentary and this reel of pain is because this is why. This is why it's gotten so bad. NVIDIA, obviously, it's a large corporation. It's always been about money. It's always been about the bottom line.
Yep.
But like Woodstock and the record labels that followed it, what we are seeing now is something classic, where a niche like gaming, which was first and originally about creativity, expression, freedom from the realities of the world, is being co-opted by a pernicious, malignant parasite that devours personality and feeds it to an oppressive machine that... what was it the finance bros said it would do?
Klarna fired everybody, and they're basically operating customer service on AI.
Right. And
Fire
we're all
everyone and
giddy
put everything
about
on
the money
AI.
they can make on the stock market.
But man, this has been the cleanest investment story for the longest time, right? It's just like insatiable demand for those GPUs, supply constraints, the massive revenue growth, and
I'm the chief revenue destroyer.
Chief Revenue Destroyer, damn.
It's bizarre that something we've covered for long enough to be a boring niche like gaming has now made its way into the mainstream blitz of obsessive financial reporting about every penny increase or decrease in the stock price. If you're wondering why it's gotten so bad for consumers and the little guy, look no further than this investor-first world that NVIDIA has found itself in the center of over the last 5 years in particular.
They're an investor-first world now.
About the little guy anymore. And this glut of banal, myopic stock market cheerleaders is the new target demographic for NVIDIA. Besides,
they just want the stock market cheerleaders.
Greatest things in sliced bread. Jensen can say whatever he wants.
And that includes lying.
RTX 5070. 4090 performance.
Can lie about it too.
This is what I actually do and think about when I'm on vacation. So let's get into the reporting. We'll talk about what NVIDIA actually announced. And if you want to know when line go up or line go down, you can watch the other ones. First up, this is basically a Titan. We know the RTX Pro 6000 wants to be a part for professional users because it comes with a data sheet. The specs list includes the RTX Pro 6000 as having 24,064 CUDA cores, 96 gigabytes of GDDR7 with error checking and correction. That's pretty unique here. On a 512-bit bus, resulting in a 1,792 gigabyte per second memory bandwidth. The memory bus and bandwidth match the RTX 5090. Also like the 5090, the card remains a PCIe Gen 5 device. Not expected here. Possibly more useful in this implementation.
Because it uses the same chip that's in the 5090. Except, yeah. There you go. And then it has its the same 12-volt high power connector, the 16-pin one, the 12 plus 6 sense pins, or no, the 12 plus 4 sense pins.
That we saw
600 watts.
But we need to test it, and it maxes out the board power at 600 watts. So that's a 25-watt bump from the 5090's advertised 575-watt board power. Well, let's break each of these down. The core count is interesting. At 24,064, NVIDIA has increased from the RTX 5090's 21,760, and the RTX 5090 uses GB202, which this almost certainly does as well.
Yeah, it's the same chip, probably.
GB202 is the largest die before hitting the data center GB200 chips. The maximum CUDA cores available on 202 on a perfect die would be 24,576. Now, cutting down is normal, so by reducing the 5090 to 21,760 CUDA cores from the maximum 24,576 theoretical core count, NVIDIA is giving itself room in the yields to salvage what would otherwise be failures. And it does that because it doesn't need perfect dies anymore. So the 5090 can cut down to 85 TPCs of a maximum total possible TPCs of 96 with this die configuration. And that means that if NVIDIA has defective CUDA cores, TPCs in full, or individual fixed function units within those, then it has room to toggle off those defective units and sell a 5090. And they can then run killrops.exe.
They run killrops.exe. No wonder why they got the mismatched ROP count.
This is the full die of GB202 that you're looking at. The RTX Pro 6000 at 24,064 would be using 94 TPCs of the maximum of 96. So NVIDIA has room only for up to 2.
I assume they killed the ROPs entirely when they disable them. They're all in the same block over here. That's when the ROPs go missing. If they disable them all here instead of like one here and then one here.
Defective TPCs or units within them.
I'm gonna guess that's how.
Of them, and this is still not a full perfect GB202 die. Technically, NVIDIA could make a slightly better card than this at 24,576 CUDA cores, but that seems unlikely, and it wouldn't produce much uplift, and it would certainly be hard to hit with the yields. Going for 96 gigabytes of memory is also interesting. The RTX 5090 has 32 gigabytes of GDDR7 memory.
I mean, it's pretty obvious why they put 96 though for the AI people, so they can fit their AI model in there.
And utilizes one full side of the PCB. The RTX Pro cards that were just announced will likely only be made by NVIDIA, so we can assume that they're sticking with the FE dual flow-through styling. Without the extra PCB area, NVIDIA would have to use both sides of the PCB for memory. That'd put them at 64 gigabytes max. So in order to hit this 96 gigabytes and still fit it on the PCB, NVIDIA would need to move to higher density modules,
which is probably what they're doing.
NVIDIA currently uses 16 modules on a 5090, so going to 32 3GB modules with a dual-sided layout on the PCB would get them to 96 gigabytes. So you'd see the back of the 5090 we tore down as being populated with memory as well and at a higher density. Now, this might also explain why NVIDIA so heavily finned the backside of the 5090 FE cooler. It was running warm already, so the memory was hitting about 90 degrees Celsius in some of our testing for 5090. So with two sets of memory flanking either side of the PCB, it's gonna get really hot there. I'm not sure about how well the memory is gonna do with that. I really wanna test it. If we're gonna try and buy one, if you're able to get one in the first round and you want to loan it to us or sell it to us, either one, we'll gladly borrow it and send it back, whatever. Email us at tips@gamersnexus.net because we'd really like to test the thermals for that, wire it up with thermocouples and everything. But anyway, the fact that they've already finned that backplate looks like they were planning for this because that heat's going to be a challenge to deal with. Finally, for the 600-watt TDP that was announced, it appears that NVIDIA is not going to be power restricted, but rather hubris restricted. Because NVIDIA continues to choose to rely on a single 12-volt 2x6 solution, which is maximally rated for 600 watts. So that's 12-volt high power, 12-volt 2x6, same thing down the cable. It's 600 watts. And that's what they're at for this. You get a little bit from the slot, but the card itself is rated at 600-watt TDP. And so they've bumped that 25 watts from the 5090 to the full max that the cable is permitted to handle. They really barely do anything with the PCIe slot, typically. We'll see if that changes with this. The rest of the spec sheet advertises that NVIDIA is sticking with dual flow-through. Beyond that, it explains that the card is intended for AI workloads and processing. The marketing language, oddly, is basically marketing features that will reduce the need for as many authors of the marketing language itself. NVIDIA also announced its Blackwell Ultra GPU solutions for the non-pores. So
why do they need the Ultra? Okay.
Something to get excited about. It's a denser version of the Blackwell NVL72 pre-configured rack coming in the second half
it's one of those server racks.
Jensen Huang said it'll have
1.5 times more FLOPs.
2 times the amount of attention instructions, 1.5 times the memory, and 2 times the transfer bandwidth. And Jensen Huang immediately hand-waved it.
This is the only product announcement in any company where everybody's going, yeah, next.
Yep. Yeah. You're like, yeah, next.
And in fact, that's exactly the response I was hoping to get.
Next, NVIDIA announced the CPU and Rubin GPU. These were named for astronomer Vera Rubin, who discovered dark matter. Jensen only gave a few details about the parts. But given the dark matter reference, we're just going to go ahead and assume that you should never let a Rubin GPU touch another GPU or it'll start the end of the universe or something. The Vera CPU is a custom NVIDIA ARM design with 88 cores that consumes 50 watts. The Rubin GPU contains 2 reticle limit-sized pieces of GPU silicon packaged along with 288 gigabytes of HBM4. This makes for 50 petaflops of FP4 performance. For comparison, the Blackwell GB200 is marketed at 15 petaflops of what they call dense FP4. NVIDIA also announced its plans out into 2028 and slightly beyond, like its Feynman line, but with little detail as of yet. Rubin Ultra was also announced as a 600 kilowatt single rack, which is mostly interesting.
600 kilowatts for one rack. What the fuck? 600 kilowatts, man. For a single rack. God damn. Well, I mean, like, yeah, only data centers can, like, use this shit anyways, because you're gonna need to get your stuff rewired just to plug one of these things in. 600 kilowatts for just one rack. And then you see, like, a stack of them over here. Right, they're just stacked on top of each other right there.
Because of how insane it is. So there was some actual news in here and not just the usual memes. But it does often lean in that direction. Now, robotics were also pretty interesting here. So to wrap things up in its presentation, NVIDIA spent the final 20 minutes or so talking about robotics and how it thinks this is, in particular, the future now, and its further advancements in the robotics industry. So Jensen Huang took a big risk here by boldly stating the following.
The progress of our robotics has been making enormous progress.
Competitors hate it when even NVIDIA's progress has progress. Robotics appears to be the next field NVIDIA is planning on making an even bigger push into. More specifically, the company intends to expand upon its work in the AI sector, with a greater focus on bringing it to the physical world. Huang stated this.
By the end of this decade, the world is going to be at least 50 million workers short.
And proposed that robots were the answer to this problem he came up with. He elaborated on this sentiment, saying,
everybody pay attention to this space. This could very well likely be the largest industry of all.
And Jensen Huang explained that a robot's AI simulation, training, testing, and real-world experiences were all possible through the use of 3 separate NVIDIA computers. He also went into some of the challenges seen in the space, including the creation of the data necessary to train the robots, the model architecture being used, and scaling laws, as well as the ways the companies worked to overcome these obstacles. And they're doing all of this to scale up.
Scale up what?
Or was it scaling out? Let's check with Jensen Huang.
What?
And scaled it out.
Scale it out, okay.
Scaling
what?
In that way?
Okay, so middle out. It's
middle
the
out.
It's the middle out thing. Next, the CEO went on to introduce NVIDIA's Isaac GR00T N1, which is a new, as they call it.
GR00T N1 is a generalist foundation model for humanoid robots.
Okay.
It's built on the foundations of synthetic data generation and learning and simulation. GR00T N1 features a dual system architecture for thinking fast and slow, inspired by principles of human cognitive processing.
The slow thinking, NVIDIA explains, is used in situations where there needs to be some form of, quote, reasoning, and it needs this in regards to its environment and the instructions that it's been given.
This is where you got to turn reasoning on.
So the fast thinking, as they call it, abilities are used for quicker, more repetitive tasks that are, I guess, predictable in a sense. Huang then went into detail on some of NVIDIA's technologies that made these developments possible, such as Omniverse and Cosmos. Now, Omniverse we've talked about in the past. In this situation, it was referred to as the
operating system for physical AIs
that can produce demonstration data for the robot's training. And Cosmos, they say, can replicate that demonstration across large volumes while changing certain aspects, such as the environment. NVIDIA then introduced a new partnership between Google DeepMind, Disney Research, and itself.
Well, what the hell does Disney have to do with this shit? I can see the Google part, but what the fuck, Disney? What?
Which led to the creation of, they call it Newton, an open source physics engine. DeepMind is an AI research and technology development lab acquired by Google.
Yeah.
It's been in the AI.
A more expensive egg whisking machine, true. They gotta make the more expensive egg whisking machine. You're right. They gotta make a more expensive egg whisking machine.
Industry since 2010 or so, and Disney Research is heavily invested in techniques regarding robotics, AI, and virtual and augmented reality. Finally, the company ended with a live demonstration of its new robot, Blue, seemingly a product of the new partnership that unintentionally created some pretty memeable moments on stage.
Thank you. All right, let's start that over, shall we?
Uh-huh.
Let's not ruin it for them. Hang on a second. Somebody talk to me. I need feedback. What happened? I just need a human to talk to. Tell me that wasn't amazing.
Oh, look, we can't promise not to use some of these in the future.
Janine, I know it's not your fault, but talk to me. We just got 2 minutes left.
I'm right here.
They're re-racking it? I don't even know what that means.
And then once Blue did eventually arrive on stage, we got this moment.
Hey, Blue, listen. How about let's take them home? Let's finish this keynote. It's lunchtime.
Ultimately, NVIDIA's focus on AI robots for its attention seems like a natural next step for the company. Not natural for anyone else. It's possibly the furthest thing from natural in the literal sense of the word. Just natural for AI-obsessed NVIDIA. For everyone else, we just seem to be getting closer to the increasingly closer dystopian future society of robot workers as we learn to accept their presence whether we like it or not. Although I will say I went to a supermarket here in Taipei earlier, and there was a small robot with a smiley face wandering around with free samples, and it was a pretty cute robot.
Okay.
So if that's what the future looks like, then I'm willing to accept the end.
He's willing to accept the end if the robot is cute enough. Fair enough.
As long as it has free samples.
And free samples.
For this one. So that's the recap of some of the actual news from it. It was like 2 hours long. There were a lot of memes, a lot of wasted time as usual, but that's kind of the highlights of the stuff we're interested in. And then, of course, just again, the media stuff's in here because you gotta recognize how strange it is. Where imagine
why don't we just put a bunch of food on all the robots? True.
A gaming company.
All robots should come with food. Yes, I'm down for that.
Most of your life, and then one day it starts appearing like on actual TV all the time. that's where we are now with NVIDIA, and it's very strange to be in that
Yep.
spot. But anyway, that's it for this recap of NVIDIA's keynote from GTC. I'll be back at home base in not too long, and we'll be producing more content there. We've got some other stuff lined up still that will be going live. But thanks for watching. Hopefully this was interesting to you.
And then there we go there. Yeah, when AI could cook a gourmet food one day, GG chefs. Exactly. GG. Oh look, it's a PlayStation. Look, it's a PlayStation, guys. Look. The PlayStation. You guys like PlayStation?
This is a piece of art titled PlayStation.
It's a PlayStation. It's a PlayStation. You guys want a PlayStation? It's a PlayStation. And everything really does evolve into crabs. It's the PlayStation.
PlayStation, a wonderful creation by artist On Dang. When I first saw this image a few months ago,
So
my
this
first
guy's
thought
gonna
was,
build one.
Huh, that's cool. And my second thought was, wait, I could build that.
True.
The idea has been firmly lodged in my head ever
So
since.
he built the
There's only one
PlayStation.
way to get it out of here.
Should
I
be a
need to speed up the
crazy
course of nature and carcinicize a PS1 myself.
Oh,
and
wait,
this
no,
is
wait.
our starting point. A cheap beat-up PS1 I got off of eBay.
No. They need to build They need to make the PlayStation Vita and make it alive. It needs to be alive because Vita means life, right? So they can have the PlayStation Vita as a nice one that's like that moves around, because if it moves, it's portable, right? It would make a lot of sense why you make it an actual crab that can move around. You call it the PlayStation Vita. And it just moves. Powered by crab blood. Why not? And it plays Crab Brave. And you give it the ability to do the Crab Brave thing too. Why not? That'd be perfect. Right? Then you just call it the PlayStation Vita.
It's certainly seen better days, but with any luck, its best days are still yet to come. The first step is to combine the shape of the artwork shell with the shape of the PS1 into my own 3D model, which is a challenge. See, anytime I say PS1, I'm saying PS1 with O-N-E, because the original PlayStation was shaped like a box, but On's artwork is based on the PS1 model that released later on. And absolutely every surface on the outside of the PS1 is a weird curve. This is curved, this is curved, this is a different curve from this curve, and these curves are not the same as these
It has
curves.
a beer opener attachment
After a couple
too.
of comically wrong attempts,
I don't know.
I eventually worked out a shape that's pretty good, but not quite one-to-one with the original artwork.
Needs to make it bigger,
This
right?
is because artists often use a technique I call doing whatever looks really cool.
Yep.
Which makes things look really cool, but sometimes results in ideas that aren't feasible.
Exactly.
I mean, like, really? This guy's hair turns bright yellow when he gets mad? That's not possible. Much like how it's not possible to fit a full-size joystick into a pincer this thin. So the pincers need to be a bit chunkier, as does the entire shell.
Or they could use smaller joysticks. Right?
To account for the angled ports on the front. And these inward curves along the edges of the bottom pose one last issue, as, well, that's not going to work.
Yeah, the ports are...
I've got a good compromise here. I can lightly trim the edges of the PS1 motherboard to make room for some less aggressive curves. With a general shape locked in, I can chop it in half and start modeling everything for the top. It's almost identical to the top of a PS1, aside from the crab face. And that crab face is quite tough to model because of these complex shapes around the eye sockets and tusks? Do crabs have tusks?
No.
Maybe they're antennas?
I have
don't really
not.
know, but they look cool and are forcing me to think really hard about how to design them. Now, I'm actually not the first person to make a 3D model of the PlayStation. A couple of people have sculpted their own variants of this lovely creature, so why shouldn't I just ask them for their files? Well, two reasons. First, it's typically pretty poor form to go up to someone and go, "Hey, can I have your art? Give me the files to your art, please." And second, because their models aren't compatible with my design programs.
Fair enough.
See, these renders were made in 3D modeling programs like Blender, which is a great choice for sculpting 3D models and making beautiful renders. My expertise is in CAD though, which isn't as good at curves, but is much better for making things that are meant to exist in the real world.
Yeah, that's the difference though. This is in CAD. not
The
Blender.
optimal workflow for this project would be to design a dimension frame in CAD, and then sculpt pretty shapes around that with Blender. But Blender is scary, so I'm just going to do my best to get creative and brute force some good enough shapes with CAD this time around.
Okay,
And
good enough.
eventually, I did end up with good enough.
Nice.
The eyes have to be glued into place and feature these odd cutouts in the back to give the disc some clearance, but everything fits, and I think he's looking cute.
Okay.
Recreating all 6 pieces that make up the lid mechanism is time consuming, but not too difficult. I'll add a couple of metal rods to secure the lid to the top half because I don't want to recreate this pressure fit. My lid is a bit heavier and not quite as snappy as the PS1's, but I'm satisfied with my crabby recreation. And to ensure I'm on the right track, I've been doing a lot of test prints on my new 3D printer to make sure things look and fit correctly in the real world. This printer is the X1 Carbon from Bamboo Lab, who I was happy to have sponsor today's video.
Oh, that's cool. I got his
started
3D
using
printer
this
to
X1C
sponsor
a few
him.
months ago, and it has
Very
consistently
Evangelion
impressed me
themed,
across
yeah.
the board. This thing is so fast and reliable, but I've been printing side projects and trinkets with it almost non-stop.
The
since
IP
I got
is
it a few
everywhere,
months
yep.
ago. I printed this
They got
clock on
those
the
Bulbasaurs,
X1C,
though.
I printed these plant pots on the X1C, these vases, this painting, this Connect 4 game, these butterflies,
Yeah, the
this water
Pikmin
bottle
vases.
holder, and
What about the
countless tests
Bulbasaur?
for past and future projects.
Where's the
The most impressive
Bulbasaur?
print I've done so far was this giant 6.5-foot fish. It took a week of non-stop printing for the X1C to create all the individual pieces for it, and it did them perfectly and without complaint.
Oh, nice.
I'm also a big fan of this included camera, which has saved several projects from
Yeah, a lot of plastic,
disaster. Instead of waking up to a blob caked into every crevice of the nozzle, I just wake up to a little error message that says, "Hey, something seems wrong. Do you want to cancel this?"
Spaghetti defects were detected by the AI printing print monitoring. Please check the quality of the printed model. Okay. They got a lot of spaghetti.
No 3D printer is completely idiot-proof, but the X1C has proven to be very idiot-resistant.
AI printing, I don't know.
So if anything I've shown here today looks cool to you, then I'd highly recommend checking out Bamboo Labs at the link in the description. Before we move on to designing the bottom half, I do want to trim our PS1 down a little bit. I promised this guy better days, and nothing brings joy quite like an experimental surgery. This isn't going to be anything like the crazy trims I've done for past projects.
I mean, the Wii trim is crazy, man.
I
the
just want to lop off
the
the
Wii
outer
portable.
edge of the ground plane to make it a bit narrower. I'll also add a couple of beefy ground wires to ensure nothing's struggling, and thankfully, it still works.
Nice.
I'm a little worried that the motherboard may try to regrow the parts I cut off once I transfer in the soul of a real crab, so I'll be taking action as necessary. The bottom half is blessedly simple compared to the top. Just some mounts for the motherboard and disk drive, holes for the I/O on the back, and 8 openings for the various limbs of the crab. The one tricky part is figuring out how to mount the controller and memory card ports at an angle. The angle is pretty shallow. I can kinda just solder the ports into place as best I can, and then run short wires for the pins that aren't making good contact anymore.
That sounds like a good idea.
To keep the ports from moving around once installed, I devised a sequence of...
So you went and you decided to use the tools of Fatty to simulate how much of a difference just having a time-gated stuff has in ToF. And yeah, massive difference. $45K and $85K. Volt attack? What do you mean? Are you talking about like which stuff are you missing? Are you talking about though? Okay.
Wedges and screws to hold everything into place. This design is good enough to stand strong without any glue, and I'm pretty proud of that. Which means I need to humble myself with something challenging. The controller claws.
The controller claws, okay.
The sensors on my PlayStation are going to be a fully functional PS1 controller.
Oh, nice.
Yes, we can all tell at a glance that this will be an awful feeling controller that nobody is going to want to use for longer than 30 seconds. But if I don't give this design the details it deserves, then who else is going to do it? So let's start with the big claw piece and perform some operations.
The booster modules, oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's a lot.
Poking all of the controller holes isn't too bad, and these tests prove that it's usable. With the pincer shape locked in, we can design the other 2 chunks of the arm. Each segment has a hollow cylinder that fits into the groove of the next piece, and with some slight tweaks, things are at a point where the friction of the plastic keeps the arm nice and posable, even against the force of gravity. This last joint at the end is a ball and socket joint so that the crab can lash out at small children with 360-degree coverage. Now,
Nice.
I typically use PLA filament for just about all of my 3D prints because it's easy to work with, but tight joints like these benefit from a more resilient material like PETG. To get the controller wires to run all the way through each piece of the arm, I'm using what I call the poles and holes system. Each piece of the crab has a pole or two inside of it for wrapping the wires around when the system is at its longest. This way, when the crab bends, the slack should all just go around the pole a bit and not clog up any of the moving mechanisms.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You could definitely break this system if you tried hard enough, but I haven't managed to accidentally break it yet, and that's really all I need for a one-off project like this. Now that the left arm is finished, I need to painstakingly redesign all of those parts exactly the same way for the other half of the controller. Or I could use the mirror button, flip everything in just a few seconds, and then swap out the D-pad for face buttons.
Yep.
All that's left now are a variety of odds and ends, like the triggers for the crab arms, the 6 little legs around the corners of the console, and a variety of internal mounts and posts to make sure everything fits together. And now this might just be a PlayStation. Now look, if I just spent 80 hours modeling a silly case, then I should probably spend a little more time modding our PS1 to make it into that best version I promised. There's a lot of different mods out there, so let's start with some potential alternatives to loading legitimate discs. Now, let me make one thing very clear.
I mean, like, the thing is with the PS1, if you had a game that worked, right, you could just pull out the game while it was loading the thing and swap in a different game if you disabled all the sensors. That was like a trick you could do with the PS1 and the PS2 back in the day. If you had a PS2 Slim or the PS1. I don't know how many of you guys have ever done that, but I remember as a kid, after I figured out, oh, I can burn like CDs with games on them. I used to do that a lot to like play some games. You could like, if you had the one, like you could play PS1 or PS2 games. If you like, what I would do is like, I got a screwdriver and then I got like a piece of duct tape and stuff and I covered all of the sensors and then I was able to do the swap trick. It was kind of a pain to do, but like you could do that and you could like swap it in, out, whatever, as long as you put pressure and blocked all the sensors and then just swap the disc while it was spinning. Like eventually you got used to it to get it to work properly, but it would take a bit of effort every time you wanted to swap games. But like that was the thing I remember doing as a kid. I don't know how many other people would do that, but like that was a thing you could do.
Here, digital piracy is as morally repugnant in my eyes as serial murder, especially if it's for 30-year-old games that can't be purchased anymore. You should spend $100 for that 5-hour gaming experience.
Gotta love the sarcasm.
Removing that copy from circulation makes it harder for the youth to get their grubby hands on the game and fall in love with it. And gatekeeping, that's what video games is all about.
Yeah, it's all about gatekeeping, yeah.
Hypothetically, if you did want to run backups of your PS1 games from an SD card, there are 2 good ways to do that. Fortunately for me, one of them would require a very intensive install, and the other mod chip replaces the disk drive entirely. I'm not willing to give the disk drive the axe on this project. Not because I think a disk drive is important for authenticity, or that it's a perfectly reasonable inclusion for my first project that isn't portable, but solely because Rikenzu Plays was very unhappy when I removed the disk drive on my last 8 projects. Now, keeping the disk drive means we only have one other option: going old school. There are a variety of simple and cheap mod chips that bypass the DRM protection on the PS1, so you can use any CDs you please. These mod chips are less than $10, and a stack of 50 discs is like 12, so it's a very budget-friendly option. The one downside to this system is that it does expose my terrible handwriting, so be warned that any mockery in my comments.
I mean, you don't even need to do that, you just need to like make it so the sensor pins don't work. Right, I remember doing it as a kid. If you just blocked all the sensors and you just had a legit game running and then you swapped it with a non-legit game backup, they would work.
Section will be met with appropriate retaliation. Now, you can get around the piracy protections with a custom memory card that has a special image flash to it, but I found this method to be slow and kinda inconsistent compared to the 6-wire mod chip. But that custom memory card will still be very handy. The one I chose to build is called Pico Memcard Plus, which lets us easily swap between 100 different emulated memory cards. It costs less than $15 to assemble this one, which is pretty good considering that official PS1 cards tend to go for around $10. I don't love any of the existing PicoMem card shells, so I'm going to model a nice beach-themed shell to match the rest of our
Alright, he
block.
made his own shell?
The
Cool.
multi-material AMS system on the X1C lets me print off pieces in multiple colors without ever having to swap the filament by hand.
Nice.
It's a real lifesaver. For my controller solution, I Frankensteined 2 worn-out PS1 controllers into one controller that feels, I mean, okay. I also tried out this 8-bit DOE adapter, which allows you to connect more modern controllers to the PS1, which has been working great. According to Nerds Online, it does add between 10 and 20 milliseconds of input delay, but for now, I'll accept the delay in exchange for a controller that feels better in the hands. Besides, if the delay ever bugs me too much, there's gonna be a hardwired controller built directly into my PlayStation.
Yeah, they're gonna get the crab controller.
But I do need a way to toggle the player 1 controller signals between the crab grips and the normal port on the PS1, because having 2 controllers connected to one slot doesn't make any game console happy. Thankfully, it's pretty easy to split them up with a component called a multiplexer, which can switch several data lines at once when a single physical switch is flipped. I put together a simple circuit board controlled by a little switch on the back of the PS1 to put it into crab mode. I think I'm the first person to install a crab mode switch on a video game console, so I've filed for trademarks in 180 different territories. Crab mode is mine.
He has
And
crab
you know
mode,
what?
okay?
I think we're finally out of mods to do. Now we need to get every single piece printed out as cleanly as possible and in the right colors. Now look, we have a lot of respect for the blue and gray PlayStation. You know, the team just wouldn't be the same without him. But the orange crab is what truly captured my heart. So orange, mine will be. For the test pieces, I just printed them in whatever orientation was fastest to print. But for the final pieces, I want to find the best angle to print at to hide the layer lines. Filament printers have to do upwards layers in 0.1 to 0.2 millimeter increments, which can look really bad if your part isn't oriented with that in mind. Weird angles like these take longer to print and waste more material on supports, but look better overall. This orientation does make the back and one side of the top piece look a little rough, but the print looks almost immaculate.
You can just sand it down and fix it.
99% of its life. To make a perfectly polished piece, I could fill, sand, and paint every single piece of the crab, but that would take so much time, and I've got such a lovely excuse of, it's too cold for spray paint to stick properly right now. So maybe we'll go for it on a PlayStation 2. I'm considering making the insides of the disc lid pink, since we do kinda rip the crab's head off every time we put a disc in, but that seems a bit macabre for a design this cute. For some more appropriate details, I'll ship a few finished pieces over to the game dungeon to have some little decals UV printed onto the lid and buttons. So, we've got 56 total 3D printed parts, 40 of which are unique, a mess of a PS1 motherboard, and 7 different colors of wire. It's time to put it all together.
Alright, now he's gonna put it
The motherboard
together.
slots right into place, and my wedge system holds the ports together perfectly. Now I need to solder a lot of little squishy buttons together, and give them all some really long wires to make sure we don't run short before reaching the third-party controller. The right arm is up for assembly first, and it's a pretty painless assembly. My wiring isn't particularly pretty, but that's mostly because I'm just
Is he gonna sleeve the cables at least?
Decides to rotate the crab's arm around and around. This process gets repeated on the left arm, and now we're getting somewhere.
I feel like you should at least sleeve some of those cables so they wouldn't no accidental shorts could
The
occur.
mode switch is soldered to the motherboard in a somewhat sketchy manner because I don't really feel like designing a 41st 3D printed part right now. Our disk drive is installed and working properly, unless you hold the case shut. Then the discs scrape against the lid. The proper way to fix this would be to tweak and reprint the bottom half, but I also don't want to do that. Instead, I'll 3D print some little rings to put on the top half to smush the disk drive down a little bit more. Yeah, up the count to 41. But you know what? The discs spin properly now.
Nice.
And even better, it looks like our crab controller is functional. But our memory card flaps aren't quite falling into place properly.
Oh, rip.
So now am I going to tweak and reprint the bottom half? No. I'll take an X-Acto knife to the port until things flop into place properly. And be sure to accidentally run the knife along my pointer finger to make the mistake hurt like it should. But now, I think we're all out of issues. Let's screw it shut, because it's time to finally meet the PlayStation in the flesh.
They got Crab Brave now. There you go, we got the PlayStation. We can play your PlayStation games like this. On the PlayStation. Even the cat wants to eat it. I mean, this is kind of cool for how ridiculous this is.
You know, I've got some mixed feelings about this guy. He's just so big and clunky compared to a normal
It does
PS1.
look nice, though.
Some of the little mechanisms still don't work very smoothly, and this crab controller feels so bad to use. You guys are lucky if there's any more footage of me trying to use these in the video. And yet, all of those gripes are so overwhelmingly crushed by the joy I received just from looking at this guy.
Yeah.
He's been closed up for a while now, and yet even as I plan this video, I find myself turning to admire him every so often. Typically, all of my projects live on the shelf.
Yep.
Once they're finished, and outside of the occasional convention, they just don't ever get used again. Not because I don't like them, but because if my choice is between playing on a finished project or starting a new one, well, I prefer to...
He just wants to make a new one, okay. He could have made them detachable, true.
Sorry, guys. But I don't think this guy's going to live on the shelf just yet. He's going to stay plugged in and used until I get tired of him. Which, I don't know, that might not ever happen. So, what am I going to play on this guy?
Pepsi Man!
Admittedly, I was born in 2001, and grew up in an exclusively Nintendo household. The word PlayStation never graced the shelves of the TV hutch.
Okay.
But as an adult, I've tried a few PS1 games, and had enough good experiences to warrant playing more 30-year-old games. In 2020, I played the original Final Fantasy VII, and liked it so much that I played through it twice more, and tried half a dozen other beloved JRPGs. Unfortunately, I disliked all of these.
Damn. He abandoned it. He didn't like Dragon Quest? What was this? 11? Octopath Traveler? Nope. Crisis Core? Rip. Tarzan Level? Rip. FF? 8? Rip. Rip Persona 5 Royal. I never played it, so I don't know. I never played any of these. I never gave Persona 5 a shot because the PC version has de novo, and I would want to play that type of game on my Steam Deck. And a lot of the time when I play it, I don't have an internet connection, and I've had issues in the past where I wanted to play a game, but I couldn't phone home to de novo servers to go play that game, and it's like, yeah. What the fuck you mean mobile game version? Why the fuck would I want to play the mobile game version? I'd rather just play the actual game.
Including Final Fantasy VIII. I guess FF7 is just a special game. I've been playing it a little bit. It's cool to see it in its original form on a CRT, though I certainly miss my automatic run and my triple speed button. I also played Symphony of the Night, which was my first Castlevania game, and I liked it a lot. A very fun 5-hour gaming experience.
Okay.
I recently learned that the Metal Gear Solid series is actually very funny, so that's on the list, and I want to try the Spyro games, because I liked Hero's Tale as a kid. I've also got 50-ish other discs with games on them, so I'll be sure to give some other classics a try. I gotta be honest though, I am not jiving with Rayman at all. I'm thinking his franchise might have deserved to get taken over by the Rabbids. I'm also happy to report that my PlayStation has been named Franklin, to give him the full name of Franklin PlayStation. According to a friend of mine, he doesn't seem to harbor the same degree of malice as the original artwork, so he needed a friendly sounding name. But that
No, one of the games that I remember playing a lot as a kid though on the PlayStation was the Tony Hawk game. Cause like there's like a multiplayer like thing you could do. I used to remember, I think it was called Horse or something, except you can like change it to be whatever word. I remember like with my brother we would like just put like a different word in there. And the way it would work is like you had to do a bunch of tricks, and whoever got the higher score would win the round, but the person with the lower score would get a letter. And if it spelled the whole letter, they lost. And we would just mess around to see what words we could have it spell out. And it would just go back and forth. I remember playing that a lot back in the day.
Made me wonder, does this crab have a proper name outside of just PlayStation? And so, I reached out to On Dang with some pictures of my project and asked if she would be willing to answer some questions for me. She responded with enthusiasm for my recreation and very graciously took the time to answer a few questions. First, I asked if either of her crabs had proper names, and she said no. She refers to her two versions as cooked and raw PlayStations.
Raw and cooked.
And you know, there's no reason for her PlayStations to have more of a name. In a monotheistic religion, you don't call your god John God, you just call him God.
Yeah.
It's only when you get to the heretical introduction of multiple gods that they start needing distinct names, like Zeus, Athena, and Franklin. Then I asked how she came up with the idea for her artwork. Apparently, she saved this meme she saw on Tumblr to her computer, forgot about it, and rediscovered it in her files several months
The PlayStation.
later, and thought, actually, I can draw this for real. And so she did. I'm glad I was able to take the next step of, you know, this could be more real today. Although, considering what that next step would be is somewhat concerning. I also asked if she had any little details about the PlayStation that she really liked. She pointed out that the 6 legs on the back were designed to be the same shape as the ferrite bead at the end of a PlayStation controller, which is something
the ferrite bead. Oh, that's cute.
I didn't notice myself until the project was finished and
yeah, the ferrite bead,
someone else pointed it out. On also liked how satisfying popping up the PlayStation's head would be compared to the frustrating process of getting meat out of a real crab.
Yeah.
She considered making an open PlayStation variant with guts or crab meat in the disc area, but decided it was a bit morbid and strayed too far from the console theme.
Alright.
I guess we artistic masterminds truly do think alike. And lastly, when I asked An if she had anything she wanted to shout out or promote, she gave a very humble response, so I'll take it upon myself to gas her up a bit. She has worked as a concept artist for several video game titans, including Overwatch, Valorant, and currently works on League of Legends. As an artist, she's not responsible for game balance or monetization or whatever other gripes you might have with those games.
Okay.
She also posts lovely art on her social medias, including Twitter, Blue Sky, and ArtStation. And lastly, if you're interested in joining the PlayStation religion I proposed earlier, then you can get a shirt like this from An's online storefront. I think I have the stations of #1 fan and Prophet locked up, but you could potentially become a bishop or castrato with the purchase of a graphic tee. Again, a big thanks to An for creating the art that inspired all of this, and for letting me take up some of her time with my questions. And I think that wraps things up for now. I would love to do more projects like this again. Picking a console, learning about all the different mods for it, and then putting it in a crazy custom case has been a blast. And there are a lot of video game consoles out there. If you've seen a cool idea in a similar vein to the PlayStation, please leave a comment. Your suggestions only need to be 60% as cool as the PlayStation, because the PlayStation is, admittedly, a really high bar to clear. Please subscribe if you want to see those projects, and thank you for watching.
That was pretty cool though, the PlayStation. Alright, what else was I sent? What is this one? The Clear Obscure Expedition 33. What is this? What are these? The Rogers Canada commercial? Why? Him acting on being a gay reminds you of Asmongold faking reaction. He tries out a recent award winner. It's just like a short of him playing that thing. Okay. You're just tripping or really focus on getting a pin to roll gloves because no, you don't want 5 rolls, you want 4. No, so like the way the math works, because of Titan stats, you actually want 4 crit rolls and 1 attack roll. That gives you more stats overall. Rather than 5 crit, you want 4. You want 4 high crit rolls and 1 attack roll. 1 elemental attack roll. That is how you min-max your gloves and boots. It's actually more ideal to have that than 5 crit rolls. Because when you convert them into Titan, the attack stat will go much further as well. Alright, let's see this. You still want more, man. It's still your base stat. And it's like eventually you get to the point where you have more than enough crit anyways. So like, the thing is, after a certain point, the crit just grows at an even smaller pace. That extra 400 crit isn't going to matter when you have I don't even remember how much crit raw crit I have. Let me see if I can find an old screenshot of when a thing. Or fuck it, I can just boot it up and check. Because at some point the increments become super small for that extra 500, 600 crit you're missing. When you have, a couple thousand, it's not worth it. Oh, because the gear calc isn't factoring all the other shit too. And the thing is, in group content, let's say you have someone with Meryl tank, they're lowering enemy crit resistance, or you have Grey Fox Benediction also lowering crit resistance. it doesn't end up mattering as much. Yeah. Here's the thing. You'll get that with Titan anyways. Because of Titan, the thing will go up by more. You're forgetting Titan gear. It's not factoring what happens after the gear becomes Titan. Let me see if I have a good example. Okay, here's a good example. This was a 4 crit roll gear with 1 attack roll, and it becomes like this. This was 4 crit rolls with 1 attack roll. As you can see here. 0 rolls here, 0 rolls here, 1 roll here, 4 rolls here, and then now, look, it ends up 600 attack here. Oh, that's, when you get it to 80, you get most of your stats. That's because the Titan stuff, it starts off very low. Eventually, you get to the higher value. It's just that when you initially make it Titan, it starts off low. Eventually, it'll get really close to the max possible roll here. But yeah, you end up with this. This is why it's actually ideal to have 4 high crit rolls and 1 high attack roll instead of 5. The extra 500 crit you would have had isn't going to be that worth. Especially just long term once your stats are all the way up here. You look at this one, right? I have 82% crit rate right here, basically. 500 to 500 to 1,000 crit, whatever. Cause I'm talking about post Titan. That's because the thing is, after you Titan it, the crit doesn't scale that high. It's because crit doesn't scale very high. I'm talking about after you consider Titan 2. The gap is yet smaller. The extra thing there. But yeah. I still need to get better boots here. This one was not great for boots. But eventually you just don't need the crit as much. Eventually, look what I'm sitting here, right? I have what? It's 81, put this thing, but then I have more here. I don't have the drugs active. I don't have the drug buff. I see. It's but yeah, the 1200 difference. I don't know, it's just that eventually, once you get everything else up, because you also get more crit elsewhere. Because again, the base upgrade here, we're talking about gloves, right? And there's another 1,000 there, and then, again, 1,000 plus right there, a bit more crit there, there's some crit there, also this thing, got some more crit here, and then, where else do we have more crit? Then suppressor as well. Eventually, another 642. But yeah. I mean, it's not hard to get to 100% in group combat. Yeah, and then Gray Fox and Meryl's Funny Shred, and then attack becomes superior. That's for group content though. Regular content, it's still easy enough where it doesn't matter that much. I get it, but eventually, still, think about this. I have 85% crit rate. I don't even have the drug. I don't have the drug buff. If I use the drug buff, I'll go even further. I'll be at I'll be closer to 90%. But I don't have the drug buff active. Right, because you're forgetting other crit sources too. Weapon has crit stat. Your matrices also have crit. Right, this thing has crit here. You have 3 of them. Right? What? This is 833 max. But yeah, I would get another 400 something crit there. Another 400 something crit here as well. if I use the drug. But yeah, like eventually you just end up with a lot of crit that you just don't need it. Here's the thing, right? You get those stats by using this item. You don't need to, like, everyone can get those stats. Where's the drug? Oh wait, it's under cooking. Everyone can get it just by using the enhancement shot. Right? You want those stats, you just use the enhancement shot. Like, eventually, yeah, you have those, your max is 28 to 2.5. Yeah, you have more crit than I have. Yeah, on global, there's no crit resist. Well, I don't know about CN, but global, there is no crit resist on global. There is no crit resist outside of some Origin of War floors. But Origin of War also gives you crit buff. Right? Oh no, if I go Frost, that's my attack. There you go, 103. Okay, no drug. In most content on global, there's 0 crit resist. And math, what do you mean? You mean, like, I mean, like, there's technically, like, 1% or whatever. It's negligible. Right, it's on this list, right? Did he update it here? But let's see. Oh, here we go. Crit. I know Origin of War has crit resist, but, like, yeah. The argument for going crit is, even though it's weaker, attack will sort of get displaced. I ain't sure, but, like, yeah. Count crit numbers from percent. Enter percent here. Enemy level, crit resist. Oh, yeah, FC Evo, yeah, there's this. Final trial all, again. Oh, this, because, like, again, party members can reduce this. VA is that. Event raid, that's whatever. Origin of War has this stuff. Yeah, 1 crit resist on every enemy, yeah. But, like, again, this is group content. Here we're talking group content. Yeah. And then Origin of War, you can also get the crit item. But, like, yeah. On Cactus, Mural 4-piece will give 1% crit rate, 1 to 8%. Equals that -7, but it can't be lower than 0%. Cool. And then there's, like, content level. There we go. Right. But again, it's like people are already lowering it anyways. Group content, people will lower it. Whatever. It's on the sheet. And then there's, like, the resist list. Enter ignore and the thingy. There you go. Alright, because keep in mind, all that content, you're playing with other people. Right? You're not meant to play it solo. That content. It's designed to be played with others. Right? It is intended for you to be playing it with other people. It is multiplayer. Right? And, like, the only other content that doesn't have it is, like, Bygone and Origin. Not Origin. Bygone and Sequential, which is single player. Doesn't have the resist anyways, other than the base 1%. It is needed, but, like, you don't need to go that overkill. At some point, you get to a point where, like, you're not getting that much of an increase. Right? Like, what's your crit rate percent? Right? Like, I already have, like, 85% crit rate. 95%. Eh. And at the same time, you can also go 4 crit rate rolls on your visor if you want to have flat crit rate. That's also a thing you can do with the visor slot. And even it out there for more attack across the board. Because you have that slot too. Okay, yeah. So you're getting 3% more crit rate than me? Is that 3% crit rate worth that much more, man? You have 3% more than my 85%. Oh wait, I don't even have the drug active. So my crit rate's probably like 86%. So it's like 2% more crit rate than me. Is it really worth it? Right? I don't have the drug active. Okay. Okay, you're not on the drugs right now. But yeah, you have like 88% crit rate. Such a small change, man. Such a small change. Alright, where's my mouse? It's a 1.7% buff still. I guess that's one way to look at it. But it's like super minor. Yeah, because like, that's it. Like, I have more attack, yeah. Right, but like, that's the crit difference, man. You have 88%, I have 85. 30,000 attack corresponds to about 510. Base attack. Yeah, I'm at like 44k base attack though. That said, again, like you get like at that point though, to get your crit rate up, you'll get a bit more out of the crit rate on visor. If you really want that extra bit of crit. There's also the flat crit on your visor. Right? Because visor slot can only have attack percent, flat attack, and crit rate percent. But yeah. That includes your visor. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I was including my visor in mine. But, like, you can see just how little it scales once you have that much crit. Oh, like, mine is just, because dual elements, it's, like, easy. One sec. Oh, let me turn on that source again. Oh, I have to reopen the game. 776 attack, fair enough. Oh, nice. So we can do Origin of War tomorrow or something. If you want. You were DPS last night? Oh, nice. But yeah, let me get logged in. Origin of War, though, is like a weird mess, man. Optimal Volt in Origin of War for DPS doesn't even use Meryl. Like, here's the thing, like, we did the math on it earlier with how the stuff works. Meryl is not optimal in Volt for Origin of War. You actually get more out of using Ray instead in that slot, but that's its own other thing. Yeah, it's just not great for that. And then using Entoria main DPS. If you wanted to. But anyways. Right. Right, I don't have the drug active. What was it we were gonna look at? And then yeah, the Frost bullshit comp just dominates it. Because you're just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna ignore everything. Because game mechanics. Yeah, it's just heavily dominated by Frost. It's just group content in general, it's just weird. Meryl is for bygone or tanking. Now, Meryl is great. The Volt Meryl is great if you're tanking. Very useful for tanking. Very, very useful for tanking. Right, that skill? Very nice. And what else is there? You know? The reduce enemy crit resist. Right? Nice. Gives you crit buff. Also nice. That stuff is great. Right? That stuff is great. But yeah. Shield good, yeah. All that stuff great. You know? Oh, here we go. It provides user near the teammates 20% damage reduction. And a shield. Also great. You know, you're helping protect people. Good stuff there. It's great for tanking. You know, like, that's the thing. But what were we checking here? But yeah, like, you see my stats here. You're also assuming that you'll be using Meryl specifically, considering it'll only be close to meta relevant in, like, maybe 6 to 12 months, yeah. I mean, Meryl will still stay, man. Oh, what were we even looking at? You got a 7% crit rate roll there, damn. Oh wait, no, that's your tank stuff, that's why. Never mind. You don't have crit rate here. But like, yeah, you can get, like, at some point once you have that much crit on your visor will give you more. Look at the difference here. Like, just a little bit of attack percent difference, but then I get the crit rate there. Yeah, because this is DPS tank. That's because this is a DPS tank build. He has more he has, like, more Volt attack than me. But, like, I use Frost Gear under Volt. So, like, I still out-attack him. Because it just uses my Frost stats instead. Because my Frost stats higher. But yeah. But I also have much higher crit. Right, but yeah, like, this is Fortitude there. Main downside of rolling for pet rolls is, like, they're really, 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 really hard to get. Yeah. I already burnt them, man. Wait for the double drops. I already went and spent all my vitality for 6 runs before reset. I also, like, before I started the stream. I already did that. Because this double drops and gear rolling boosted again. I'm gonna try to get, like, higher rolls on my gloves and boots for crit. I'm gonna try to roll that later. I just don't feel like rolling right now. I have to, like, sift through this. Right, because I'm looking for, like, ideal dual element pieces. I want Frost and Flame attack on them, ideally. Right, I want my gloves and boots to have both Frost and Flame attack. And then generic attack in there, not roll into generic attack, but, like, yeah. Because, like, I'm trying to optimize that way. Because, like, at this point, I'm better off getting a better visor with more crit there. Yeah, technically you already got a pent roll, but only 10 crit higher than your old quad roll. Because they rolled cap. There you go. Right. But yeah. There's not really anything I was gonna do right now, though. I forgot to claim that earlier, but yeah. We just pulled this up because we were talking about stats there. We're actually going on about this, the video though, the rest of the reacts. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know when the carrot testing should be soon. I don't know when it's starting though, or how the NDA will get handled. Most are 1800 plus. I have like some 2000 attack pieces. I'm gonna try to like optimize it more for even more than that, but yeah, I have some 2000 attack pieces. The highest you can get is like 2200 or something. I forget what the exact number was, but it was like more than 2000 when you consider After Titan.
Rated M for mature.
Lumia is not my home. Oh, you could just post it on Discord, but sure. Oh, nice. Here, I can pull it up. Okay, we got FabX's stats. Right? You got a lot of crit, man. That's more than mine. Yeah, fair enough. Higher attack, too. Oh, you're using, this one. But yeah, no. Yeah, you got higher attack than mine, too. More attack, more crit. We got better rolls. Right? Is this with drug or not? Are you using drugs or not? Because you also have these at 70. Yeah, I don't know why you're at Lin S6 CS low. But you got more attack and crit than I do. Oh, you're not using drug then? This is no drug? But damn, you got the nice high stats here. Better than mine. Oh wait, this is with the drug applied. Into the main 9 frost now. This is possible without that. This is possible without it, man. Yeah, cause like mine's only like 103k in frost. Wait, wrong dad. But yeah, I mean that makes sense. Your CS is way higher than mine. I'm only like mine's like 350 something K CS. You got higher CS than me. So like yeah, it makes sense. Right? I only hit like 360 something with the drug. Without Linbug 400k. Wait, what? Linbug lowered your CS? The fuck?
Not the way it is for you.
Wait, they doesn't want to give you that. Wait, what is this? Moving cares, exactly.
Rated M for mature.
I got no CS from Lin, yeah.
Lumia is not my home. Not the way it is for you.
Having second thoughts about the expedition?
Please. I'm more ready to go than you are.
The rest of us only have a year left, but you've got 9 good years before your gommage. You don't need to leave yet.
1 year out there is better than 9 years in here.
Alright, this is the thing here. Sounds like Lua character. Yeah. How old is this character supposed to be? Because I feel like she looks older than they intend her to be. Probably because LG TV character designers. LG 4K UHD TV plus character designer there, probably.
The dance begins.
I don't know. You just look at the face and you can kind of... Okay, turn-based.
Strike.
She's Carlotta, okay. Easy.
Finesse and grace.
So you got QTEs in your turn-based game. Okay.
How can you keep going like nothing happened?
Hey, at least Nintendo didn't patent that. At least Nintendo didn't patent that. QTEs in your turn-based game. They could have patented that a long time ago, though. If they did, it would have expired. Like 15 years ago. Or whenever Paper Mario... How long ago was it when Paper Mario came out? The original Paper Mario? Because they technically had QTEs in their turn-based combat. With the action commands or whatever they were called. If you ever played that one. Alright, there's this commercial. Rogers Canada commercial featuring Keanu Reeves. What is this?
Introducing Rogers Xfinity with internet that handles it all.
Them selling cardboard? I don't know, man.
Awesome. I'll be right back. Built for more devices.
Okay. What if I crash through the window? That's genius. Let's do that. Excellent.
Let the art come from within.
From within. So Keanu can do everything.
Okay.
So done, bro.
Well, almost everything.
Why don't you stick to acting, Uncle Keanu?
Let's go. Rogers Xfinity is here on Canada's most reliable internet.
Alright then. Don't know why that they needed that to be a commercial, but sure. The true hero, the Blunder Dome. Okay. Story of Mr. Reeves' kindness and grace sound like a legend, but they are also true. Big fan since the 80s. Okay. I just don't know why they needed him in this commercial. Reminds me though, like, of the joke. I my brother and I would like tell our mom, cause like she would sometimes watch things on this foreign network or whatever on TV that we end up paying extra so she can get those channels. And we made the joke where like the quality of whatever she's watching, the ads have a way higher quality and budget than any of the shows she ends up watching. Than just the ads. Yeah, that's fair. Like they have those collabs or whatever. He's playing Fall Guys though. Maybe he's moving back. Yeah, I doubt that. Why would he want to? Yeah, why crash the window? I don't know. But there we go. They got that commercial. Alright. What else? They got this one.
I'm gonna be honest, okay? Wait, oh. Oh.
I got the coin. Nice.
I got it. Okay. That's right. I'm gonna be honest, okay? Wait, oh. Oh.
This was a couple months ago he tried it, right? Yeah. Mainly a kids game, so it appeals to a wider audience, which is why it won. How did this win? I don't know, it looked cool. Yep. I don't know, the game looks fun. People forget, most important part, man. Alright, what's this one? Most dangerous rock in the world. What are this? What is this? There's like a bunch of videos here. What is this?
This is the most dangerous rock in the world. It's called pitchblende, and it comes from the Joachimsthal mines in the northern Czech Republic. In 1789, the German apothecary Martin Klaproth extracted a metal from these rocks that was widely used to color
Surely not
ceramics and
radiated.
glass. 60 years later, in 1852, George Stokes showed that this glass would fluoresce under ultraviolet light. In the late 1800s, the physicist Henri Becquerel tried to figure out if this metal generated X-rays when it fluoresced. He hypothesized that if he placed some small bits of metal on top of a photographic plate wrapped in black paper and put the whole contraption out in the sun, that the UV rays from the sun would cause the metal to fluoresce, generating X-rays which would pass through the black paper and expose the photographic plate in the regions close to the metal pieces. After running the experiment and developing the plate, Becquerel saw exactly what he expected. But his hypothesis was actually wrong. In what has to be one of the luckiest moments in science, the next week it was cloudy in Paris, and instead of rerunning the experiment, Becquerel put it in a drawer and forgot about it. When he came back a week later, he decided to develop the plate just for fun. Expecting to see nothing, he instead found very strong silhouettes on the plate. This metal was emitting radiation all by itself. This was an entirely new phenomena. Where was the energy even coming from? What was this metal extracted from these rocks doing? This mystery attracted the interest of some of the best scientists in the world, including Marie Sklodowska-Curie, Pierre Curie, and Ernest Rutherford. They discovered something remarkable. The metal extracted from these rocks, uranium, was transmuting. It was turning into other elements and releasing huge amounts of energy as it did. This contradicted decades of science that showed that atoms were the unchanging building blocks of our universe. The word atom literally and incorrectly means indivisible. In the summer of 1903, Rutherford and his wife visited the Curies in Paris and happened to arrive on the day that Marie received her PhD. That night after the ceremony, the group gathered in the garden to celebrate. Pierre brought out a party trick, a test tube coated in zinc sulfide and full of radium gas. Radium is a product of uranium decay and itself is another radioactive element. As the tube glowed in the Paris night, Rutherford noticed Pierre's hands were covered in radiation burns from months of laboratory work, an early sign of the power of their discovery. A new secret of the universe, radioactive uranium, had been unlocked, hiding in these rocks. What the Curies and Rutherford didn't know that night in Paris was that uranium had one more lurking secret. Uncovering this secret would require a new generation of scientists and a complete rejection of Rutherford's understanding of the nucleus. These revelations would come in waves. The first hit Leo Szilard 30 years later as he crossed the street in London one day. A recent refugee from Nazi Germany, Szilard had just left his hotel lobby, where he had read a speech from Rutherford in his morning paper. It had recently been shown that instead of waiting around for nuclear reactions to happen spontaneously, it was possible to create these reactions by bombarding atoms with high-speed protons. Two of Rutherford's colleagues had shown that lithium atoms bombarded by protons would split into 2 alpha particles, releasing huge amounts of energy in the process. Splitting just 1 kilogram releases 2.35 terajoules, enough to power modern-day London
Whoever got exposed to radiation, yep. They all did,
for 14 hours. As excitement around harnessing nuclear energy grew, Rutherford, now Lord Rutherford, remained dismissive. In the speech, he said that anyone who looked for a source of power in the transformation of the atom was talking moonshine. Rutherford argued that while splitting a single atom would release more energy than the incoming proton would provide, that on average this was a very poor and inefficient way to produce energy.
Yeah, because you need to have the energy to power the thing to even do that in the first place. Not exactly efficient. Makes sense.
The incredibly dense and positively charged lithium nucleus required accelerating protons in an electric field of 250,000 volts, and only 1 in a billion of these high-energy protons would actually crack the nucleus. Szilard thought this was that it was possible to harness nuclear energy, and that Rutherford and his colleagues were just doing it.
I mean, yeah, it is true, just not with lithium. You can do it, just not with lithium. Yeah, we did know, but we didn't find out about that one. Early years hardcore mode, yep.
You're wrong. As he walked, Szilard realized that the proton was a poor choice of projectile. Its positive charge was intensely repelled by the positive nucleus. Overcoming the Coulomb barrier to reach the nucleus was precisely the reason protons had to be accelerated.
Yeah, that is all about light. Lithium, not ideal.
To such high speeds in the first place. A recent discovery from one of Rutherford's colleagues, the neutron, with no electrical charge would be much more effective. But it wasn't clear how to make a strong enough source of neutrons, or how much energy this would require. As Szilard moved across the street, a new thought occurred to him. What if we didn't have to provide the neutrons at all? What if they came from the reaction itself? What if there was some type of atom that when bombarded by a neutron would break apart, releasing energy while simultaneously ejecting 2 new neutrons? The resulting neutrons would then fly off to spawn 2 new reactions
and then do more.
The resulting nuclear chain reaction would be catastrophic. One reaction becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, and just 40 steps later we've split 1 trillion atoms. Did such an element exist?
Yes.
In what would later become Nobel Prize-winning work, Enrico Fermi picked up this
neutron billiards, yep. Yeah, because you need more, exactly. And that's the thing, right? You needed to not consume more. And so we needed to look for a different material instead. Not lithium.
line of questioning, and over the next couple years systematically bombarded every element on the periodic table with neutrons. Fermi observed fairly consistent behavior, with most elements.
Yeah, sure, better than helium, but like, of course it's gonna be better than helium. But then, you know. Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Helium is very stable. You look at the freaking list on the periodic table, a lot of the stuff under helium. You can have stuff that are heavier than that, but like, again, they're gonna be really, really hard to separate.
Elements either not reacting or losing a proton or alpha particle.
It's like they're already like perfectly stable as is.
And decaying into a neighbor on the periodic table. A source of neutrons next to a sample of aluminum, for example, would chip away alpha particles, converting some of the aluminum atoms into sodium. Notably, none of Fermi's experiments showed multiple neutrons being released per reaction, making Szilard's idea of a nuclear chain reaction seem impossible. However, for one element in Fermi's experiments, nothing made sense. When Fermi reached the very last element on the periodic table at the time, our old friend uranium, extracted from pitchblende, he couldn't find chemical evidence that uranium was decaying into any of its neighbors. Observing a wide range of radioactive decay half-lives, Fermi hypothesized that uranium was transmuting into a heavier, yet-to-be-discovered element. This controversial claim drew the attention of some of the best scientists in the world, including Marie and Pierre Curie's daughter, Irene, who began conducting experiments aimed at understanding exactly what was happening inside the uranium nucleus. In 1938, the German nuclear chemist Otto Hahn would beat her to the punch, observing that his bombarded uranium samples were turning into barium. Hahn was alarmed and ran the experiment again and again, looking for some mistake. Finding nothing, Hahn wrote a letter to his collaborator Lise Meitner on December 19, 1938, asking for some insight into his frightful conclusion. Barium has atomic number 56. For uranium to turn into barium, the entire nucleus would have to split apart. A decade of nuclear research had only ever shown atoms losing very small pieces at a time. The accepted mathematical probability of such a large fragment separating from the uranium nucleus was impossibly small. This had to be a mistake. When Otto Hahn's letter arrived, Lise Meitner desperately needed a distraction. As an Austrian of Jewish descent, Meitner had been forced to flee when Hitler annexed Austria earlier that year. Meitner's sister and brother-in-law had been sent to Dachau concentration camp, leaving Meitner and her nephew, the physicist Otto Frisch, to celebrate the winter holidays alone in Kungolf, Sweden. When Frisch came down the stairs the morning of Christmas Eve, Meitner insisted that they get to work. How could their German colleague Otto Hahn have possibly found barium? Setting out on the snow, Frisch on skis and Meitner walking briskly, they began to discuss. The most complete nuclear mathematical model at the time treated the nucleus as a liquid drop. Each proton and neutron inside the nucleus is equally attracted by all of its neighbors, while the particles on the surface of the nucleus only have neighbors on one side, resulting in a net force, a surface tension, directed inward and along the surface of the nucleus. Unlike a liquid drop, however, the positively charged protons inside the nucleus also repel each other, adding an outward Coulomb force to the balance. The balance of these forces accounts nicely for one of the most important observations we've made about the nucleus. When physicists compare the mass of a given atom to the mass of the particles that make it up, the math never comes out quite right. The atom always has some mass missing. The answer to this puzzle lies in Einstein's discovery of mass-energy equivalence, his famous E equals mc squared equation. The missing mass is converted into the binding energy that holds the nucleus together. This discovery gave physicists an accurate way to measure the binding energy of each element, by taking the differences in the measured mass and plugging into Einstein's equation. When plotting these energies against the number of protons and neutrons in each atom, an interesting curve emerges. Elements towards the center of the periodic table, like tin, have the most strongly bound nuclei, while lighter and heavier elements have less tightly bound nuclei. Initially, no one was able to produce a satisfactory explanation for this trend. Why would elements towards the center of the periodic table have the strongest nuclear bonds? As first shown by George Gamow in 1930, the balance of the forces in the liquid drop model nicely explains this curve. The average attractive nuclear force between protons and neutrons is constant across all elements. Since the protons and neutrons on the surface of the nucleus have fewer neighbors, this results in less overall attractive force, and we need to reduce our overall binding energy by a factor proportional to the surface area of the nucleus. This explains the lower binding energy of smaller atoms. The ratio of surface area to volume increases as atoms become smaller. Finally, the repulsive Coulomb force also reduces the binding energy of the nucleus by a factor proportional to the number of protons squared divided by the radius of the nucleus. This explains why heavier elements have weaker nuclear bonds. The Coulomb force has a much larger range than the nuclear force, so its relative effect is larger in large atoms. The net effect of these forces, known as the semi-empirical mass formula, amazingly matches observation with less than 1.5% error. With all this in mind, Frisch and Meitner stopped and set on a log to do some math. Despite the surface and Coulomb terms reducing the overall binding energy of uranium, it still has significant binding energy. Way more energy than the incoming neutron that apparently split apart the nucleus in Otto Hahn's experiment. Then came a flash of insight. What if the nucleus was more like a water drop than anyone had previously assumed? What if it could oscillate? Frisch quickly sketched this picture, where the nucleus deformed and stretched to a breaking point, splitting into two. But did the mathematics actually support this? Meitner and Frisch realized that for this model to work, they didn't need to overcome the full binding energy of the nucleus. They only needed to check how much energy was required to make the nucleus wobbly. Deforming the nucleus increases the surface area, and requires energy to push interior particles away from their neighbors into the surface. This is why liquid drops are spherical. A sphere minimizes the surface area for a given volume. However, unlike a liquid drop, the particles in the nucleus are also repelled by the Coulomb force. If the Coulomb force could push outward with a force equal to the inwardly pulling surface tension, there would no longer be any net force, preserving the drop's spherical shape, and the geometry of the nucleus would become unstable. Setting the change in energy as the liquid drop deformed equal to 0, and solving for the mass number A and the atomic number Z, Frisch found that for large atoms around atomic number 100, the surface and Coulomb terms would cancel out. Uranium is not too far away, with atomic number 92, suggesting that the extra energy from the incoming neutron may be sufficient to kick off oscillations and ultimately splitting. As soon as the nucleus separated, the very short-range nuclear force would no longer be in play, leaving only the Coulomb force to eject the two halves, in this case a barium and krypton nucleus with a huge amount of energy. Frisch was able to quickly compute this energy, coming up with around 200 mega-electron volts, an impossibly large number at the atomic scale. Could this really be the case? And if so, where would this energy come from? The answer again came down to Einstein's equation, E equals mc squared. The higher binding energies of the resulting barium and krypton, produced by splitting uranium, meant that more mass was converted into energy. Meitner had a version of the binding energy curve memorized, and sitting on that log in the middle of the snow, she was able to show on a scrap of paper that an average change of a little under 1 mega-electron volt per proton and neutron, multiplied by the 238 protons and neutrons in uranium, would result again in around 200 mega-electron volts. All the pieces fit, Frisch would later say. Within weeks, Frisch had experimentally validated these results, and even given the new splitting phenomena a name, nuclear fission. Word quickly spread across the globe of the breakthrough. When news reached Frisch's mentor Niels Bohr, he said, "What fools we have been." When news reached graduate student Luis Alvarez mid-haircut in California, he ran out before his haircut was even over to let his advisor Robert Oppenheimer know. Within months, yet another member of the Curie family was able to show that uranium fission released 2 or more neutrons, making Szilard's vision of a nuclear chain reaction a real possibility. At 200 mega-electron volts per atom, 1 kilogram of uranium would release around 81 terajoules of energy, 20 million times the energy released by 1 kilogram of TNT. If this energy could be released using a nuclear chain reaction, the results would be catastrophic.
And then eventually we got the nukes.
This possibility was not lost on governments as World War II loomed. Within months, the United States, Germans, and Japanese began research work on building the atomic bomb. The race had begun.
The nuclear race begun. And that's how the thing started. And now we have nukes and nuclear power. That's how it all started. That's crazy. There we go. And that's a 13-minute video, felt shorter than many other 13-minute videos they watched. Yep. That's a nice way to break it down, I guess. But it's not like we're building nukes, man. But there you go. What's this one? Phone paralysis. Never watch this video on the toilet. Why? Okay. If I want to get spooked by everything, we'll see.
You're at work when nature calls. You make your way to the bathroom, but not without your trusty sidekick, your phone.
It's still cool though, yeah. Channel has crazy titles, yeah.
Sitting on the toilet, scrolling away, you quickly lose track of time as 10, 20, 30 minutes pass by.
How the hell do you spend that? I guess because they're on the toilet. They're not on the toilet. They're freaking using their phone. They're not going to the toilet to do their business. They're going to the toilet to use their phone. That's why.
Little do you know that this seemingly innocuous act has already changed your life forever. In a few moments, you will stand up for the last time in your life. We all do it.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, not all of us, but it is common. People use their time on the toilet for all kinds of things, not just the business at hand, like scrolling through social media.
Yeah, I don't do that. Though I know my brother likes to take something in with him when he's on the toilet and like spends like 10,000 years in there. I don't though. I just want to be out of there as soon as possible. Send him this video true.
Even just taking a break in the only place you can get some semblance of peace. But I'm sorry to tell you that this is not a good thing, and sitting for extended periods of time on the toilet can have severe consequences.
Well, yeah, I can see that. I mean, the toilet isn't exactly the most comfortable seat out there. Part of why I want to get out of there after, like, I get done with it as quickly as possible. Not exactly the most comfortable thing out there.
The first and most common one that we will discuss are hemorrhoids. Also known as piles, this condition affects the thin veins in the anus and lower rectum. Hemorrhoids come in three main types: internal hemorrhoids, hidden inside the rectum and usually painless despite the potential for bleeding; external hemorrhoids, which occur under the skin around the rectum and can cause discomfort, itching, and pain; and thrombosed hemorrhoids, which is the most severe of the three.
Dangerous toilet seat is a comfortable one, yeah.
External hemorrhoid. This situation leads to severe pain, swelling, and a hard discolored lump that often requires immediate medical intervention.
Yeah.
Well, Bean, to find out how sitting on the toilet for too long can cause hemorrhoids, we can go to Professor Harun Issa from Bingham University in Nigeria, who explains that because the toilet seat is cut out, the rectum is lower than the rest of the backside.
Oh yeah, it's also not great for your posture. Fair enough. You managed to fall asleep in the toilet for 2 hours out of sheer exhaustion before? Oh, that's not good, man.
Gravity takes over, and blood starts to pool and clot in those veins. But it's also important to note that if things are taking longer than you'd like, and if your instinct is to just push to finish the job, don't. Adding any straining would set in motion the process of developing hemorrhoids.
Damn.
Added Professor Issa. He also highlights that the sitting position might be a contributing factor to various bowel diseases, including appendicitis, polyps, and even colon cancer, with studies showing that Western countries have much higher rates of these conditions.
Bad posture. I can see why. Hunched over, leaning to look at your phone as you scroll, doom scroll through TikTok and stuff. Yeah, not good for your posture.
You might in fact notice while traveling that squat toilets are more common in the rest of the world. In fact, a majority of the world population uses squat toilets, which allows a more natural posture for...
Oh, yeah, because, you want... that's the thing, right? Having better posture is always good. You'd play chess instead. Fair enough. Oh, wait, no, would you play the best game of chess? This game of chess, right? This one. Someone made a video about this version of chess. I'll play it after. I saw this the other day. I'm like, damn, this shit post is amazing. We should look at this game of chess after. Cause it's just crazy.
Defecation, and not much else while you go to the loo. Experts note that your time spent on the porcelain throne should ideally not exceed 10 minutes, though some even say shorter. The point is to not spend more time than needed for your body to finish the job.
It is hilarious.
Consider this sobering story shared by Propita106 on Reddit. A family member habitually spent over 30 minutes at a time on the toilet. The excessive sitting led to 12 externalized hemorrhoids developing.
It's not that you're excessively sitting, it's just that you're sitting in a position that's bad for your posture, right? And that thing is lower than it should be. In that hole there.
Developing on their rear end, requiring a hemorrhoidectomy. The recovery was excruciating to the point where the individual dreaded the very thought of having to go number 2 due to the intense post-operative pain. Or Redditor the Lone Hoot, who noticed blood in their stool. The sight was alarming enough to cause them to seek medical attention and get a colonoscopy. The result? Internal hemorrhoids. The Lone Hoot wrote, "My doctor asked if I read on the toilet. I said yes. He said, don't do that anymore."
Yeah, don't.
A few weeks after listening to the doctor's advice, the issue went away and the Redditor was left with an important PSA. Don't read on the toilet. Take a dump and be done with it. It's important not to write off rectal bleeding as just hemorrhoids, since it could indicate something more serious. However, aside from limiting your toilet sitting time, also try to keep to a diet that is rich in fiber and drink plenty of water in order to prevent hemorrhoids. You can also lower your risk of hemorrhoids by subscribing to this channel. Or at least I'd say that if I had any research to back up this claim, but alas, I do not.
He doesn't.
What I can confidently tell you is that just your one sub helps out our channel a ton. So if you're enjoying this video, click the button. And if you're already a subscriber, thank you for your support. But there are far worse things than hemorrhoids that can be caused from sitting on the toilet just a little too long. February 2018.
Yeah, I drink a lot of water too, man. No, yesterday I went through 4 bottles of water. At least 4, I think. Honestly, I end up drinking more water now that I have a fridge here. Just because I can have more of them close to me.
Southeast China. A man was spending time playing games on his phone while trying to do his business. But after 30 minutes had passed, he experienced something out of a nightmare. A rectal prolapse. A condition where the rectum, the lower part of the colon, falls from its normal position within the body and protrudes out. In this case, it was a ball-shaped lump of his intestine measuring 6.3 inches in diameter. He rushed to the hospital, where surgeons were able to successfully remove the lump. Dr. Sue Dan, the gastrointestinal doctor who performed the surgery, noted that the patient has had rectal prolapses since he was 4 years old, but the bulge was able to retract in the past.
Okay.
They also revealed that the prolonged time spent sitting on the toilet led to the incident, and that if the condition was not treated in time, the situation could have become even worse. But too much push in the tush isn't the only mishap that could happen in the loo. Redditor dropped a thrice succumbed to exhaustion after being awake for about 30 hours. They had fallen asleep on the toilet after a long boot camp session,
Oh, yikes.
only to wake up abruptly. With no sense of time and in a disoriented state, tried to stand up too quickly when their legs, deprived of circulation from the prolonged sitting, failed. The soldier tumbled forward, exiting the stall with pants still around their ankles, and after a few moments of struggling, managed to regain enough blood flow to their legs to stand and rectify the situation. Fortunately for Drop a Thrice, the bathroom was empty, sparing them from embarrassment right before boot camp graduation. Another Redditor decided to use the bathroom after returning home from work and took the opportunity to browse Reddit on his phone. He spent about 10 minutes on the toilet with his elbows resting on his thighs. Upon finishing and attempting to stand, he discovered he had lost all sensation in his lower legs. This led to him toppling straight into his shower door, breaking it and hitting his head against the wall in the process. The aftermath included a cut on his forehead, a broken shower door, and a girlfriend who found the entire episode hilarious.
Bro, I need my filter changed. It is full of waste.
Yeah, let's not go there right now, Howard. Unfortunately, not everyone is lucky enough to be able to laugh off such an incident.
Yeah.
April 2014. 24-year-old Zhang Tongchun from Chongqing, China, was working as an apprentice at a barbershop when he went to the bathroom to relieve himself. And, like many of us do, he took his smartphone with him to pass the time.
Well, I don't do this, so.
When he didn't return after 30 minutes, and with a customer waiting for their turn, his younger brother, who also worked there, went to check up on him and discovered him vomiting, with the smartphone on the floor beside him with a broken screen. Zhang was rushed to the hospital, where doctors revealed the worst. The man had become paralyzed. Doctors attributed the previously healthy Zhang's sudden paralysis to his prolonged sitting in the same position, which severely restricted his blood circulation. The act of standing up too quickly after such a long period led to a significant oxygen deficiency in his brain, which was exacerbated by the bathroom's poor air quality. His father, Zhang Shuyun, recalled that the restroom in the workplace when he visited in the past had felt closed, cramped, and very stuffy. Not only did it not have an exhaust fan or a window, but there was also a washing machine with a water heater hanging on it.
Oh, that's not safe.
Still
not
dripping.
good.
Everyone felt that it was a little crowded. So, whether it's a scare from finding blood in your stool, a fall caused by numb legs, or feeling stifled like Zhang, remember that lingering in the loo isn't worth your health. Shorten your lavatory layovers by leaving the novels and notifications for elsewhere. Think of it as a pit stop, not a parking lot.
Yep.
And if you've been sitting on the toilet the entire time you've been watching this video, it's been about 8 minutes, so I would strongly suggest getting up before you watch this next video on how a man successfully escaped from prison 13 times. Spoiler alert, one of the escapes was through a toilet.
No thanks. I don't want to imagine that. But yeah. Careful of toilet thing, I guess. Here you go, here, we'll go look at it. This is the best game of chess ever.
Sorry. What if chess had fewer rules?
Okay, or no rules.
Sorry. What if chess had no rules?
Best rule. 300,000 people played the worst game of chess ever. Nah, it's the best one. Nah, this is the best game of chess ever.
Is a subreddit where chess enthusiasts gather to say the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. They have an obsession with en passant, which is a niche rule in chess.
En passant, best rule, man. Reminds me of that guy who used to make those videos on how to play or whatever, and he would always, there was like a meme about him saying, en passant is not allowed, or en passant is allowed. You know, have you ever seen that, like those videos of like the guys like how to play? And he would like talk about en passant, whatever. En passant sports. I forget what the guy's channel was, but it's like something how to play. I think he would do one like I think he had one as like this one. The triple S game, this guy. I think it was this one. How to play cut chess. Was it this one?
Cut chess. How to play.
Yeah, it's this one.
The rules are the same as regular chess, except for these changes. For a refresher of those rules, check out this video. Whenever an outermost column, or row, becomes void of pieces.
Like, there used to be a meme where he would talk about en passant. I remember, like, randomly seeing this guy's channel a couple years back, and, like, people would make a meme about en passant being allowed or not. But yeah, he would, like, just talk about board games, how to play them. But yeah. This guy. But anyways.
Chess. They have a bot that flames you if you ever say pee-pee, which...
A bot that flames you for saying pee-pee, okay. You was doing pee-pee in your Pampers, alright, sure.
Weirdly happens a lot in this subreddit.
His pee-pee speaks for itself. Apparently, also big enough pee-pee to play the Bong Cloud, okay.
And the way they revel in making chess the dumbest thing possible creates a safe haven for people who aren't great at chess to still enjoy the game. Needless to say, the subreddit has produced some pretty insane things, but none of them have ever been quite as notorious as the game.
Alright, the game.
On Friday, August 7th, 2021, Reddit user Skurlock would make a post that would mark the beginning of an era. It was a picture of a perfectly normal chessboard, but with the title, top comment picks the next move.
Legal or not.
Legal or not. This post instantly rocketed to the top of the subreddit as people in the comments threw out ideas on what the first move should be. They ended up making White do one of the things they love the most, one of their simple pleasures. The Bong Cloud opening. The Bong Cloud, of course, is a meme opening that provides literally zero strategic advantage.
Yeah.
But normally, you would have to move your pawn before pointlessly moving your king. Since there were no rules, they decided to just capture their own pawn instead. Black responded by doing something...
Capture their own pawn.
Something better. Something
the pawn was a traitor, guys.
A normal cheater might do. They promoted one of their pawns to a queen. The only thing is, Skurlock didn't have another queen on hand, so he used a AA battery
It's a AA battery. Nice.
Represent the newly crowned queen.
All
now,
right.
Black should have a pretty big advantage here, so White had to one-up them. And they did by saying, nuh-uh, give me that. That's mine now.
It's mine now.
Make it a 9 volt. That's right, White took Black's new queen and...
That's right, they promoted the AA battery to a 9 volts. It's not a AA battery anymore, it's a 9 volt now.
Then promoted it to a 9 volt battery, which is not a queen. It is no longer a queen, it is a 9 volt battery. You're probably thinking, hey, what does a 9 volt battery do in chess?
The character's crazy, and now it's a 9 volt battery.
So, 3 days in, and we have already gone off track.
Okay.
We've transcended the basic rules of the game, and we now have a piece with unknown properties. So...
Shove a couple of them in series. Oh boy.
Where do we go from here? How do things escalate?
Alright.
White draws 2 cards.
Alright, White draws 2 cards.
We're no longer playing chess.
Alright, they're drawing 2 cards. What about pot of greed? They need a pot of greed, though. No, they need a pot of greed so they can draw 2 cards.
White moves 1 rook on top of their other rook.
Nice.
Black puts a knife on f5 and then...
Knife on f5.
White buys a hotel next...
E5. Buy e5 and build a hotel there.
To it. Black responds by moving all of the pawns to the 3rd row. All of them, even White's. But
all of them.
Black's c-pawn tests positive for COVID, so White's c-pawn is contact traced and they're both put into quarantine.
Okay.
Unfortunately, White's bishop was found to be a sex offender.
Damn. And cannot be placed within 3 squares of any pawns.
We are lucky to no longer have it in our game. White moves on to sacrifice 3 pawns to summon the ultimate piece, the ever-powerful Chick-fil-A sauce.
The Chick-fil-A sauce is the ultimate chess piece. It takes up 4 slots.
And then Black fianchettos a Pop-Tart, placing it on g7. And next, what I would call the first truly insane move of the game is played. 2 knights go on a date at c5.
They go on a date on the Pop-Tart. Nice.
Now, I know what you're probably thinking. that move isn't that insane. They've already actually played weirder moves than that. But it's not really about the move, it's about how they played it. User Inexperienced128 wrote an over 1,000 word fan fiction describing the two knights going on a date.
Okay.
Yeah. As you can see, Anarchy Chess has fully given up any notion of trying to win this game, or even any notion of trying to make moves beneficial to them. The move on day 16 was a threat. White was not trying to one-up Black here. The move was instead a challenge to Skurlock himself.
I challenged him, okay.
It was a villainous monologue, disavowing all previous commenters who made a move easy to interpret, easy to represent. This commenter didn't want to win the game. They didn't even want to make a funny move. They wanted Skurlock to fear them.
Okay.
The move? King to E pi minus pi I.
King to E pi minus pi I. Wait, I is an imaginary number, right? Square root -1. E is Euler's number. Okay, how the hell are you gonna represent this?
Which, if you spell it out, spells PP.
PP.
Now, for those of you who are...
E-PP. E-PP. Nice. 45 degrees off the real axis.
Unsure what this means. I is an imaginary number equaling the square root of -1, which isn't real. So not only can this move not be played on a chessboard, this move physically cannot exist. Anarchy Chess's greatest minds were working around the clock to figure out how to represent this move visually, and a lot of them were scared for Skurlock. How would he do it? Could the game go on?
Yep.
The only option was to wait until tomorrow.
There you go.
He fucking did it. He suspended the king upside down on top of the chessboard from a little square he made himself.
Nice.
Nobody could doubt.
So the king is now in another dimension, yes.
Skurlock after that, and the game thrived. A second, smaller game of chess started on the side.
No, the chess pieces are now playing checkers. What do you mean? They're playing checkers over here. We got the pawns playing checkers.
A queen came back from the future. They Thanos snapped half the pieces, and they even brought out the Uno reverse card.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I can't go over every single move in this video without making it way too long. I'll leave a link in the description to the full length of the game if you want to take a look. But speaking of length, how long was this game gonna last? Because theoretically, either side could just capture the opponent's king, ending the game. And they could do this at any point in time, but people just didn't want to do that. It was a lot more fun to just do funny shit back and forth.
Okay.
So Skurlock had to make the rules clear. The game would either be ended by a move, or it would automatically end on the 100th day.
All right, then.
We have to remember that while Skurlock may have had one of the best ever ideas for a shitpost, he still had a life outside of it. He was doing this out of his college dorm or apartment or something, and he frequently had to take down and rebuild an ever-expanding monstrosity of a chessboard. In addition to this, he frequently had to buy things for the game.
Oh,
and if you're a college student, that can put some stress on you.
Yeah, that's
Sometimes
not
he couldn't
great.
post, and while a lot of the time strangers on the internet can be really weird and mean about things like this, Anarchy Chess was anything but. Well, actually, they were still definitely weird. But everybody fucking loved Skurlock. One time he posted that he had midterms coming up, so everybody on Anarchy Chess went back and upvoted this comment retroactively, telling him to just study and relax. All that being said, I really just want to show some of my favorite moments from the rest of the game, because I was checking the subreddit every day for this.
Where'd you get this footage? The freaking paper airplane too?
I want to share that with you. On day 32, his cat was in the background of the picture, so obviously the top comment was to pet the cat.
Pet the cat,
The day after the cat was pet, a bishop started working on a time machine set to be finished on day 79. That would send the queen back in time to day 24, where she would move to before. On day 38, white passed. The day after that, they got Skurlock to post the game to a different subreddit dedicated to shitposting about flags, and asked them to design a flag for the white side of the board. What they got was this.
Alright.
To quote the designer, it's got a stegosaurus on it.
Alright.
My favorite dinosaur. It's
Nice.
got 3.14 of them to symbolize the
Pie.
position of their king.
Okay.
And because pie is my favorite food. The E is there because white ends in the letter E.
Alright.
On day 50, Scurlock asked not for a move, but for a halftime show. And they told him to burn the rook that they declared as a witch on day 49, and to post a slow-mo video of it with Stayin' Alive playing in the background.
Okay.
On day 57, they played the accelerated Bong Cloud, which, if you remember correctly, is the first move of the game, but this time on the smaller chessboard on the brick.
On the smaller one, okay.
It is really starting to sound like I'm just saying gibberish, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, I promise I'm reading off of a script here. These are all actual things that happen in the game. Let's see. The Ron Weasleys made an alliance with the Fire Nation and the Twin Towers to start a drug cartel. Jesus Christ. I
have a drug cartel.
Needed to skip over a lot in order to make this video digestible, so just bear with me because I'm about to say a lot more bullshit. The last major arc in the game was the King Committee versus the Beam. See, a death laser started to charge up because a couple pawns murdered and sacrificed an FBI agent to the ultimate piece, the Chick-fil-A sauce. Then they told Scurlock to flip over one of the cards, and that was how many days they had until the beam fired.
11 days.
So then all of the kings, which there are now 6 of, form a king committee to stop it. Then the rook that was elected president also joins the committee because it's technically a ruler, and then a literal 12-inch ruler also joins using this.
And then a 12-inch ruler also joins.
Same logic.
Okay.
While all this is happening, the queen who was sent back in time to day 24 has been biding her time, waiting for this exact moment. She swoops in and uses the 12-inch ruler to move all of the pieces off of rows 4 and 5 out of the way of the death beam.
Okay.
This, however, upsets the dark god controlling the death beam, and it shifts its focus to the king committee.
Damn.
But here's the thing. Do you remember that rook that was declared a witch and set on fire in the halftime show?
Yeah.
Turns out that is the exact same rook that is currently the president in the king committee.
Damn.
Turns out he's immortal. Scurlock said that he doused it in alcohol and surrounded it in tissue paper, but it still wouldn't burn. Its immortality allowed it to survive the death beam, and it was the only piece left standing from the king committee. Now in a power vacuum, the rook seizes control and looks to execute any pieces that were still loyal to the Black King. The queen from the future, filled with regret and knowledge of what will happen if nothing is done, looks within herself, pulls the pin on her grenade, and charges at the rook.
Damn.
The rest of the game serves as a bit of an epilogue, with White's H-pawn moving down the board and promoting into an upside-down rook, and then being elected president.
Okay, upside down rook, now president.
You might look at the number here and think, wait, there's still a lot more of the game to be played. But the game never actually reached day 100.
Aww.
2 posts after the chosen one was elected president, Scurlock stopped posting. See, he had posted a fair amount about burnout from school, and posts started to become less and less frequent as time went on. There were some people that really wanted to hang on to the game, to see it out to its end. But I think most of us knew that the game was over. Confirmation came 5 months later for us, with a post that read, "Moving out today. Sorry it couldn't last forever. Thanks for the fun journey." And if we rewind 5 months prior, we see that the last move of the game wasn't even meant to be a move at all.
Okay.
See, it came after Scurlock hadn't posted for a month. And the top comment, the one everybody upvoted to the top, just read, "Return of the King."
Return of the King? Okay.
The next day, Scurlock makes that move by posting the last ever picture of that glorious board with months of shitposts behind it.
Damn.
And it gives us a thumbs up. Thanks for watching.
And there we go. That is definitely a way to play chess. The best game of chess ever played. Right? Best game of chess ever played. Now that's the chess we need, man. Right? That's how chess should be played. Like that. The best way to play chess. There we go. At least we got caught up in reacts for the most part. Right, we got through that. It's unfortunate though, we couldn't really play Atelier Yumia because of how basically unplayable the game was. Surely it'll get fixed, but I don't know, man. I don't know how long that'll take. And the PlayStation version has pisser technology to make it look better, I guess. I wanted to play it, you know? But, like, it's just unplayable. With, like, the constant frame drops and everything. Hey man, I've played unfinished broken games that were more playable. I played a game that would crash every couple minutes and that was more playable on stream. Before. Oh wait, no, you know what? You know what we can do since we're here? We might as well. I wanted to pull this up at one point, but we never did. Let me see if I can get that game loaded. Might as well pull it up for once. Alright, I'll see you around then. But you're gonna miss out the peak mobile game, man. The ultimate mobile game. You don't want to miss it. Alright, let me pull it up. Which one was the source? Let me unlock this. Oh wait, this is 16 by 10, whatever. Someone? Okay, wait, let me change the resolution. There we go, wait. Someone made a game where they took a bunch of those fake mobile game ads and made a game out of it. No. You'll see. You know those mobile game ads? You know all those fake mobile game ads? Someone made it into an actual game. No, like actually, these fake mobile game things, you've seen them, right? Someone made it into a legit game. Why? I don't know. But someone made them into an actual game. You go like this. How does this work? I don't know how to play this stuff. Oh. I have to click. Oh, I have to do it. I have to click and use the money. To not get hit by the traffic cones. Not enough for 3-star. This shit is dumb, man. But like, someone legit made a thing with these. We have like the color lab. Right, this thing? Alright, you've seen these before. Spent too much money on ladders, yeah. Oh, I did it too slow. There we go, 3-star. Okay. There. Nope, that one's timer based. right? So you have that. I don't know why this is a thing. You got this one, pin pull. What is this one? Find the treasure. Okay, that's the tutorial. My IQ went up, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Why not? Rocks will break apart and disappear. They fall on things other than pins. Stickmen can also get hurt by them, so use it to hit enemies. Yeah, you've seen those ads. The dog won't go after. Wolves will take a bite out of stickman if pin blocking removed. Uses things like rocks to defeat them. Like, someone was like, yeah, I'm gonna go make a game out of this. But like, someone made like a real version of this. Right? Like these dumb ad things, yeah, it's like a real thing. We got parking lot, we got number tower. Alright. What? The animation playing also, you still have to wait for that. That is so Pepega. And you get the bigger number. And they have like 50 stages of everything, man. We got this one, parking lot. Get all the cars to move out of the parking lot. Move the car, and then confirm with enter. This is not the best control setup, for sure. Huh? What? Why isn't it moving? It's not moving, what the fuck? It's not like moving, what the fuck? I'm trying to move the car. The controls are so bad. The controls are so bad for this. I'm like, what the fuck? But like, this would probably work better on a touchscreen. It does not work properly, man. And I think they had a gotcha here too. They got a gotcha. Alright, here we go. We got a gotcha. You can put it in the gotcha. I want a title. I wanna play it. Cool. I can change the title plate. I guess. Mission list is like this. You got dailies, I guess. I haven't got dailies, man. But yeah, this dumb Pepega game exists. Based off of all those fake ads, they made that. It's just more coins for the gacha. It's dumb, man. They're single pulls, not even 10 pull, man. Can't even 10 pull. But yeah, it's a thing, man. It's a dumb game that exists. Don't know why, but it exists. Right, it exists. Don't exactly recommend it, but if you're really curious. It's, what is it called? Right, yeah, you want those games, right? So now let's see you clear them. It's like a joke thing that someone made. Oh, apparently there's a sequel, I guess. The guy made a sequel with even more of them. There's a sequel to it now. There's the lava in this one. They got the lava one now in there too. In the sequel, and they got this one with the guy that walks through. They made a sequel to it. Their publisher is D3 Publisher. Under Bandai Namco. That's their publisher. They got more of them, those things. They got more. Alright, here we go. Yeah, you want those games, right? So here you go. Now let's see you clear them. You can just see what they are, man. Now time to play those games that you've always wanted to try. Yeah! A new addition to those game series. Deflect the ball. Remove the pins to clear the mission. Draw lines to protect the kitty from the bats. Five types of minigames. 250 total stages, guys. And they got leaderboards now. They got leaderboards too. But there you go. They made it a thing, man. If you really wanted to play them. They recommend a GTX 1660. On an FX 8350 failed dozer CPU. It has badges too? Yeah, probably. I don't know, does it? Yeah, they do have badges. They got Steam achievements. And then I'm pretty sure you get badges from this stuff as well. You can get emotes and stuff. So there you go, if you want them. It's a thing. Yeah. Mixed reviews. The game is some of the first one plus X were like an expansion. It would have been a nice game if it actually focused more on actually delivering on the premise. And less on being streamer bait. So the way it is now, playing those games is less fun than watching the fake ads. Yeah, you can only recommend half of the games that include in this package with the extra challenges tied to it. Yeah, cause like even the first one, it's kind of scuffed, man. It's just funny bait, but like that's it. Years of YouTube ads, like this is just for like meme and brain rot memes. This is all for the brain rot memes, man. Like actually playing this for real is eh. But hey, it's funny that someone decided to make something out of it. Out of all the brain rot memes. Yeah, it's not bait if it has achievements. I feel like some of the puzzles are quite poorly designed. Janky physics can make you lose, even when you solve the puzzle. Doesn't exactly feel great doing the same thing 10 times in a row, because the physics makes one part rocket away. Yeah, that's the problem, man. Even in the first one, it had that problem with like the weird timer thing instead of move based. Right. It's just 5 mediocre mini games, exactly. Like that's just the reality of this thing. It is funny that it's a thing that exists. But that's all it is. I remember grabbing it at one point just to show you guys for the lulz. It's just been sitting there for like 2 years, I think. But yeah, that's the thing. And they apparently made a sequel. I did not even know about that. It's just been there for that long. But yeah. It's a thing that exists. What do you mean Steam really is winning? What's this about?
You come here on the day my daughter is to be married and ask me for tech news? Well, I don't even have a daughter. So what now?
Okay.
Microsoft published a blog post yesterday titled Opening a Billion Doors with Xbox. And the post now has a fairly generic image of the Xbox UI on a bunch of devices. But as spotted by Tom Warren at The Verge, it's different than the image that was originally.
Oh, opening a billion doors with Xbox. Wait a minute. Steam! It says Steam right there. It says Steam right there. Wait, can we find the article? The blog post. Microsoft Game Dev blog post. Opening a billion doors with Xbox. The other picture's gone now. But... new handheld UI. The console UI for Windows. This will be great, honestly. This is nice. And, like, they had, like, Steam there. Oh, here we go. On The Verge, it has the thing where they fucked up and leaked it. Look. Show playable games. Recently added, installed, owned, Game Pass. Steam. Steam is right there. There's a Steam filter. Oh, the image appears to be a mock-up with own games listed twice, as well as action-adventure titles and stuff like that. This is nice, though. Right? You can just have it like that. Early stage of this Xbox app update, so the company never shipped the feature. Okay. Early stages, though, but Steam is on there. Big move. Exactly. Right? It's here. Even on this picture here, opening a billion doors with Xbox is right here. It says it right there. They got an ROG Ally here. There's their Xbox. There's a laptop. There's a phone. There's a tablet. Okay. We'll see if that happens, man. If it happens, great. Honestly. Now, here's the thing. Not even just for normies, man. If you can use if you can just buy an Xbox as a budget PC, like, honestly, great value. Because here's the thing, right? If I could, like, buy this Xbox Series X, right, and just put an actual operating system on it that isn't the fucking garbage Xbox shit, like, you get a nice Blu-ray player for your home entertainment system, right? You get the thing there, right? Hook up your wireless keyboard remote, whatever, that you might use. You can put in your web browsers to watch whatever. Get your streaming apps if you want. You know, connect it to your Jellyfin Plex server or whatever. hey, why not? And you can play games on it, right? That'd be nice. Like, that would actually be nice. Like, just, like, as a nice, easy thing, right? You just toss it in the living room, nice and easy. And then, like, okay, you go play your Steam games or whatever on there, too, if you want. Why not? Right? For the price, like, it's not the worst thing out there, but yeah. Right? It would give you it would actually give people a reason to buy an Xbox. It would actually give people a reason. And honestly, I think it's like a decent reason to buy one if they were to do that. But yeah.
Originally included, which depicted an Xbox console next to a TV showing an Xbox user interface.
Yeah, like, you might put it on your big TV if it's possible. Exactly. Right? Because then you can play everything. You just put it on there, you just connect all your stuff, and then you just go on with that one. You don't want to see ads on your Xbox? I don't know, maybe you could convert one of your old computers to run Pi-hole. And then just block it on your network. Right? Easy.
With a search tag for Steam. Now hold on, just calm down. This doesn't mean that Xbox consoles are gonna play Steam games. This is probably just a mock-up for the Windows Xbox app. And the Xbox console and TV are just in there because the next-gen Xbox is rumored to basically be a Windows PC in all but name. Wait, that makes the Steam on Xbox thing seem more likely. Okay, and then there's also the fact that Microsoft's VP of Next Generation, Jason Ronald, told The Verge back at CES that the company's goal is bringing the best of Xbox and Windows together. And I don't think he was talking about the Ubisoft Connect PC app, okay?
Yeah. Nobody wants that one. Forget about Ubisoft.
It would still seem weird for Microsoft to be chill with Steam encroaching on its territory, especially as pre-orders open for the first SteamOS gaming handheld that isn't the Steam Deck, the Lenovo Legion Go S. But are Xbox consoles even Microsoft's territory anymore when they're giving away console exclusives like candy to a baby?
Exactly.
Is that how that phrase goes? Discuss. So Steam games on Xbox would be cool. Other companies are doing less cool things. Plex just locked its coolest free feature, remote streaming, behind a Plex Pass subscription.
I mean, I already have a lifetime Plex Pass, but that sucks. Remote streaming being like locked behind that? I mean, I guess it gives people another reason to move to like Jellyfin or whatever. I do have Plex Pass Lifetime Premium, but that was because like they sold it for like $100, and I got it like, you know, like 13 years ago or something. I don't remember how long ago I was, but I'm like, okay, cool. But like I got it on a sale for like when they had like a promo thing. I don't know how much it costs now, but yeah, I don't know. Oh, let's check. I bought it a long time ago. Plex Pass. They had like a lifetime subscription you could buy before. $160. $160 Canadian for a lifetime. So about, what, 120 US or something? 120 US, I think. Maybe. I don't know. But like, I bought it years ago. I've been using it for over 10 years, so like, that's whatever. I already have, the lifetime one. At least they still have this as an option. But yeah. But like honestly, like the Plex app is kind of scuffed. It's not great. It's like, it's gotten worse and worse over time. Like, it's gotten worse and worse over time. That honestly, at some point, I might switch to a different thing instead. Like, as cool as it is to have this, I might switch to something else. Yeah, permanent is good. I bought this for a lot less than that, like over 10 years ago, and it's great and all, but I'm considering like Jellyfin or something. Either Jellyfin or what was the other alternative? I forgot what it's called. MB. MB. Like, I'm like considering switching over to either MB or Jellyfin. At some point. But yeah. Like the permanent gacha pass. Only a few games have those. like, I don't know. What's this Premiere one? They got lifetime Premiere too, 120, yeah, same price as Plex. The following license, single household to 30 device limit. And then there's extended Premiere ones, whatever. I'm considering, though I might go Jellyfin because like that one's no cost at all. I'm considering it, I don't know. It depends. Yeah, you can Chromecast, whatever. There's your apps, your mobile. There's a mobile app, TV app, web-based management. Yeah, Plex has that stuff too. Right. Right, you can have it on your NAS, whatever of these ones you might use. But yeah. What's the difference? What's the Premiere one? It's not a media streaming one, it's a personal media platform. Yeah, I know that one. Premiere features offline media, yep, DVR, free apps. It lets you use it on Fire TV, iOS, Xbox One, and PS4. You need to have Premiere if you want to use it on Android. You have to have the paid one. CarPlay, Android Auto. Why the hell would you want to use cinema intros? I don't know, but I guess. Content convert. Yeah, like Plex has all this shit too already. Cover art. Wait, you have to pay to get the thing there too? I mean, like, Plex already have all that. I don't know how smooth the whole thing is. Right? And then there's the Jellyfin one. But, like, there's, like, Plex is just, like, the first one, so it's, like, more known. The Meg Girls have it. Yeah, Cat Fantasy. Yeah, I did grab it in Cat Fantasy back then when I played it on stream for a bit. This one has this one is just completely free. You just grab it. Does it support? Oh yeah, they have Android, they have iOS, they have Android TV, they have it on WebOS too. I guess you'd have to get it there. So like, there's Jellyfin as well. Right, there's client, and then you get the server stuff. Right. Only Linux-based servers can host this. So, you know, there you go, but yeah. Oh wait, no, there's a they have Docker container, they have Windows here, never mind. You can run it on Mac OS as well. .NET 1, whatever. I don't know. Oh, one of the things I do use, though, that I connect to Plex is this thing. You guys might like this one if you... I have used it from time to time, but not as a daily driver. A lot of the stuff I need to use regularly does not work on Linux, so I've never actually fully switched to it. The last time I used Linux for any extended period of time was like 10 years ago, for like 6 months, and then I ended up having to switch back anyways. But yeah, this thing, you guys might like this. All-in-one platform thing, you can connect it to your server. I haven't updated my version of this in a long time. They got plugins for like, you can use Kodi, Plex. They have it for Jellyfin as well. And they do maintain it. And you can like combine it with Plex and auto sort your stuff. So let's say you have your cultural content, right? Let's say you got like, I don't know, you want to watch you have your you have your Dr. Stone or your Code Geass or your whatever. Right? Terminator. So basically, let's say you have your trackers. You know, let's say you got your trackers to get your content. You have them torrented and shoved on your hard drive somewhere that you're running a server off of, right? You got all of that nice and sorted out. What this does is it will index everything for you. It will group everything up. It will organize everything. So you have all your stuff sorted, organized, and whatever. And then you can feed that into your Plex server, or you can feed that into your Jellyfin server. Or you can, if you're just using it locally, you can open it in Kodi, right? And yeah, So yeah, welcome Terminator. We were trying to play the Atelier Yumia earlier. We had so many issues on the PC version. I ended up returning the game and we ended up just switching to do reacts and stuff after the fact because it just wasn't working. But yeah, that's what this is for, right? They have legacy apps as well. If you for some reason used Media Portal. Wait, they discontinued the desktop app? That's crazy. The last updated it. That was on the 2024. But yeah. They're for archival purposes only. Okay. But yeah, basically, like, you can put all your stuff in a media server and run it yourself. And then there's like a new... I have to like update this at one point on my server machine. But that's cool. No. I'm not using a voice changer. I do have a compressor and stuff used for the setup for my mic, but no voice changer. But yeah. And they have that stuff there, renaming plugins. Okay, cool. They got all that stuff. But yeah, like, it just lets you organize all your shit. It'll scan your stuff, get the metadata, and relay it over. No, that is other issues. That's from other things going on. But like, so I do have a compressor set up at a 64:1 ratio. So what ends up happening, I need to like figure out, like, I need to change some of the settings. But basically, if my voice gets too loud or is too quiet, it gets crunched up and then amplified, and then you get that extra stuff out in there. Yeah, it's probably the compressor and then the other stuff going on. You get that extra stuff out in. It doesn't sound like that on my end, but you know, yeah. I still have to do some more playing around with the settings on this mic. It used to be a lot worse before. It's the Brad now. Okay. But yeah. That's the Shoko stuff here. Right, and you can combine that with your server there. What else is here? Alright, we can just see the full list of sources here. But other than that, I think it's just also microphone peaking. Yeah, because like sometimes it does hit the red. And you get that extra thing there. Okay, let's get back into what we were looking at though.
Meaning that either the server owner or anyone streaming from that server will have to have a pass. Plex also hiked the price of the Plex Pass for the first time in 10 years. I mean, kudos where kudos are due for holding out for a decade, I guess. And they're also allowing anyone to purchase a lifetime Plex Pass for the current price of $120 before they increase the price on April 29th. And they're introducing a remote watch pass for $2 a month or $20 a year that only gives you remote streaming if you don't want all the other Plex Pass stuff. So yeah, it still sucks, but it seems like Plex tried to make it less sucky. At least they aren't pulling a Discord, who's bringing ads to its mobile app, even for Nitro subscribers.
They're gonna put ads on Discord mobile? Oh, rip. Oh, that's a big rip, man. Discord Mobile's gonna have ads soon.
After introducing them on desktop last year under the name of quests, so that you feel like a fantasy hero for agreeing to watch a commercial in exchange for a hat for your avatar. I'd love to explain the economics of this exchange
even for
to
the
Link
subscribers.
and see what he thinks. It's about attention, you know, impressions, clicks. Yeah! But hey, at least Discord isn't pulling a Meta, who's giving Instagram users the option to just have AI write all their messages and comments. Because it takes way too much brain power to come up with S-tier remarks like, "This is so fire." Speaking of AI, Apple has been hit with a federal lawsuit accusing the tech giant of false advertising concerning its—
You had a free turbo for ads. But nah, even for the people paying, they get their thing.
delayed Apple Intelligence features, like the sorely needed but still delayed AI upgrade for Siri. The plaintiff, Clarkson Law Firm, claims that Apple cultivated a clear and reasonable consumer expectation that Apple Intelligence features would be available when the iPhone 16 lineup launched, which they were not.
They were not.
As of last week, some Apple product pages still promoted the enhanced Siri assistant as if it was available now.
But it's not, right? They
When
don't
it was
have it
called
yet.
out in social media posts, Apple added a disclaimer
Okay.
to their product pages saying that the better, more special Siri is coming later. I mean, I
But
know
it's
girls
not
take
out
a
yet.
long time to get ready, but we are going to be so late. Trust me, it'll be worth it. Another
Uh-huh.
lawsuit is the last thing Apple needs. According to a report from The Information, the company is losing more than $1 billion a year on its streaming service, Apple TV Plus.
Okay.
And they better keep
They're
losing
losing?
money, okay?
Nice.
Because I will have my Severance Season 3. No spoilers! I haven't seen it yet! Stop it! I have seen War Thunder, though, our sponsor, and the comprehensive vehicle combat game available on PC, Xbox, PS5, and
All
mobile
right, next
using
one.
our link in the description.
Quick bits. What is that? It sounds like something an idiot would come up with.
I didn't want to put them back in, okay? My mouth is so dry. At GDC, or the Game Developers Conference, Microsoft introduced DirectX Ray Tracing
Alexa?
1.2, an update to the
What
company.
do you mean? Don't they? Isn't Alexa still a thing though? What do you mean you miss it?
Widely used toolset that they say could boost path tracing performance by up to 2.3 times, thanks to added support for opacity micromaps and shader execution reordering. Those are definitely cool words. The TLDR is these are essentially features that were previously available only on NVIDIA cards when game devs chose to implement them. But now, any game dev using DirectX will have access to them. Meanwhile, at NVIDIA's similarly named but different GTC, Team Green was spotted selling RTX 5090s and 5080s out of a food truck, which is one way to foil scalpers and confuse anyone looking for shawarma. Big Screen, the makers
Okay.
of the Beyond Hi-Fi
Either open the Edge floodgates or lose subscribers. Yeah.
VR headset, have revealed the Big Screen Beyond 2, which is lighter than the original, with better lenses, added eye tracking, and an adjustable IPD for anyone who can't reposition their eyes at will. I know, I can't imagine. Despite costing over $1,000 US, Big Screen says they already sold more Beyond 2 headsets in a single day.
Oh, this thing was cool. I saw this thing. This is like the thing is though, to get a Big Screen Beyond headset, you need to have like an iPhone 10 or something to measure your face so that they can like they can specifically build the headset to fit your face. You need to have like your face scanned. They need your facial scan if you want one of these. If you want one of these Big Screen Beyond headsets. They're really expensive for what they are, but like yeah. And this is just a headset, you still need to provide the rest. Like, it's just two screens with two lenses, man. It's about as bad for your eyes as any other screen. The only difference is it's strapped to your face. Right? Like that's just the reality of it. It's just strapped to your face. It'll fit a lot better. It'll be a lot more comfortable than a traditional VR headset. But these things cost way, way more. The reason why, though, people are getting motion sick and stuff in VR is because the reality is your field of view isn't as wide as it actually is IRL because the lenses in the screen isn't big enough. And the other reason why is the screen isn't refreshing enough. Because, believe it or not, the human eye does not see in frames per second. It picks up things like it changes in light and stuff like that. And the actual latency of your eyesight is the distance it takes, the time it takes for the neurons in your eyeballs to hit the neurons in your brain with an electrical signal, which is theoretically much faster than 1,000 frames per second. In theory. Right? Some things you'll notice at a very fast speed, some things you won't. It depends on what it is. And it's also why, like, you know, when you see a car moving down that's moving fast, It's not exactly faster eye deterioration. You'll just get a headache because you can't process it properly. Because the reality is it's so close to your face, and it's trying to trick you that it's actually real, but it's not. It's not doing a good enough job at tricking you into thinking it's real. And like, we're never going to get there until we can get these things to have a screen refresh rate faster than our eyes can perceive the actual changes in light on the screen. And at the same time, we're going to need to have the hardware that can drive it. Until that happens, people are always going to get motion sickness, headaches, or whatever. That will never change. We're very, very far away from this. Right? Like, that's just the reality. Right? Your eyes are not cameras. They don't see in frames per second. Like, it doesn't work that way. And like, we don't exactly know the exact equivalent of what we would need to hit. We just know that it's higher than 1,000. Nerve gear. Well, and the nerve gear, I'm pretty sure the lore behind the nerve gear was it doesn't show you anything on your eyes, and your brain is just straight up connected to it. Right? Again, it's in the freaking name. Nerve gear, right? You're freaking connecting it to your nerves. So they get around that problem, but that's its own other situation. But like, yeah, like a VR headset for the thing in front of your eyes, like, it's never truly going to work if it's trying to replace the 3D stuff you see around you, right? But if it's like, you know, like an augmented reality type of thing, where it's like you can still see past it, and it's like a mini screen in your peripheral vision that just shows a couple of things, that isn't going to cause problems for people in terms of like getting motion sick or whatever. Right? If it's just like a floating HUD, but then you see the rest of the world around you. That works a lot better. Right? If you know that you're like, you know, you're not actually in that virtual world there. Right? So that's why like the augmented reality stuff is fine. It's a lot more expensive. It's a lot more expensive though, but like, it's also not really worth it when you think about it, right? Like the Apple Vision Pro thing, right? It's like how much for the Apple Vision Pro headset, and only one person can see what the thing is, what's on the what you can see at a time. But then like instead you could buy a bunch of monitors instead, hook up your laptop, your phone, or your computer to all the monitors, and now everyone around you can see what's on the screen. And it also, you know, you don't have to worry about the battery dying. Right? That stuff still isn't practical either, because it still requires a ton of power to go drive it all. That's its own other situation, but yeah. It feels like bloatware. Here's the other thing, though. You also wouldn't want it. Here's the thing, right? Here's what I imagine would happen if augmented reality becomes mainstream and everyone's using it. Imagine yourself walking down the street, you know? And then you just see a bunch of ads popping up in your peripheral vision. Can you imagine just walking down the street, right? As you're walking down, and you just see an ad like every 2 seconds just pop up in front of you. That doesn't sound like it'd be a fun time, right? You'll just see like ads everywhere. They're already a pain when we're like dealing with them on our devices. You want to see it in your face as well, like everywhere you go. Like, fuck no thanks. Right? Like, no thanks. No thanks.
Then the Beyond 1 sold in the first 6 months. Probably because everyone got really excited by seeing Linus's face map turned into a desk pad in their launch video.
They made a desk pad out of Linus's face, damn. Hyper reality on YouTube, yeah.
That could be me. Neurotech company Synchron showed a paralyzed man.
It's an 8-year-old video illustration illustrating exactly that, damn.
Equipped with the company's brain-computer interface, using it along with an Apple Vision Pro headset and NVIDIA's HoloScan technology to turn on smart devices by looking at them, including a dog feeder and a robot vacuum to clean up the mess. Frankly, he's a bit too powerful at this point. We may need to calm down with this. Synchron also announced they're working on Chiral, which the company calls the first cognitive AI brain foundation model, which is trained directly on neural activity instead of text or images. The AI won't really be able to do anything, but it'll have so many thoughts. A 10 on the neuroticism scale. The GPUs will just be constantly under load for no reason. Tesla has issued a recall of nearly every Cybertruck out there to fix a little issue where the decorative piece of stainless steel trim above the windows has been flying off. It's not—
Oh, that's not good. Hopefully the people with their Teslas, they get their thing fixed. Because that does not sound good.
not really dangerous. And if it hits you, you probably just—
What do you mean it has eye tracker? Yeah. Of course it does. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, those VR headsets and stuff, they all have an eye tracker. And then, like, this one where they attack your car, yeah.
deserved it anyway.
Oh yeah, you got those weird people, like, attacking people's Tesla cars now. And stuff, I don't understand why. Someone just bought their car, whatever, and then what's gonna happen now, right? So, if you're really mad at Elon or whatever, right? Sure, attacking someone's car is the way to go, right? When in reality, you destroy their car, they're gonna go to their insurance, they're gonna get their insurance to pay for repairs for the car, and then Elon gets more money because insurance pays for that. And the thing is, right, the person driving the car has to pay for the car insurance, so their premiums are gonna go up, so they're gonna have to pay their insurance company more, and their insurance company then pays out Tesla, right? Like, why? Like, you're gonna give Tesla more money. Like, they're fucking stupid. I thought the whole point was they don't want Tesla to get money. If they really wanted Tesla to lose money, they would have to find a way to, like, claim fraud purchases en masse on Tesla cars and have the credit card company decline it and reverse the transaction. Because then Tesla would actually lose money. That they're fucking stupid if they think anything else will make them lose money. You go destroy the car, all that's gonna do is give Tesla more money, indirectly. Right? Yeah, like sheeps, it doesn't matter. As long as they feel good while being clueless. Like, in the end, they're just gonna give Tesla more money. And the thing is as well, like, let's say you destroy the thing there, right? The owner of the car can then sue them for destruction of property. So they get sued, right? They get sued, and then what? Their money goes into paying for repairs for the car. Well, guess what? Now they just gave Tesla the money indirectly too. In that situation as well. Right? Like, you have that whole situation as well. It's ridiculous. Right? Like, it's just ridiculous. But yeah. That's how things are.
American? The issue is caused by the glue. The issue is caused by the glue used by Tesla being prone to what the company calls environmental embrittlement, because there's so many snowflakes in the environment these days. You gotta tow the truck outside the environment, and then the front trim won't fall off. Hopefully, Cybertruck owners bring in their vehicles soon, or it's gonna be a race to see who will destroy the most Tesla vehicles first. Gangs of anti-Elon vandals, or Tesla's own manufacturing defects. And MSI has launched a foolproof promotion in collaboration with Taiwanese retailer Taiwan Original Price House. If you collect 9 of these Lucky Dragon figurines and bring them to the store, you'll get a free RTX 5080. Hey, that's fun. So how do you get the luckies? Well, a randomized figurine comes bundled with MSI's Vanguard Launch Edition RTX 50 GPUs. So either participate in the hot market that has suddenly sprung up for these little guys, or buy 9, get 1 free. But the market for tech news is as hot as ever, so you'll want to come back on Monday for more, or you're gonna be left behind holding nothing but your lucky dragon. That's not a very Riley joke. I'm disappointed in myself.
But yeah, Cybertruck durability test, I don't know, man. Yeah, plastic waste like the Funko Pops. There are people that go crazy to collect them, by the way, man. There are people who go crazy over collecting Funko Pops. There are people who do that. Ioneo 3 is gonna be faster than the Steam Deck. Because the Steam Deck has a much lower end SoC in there. So probably not. The Steam Deck can't. But yeah. How long until you can't fit it all in your house? I don't know, man. You know, I've seen some crazy ass dumb Funko Pops in stores before. There's a fucking spam Funko Pop. Like, I was like, when I was like walking through like one of the stores in my neighborhood, they were freaking selling spam Funko Pops. And I'm just confused, why the fuck would someone want a spam Funko Pop? But like, they were confident enough to buy like a pallet of them and then they would sell them. I was just confused. Yes. Yes. The canned spam as a Funko Pop. It exists. I straight up saw this. Like a pallet of this in a store in my neighborhood like a year ago, or is it 2 years ago? Like this is a thing. A legit thing. I don't know why it's a thing. And why people would buy this. But like, there's a Funko Pop of spam. Just why? I don't know. But it's a thing. I don't know why they made it a thing, but it's a thing. I get it, but like, you know, a can of spam is like, what, $3 or something? You know, for the price of one of these, the Funko Pop things, you can buy, like, 20 cans of spam. Or, you know, maybe they were $20. I don't know how much they were. I think you'd have to be crazy to want to buy one of these. But like, yeah, they're a thing. Okay, no, they're like $22. This place has it for $15. You could buy 5 real cans of spam for that price. You could buy 5 real cans of spam. You know, maybe 6 if there's a sale. You could buy actual food. Why would you buy a spam Funko Pop? I don't know. But it's a thing. I don't know why it's a thing, but it is a thing. Right? People are crazy, man. People are crazy. Is there anything new on Reddit, maybe? I haven't checked this in a while. What's new here? Anything new here? Pre-registration for this open world thing? I don't know what this is about. CN News. Don't care. But cool, I guess. Alright. Purple-haired women that wears a coat. Gotta be the favorite gender? Sure. Alright then. Good for him. That is cursed. What the fuck is this? What happened to Momo? Why is Momo's leg so long? This is so cursed. Oh, what Supercell game? Okay, it's coming to Steam? Okay. Sure. Most complicated game. People are talking about that one. King's Raid being re-released. Wait, what? Actual global re-release? Should we check it out when it gets re-released for the lulz? I used to play this back in the day. Re-release, because they went EOS last week. They went EOS a couple days ago. Because the Korean company that originally made it went under. They killed the game 2 years ago, but like, the servers kept running. And then an EOS, and then apparently it's being brought back. So there we go. It's being brought back by under a different publisher and everything. I doubt it. I doubt the data will come back. I highly doubt it. More concrete plans and schedules are confirmed. We'll share it. But yeah, I doubt the data's safe. And the game had like a different model though. It was different compared to like your traditional gacha game. Because it didn't work it doesn't work the way you think. Because the way it worked was like characters they cost between 4,000 and 6,000 gems. And you could just buy the character. You didn't gacha for the characters. At the same time, they had the thing called the Heroes Inn, which would rotate characters that will show up. And one at a time, you can pick a character, and you go through like a daily dating sim minigame with them. At the end of it, you would just get the character permanently. So you could also get the character for free that way. And they would rotate them. Though there were some other characters that were not under either of those, and you had to just collect gifts from playing and then unlock the characters. They were given like the special category of NPC character. You had a couple of characters like that where you just had to get gifts and give it to them. So the way you would instead gacha for is the weapons and the other equipment for them. Like the other special equipment. So every character had their own exclusive unique weapon, and they had 4 special treasure items, and you could gacha for those. There was a way to guarantee craft them, but it took like a month plus to get a single copy. And like you could fuse duplicates up to like 5 stars, but because Korean game, you have Korean game bullshit mechanics where if your upgrades can fail, and if the upgrade fails, you lose the item you used. So you had that. Basic, in a way, yeah. But you had Korean game bullshit on top. I used to be a top player in that game back when people actually played it. I was also in the top guild. Like, #1 global. As in, the guild even beat out the top Korean guild and the top JP guild. It used to be like actual like #1 over like everything else. Cause like how sweaty everyone was. Like we were like even at the point where we created freaking macros to min-max optimize farming. Like we would actually like have like set routines in the guild on like how to farm all the other equipment and stuff and everything, and we would have like macro schedules to do everything. When we were not playing. So like 24 hours a day, it would just be farming non-stop. 24/7. Just back to farming. But we would just have it like being macro farmed in an emulator. Back then we would use LD Player as our emulator. And we would just have like a 24-hour macro running to do everything. Some people would have multiple accounts and have multiple macros on the emulators like running at the same time, but yeah. We would do that. But yeah, Korean game mechanics just suck, man. But that's what we were doing back then. But the thing is, we could at least macro everything. And like for other things too, for some of the more limited content that would reset weekly, we would figure out ways to auto it so we wouldn't have to interact with it until we were actually playing. It was like pretty competitive. They also had a PvP mode. They had a PvP mode. They had 2 kinds. There was just you rank. There was a ranked one that's just a 4v4 random player matching, right? And then there was this band pick one. PvP mode, but yeah. Yeah, we read this a couple days ago. And then we saw a video of this earlier. Right, we read that a while ago. Is there anything else here? Let's see, Toff. Anything new here? What do you mean? What do you mean they broke it? They don't want to start again. What the hell did they do? Okay. So what did they break? Huh? Just select the story they want to do. Yeah, they just click the thing to continue the story. No story selection, any of those ones can't continue past stories. They finished 4.0. That is weird. Go back to the beginning then. Then they have to go back to the beginning and continue from the beginning. You can go back after talking to Shirley, watching the cinema, and that's it. Yep. They just put Peggy there. Honestly, they really should clean this up and fix it, make it easier to understand. Alright, like they forget the average person's a dumbass. What if the picture of Mark riding Gray Fox's weapon is taken from one of his live streams? I would not be surprised. Wait, this is on the boat, right? This is on the boat. Alright. Is it normal? Wait. You started one? This is supposed to be? Nope, they don't do it that way. That was part of the launch rewards. They're gone now. Game is no longer celebrating its launch. You get more free stuff if you start playing when the game came out. This guy's this new player on PS4. Okay. Oh yeah, the claimable rewards there. How was this entire area empty? Because it was made to be empty. It was only used for an event thing. The event is over. We can farm for cooking crew donations. They use it for off-road racing. That's all it was used for. It was just an event ground. They won't utilize it for anything else after the fact. But yeah, waste of a massive area there. It's not empty. You poop there once. It's somewhere in Warren Hills. this comment here is peak. It's not empty. I pooped there once. Should be somewhere in Warren Hills. Damn, NTE2 area. True. Right, surprise Toph really does a good job with the worlds, but the area in the network map doesn't feel very good. But someone said they're glad they put animals there. Would have been utterly barren without them. Yeah. Miroria's ugly twin. There's stuff to do and places to go in the central area, but as soon as you leave that area, you realize how desolate it truly is. Exactly. I mean, you're not supposed to really be there anyways. The whole point is it's like a separate, like, military area anyways. You're not supposed to be there. So it makes sense they wouldn't have people and other shit around it if they're not inside the military base. Or whatever. But that's its own other thing here. What? 290,000 times? Wait, no. Million times. What? 290 million times. Okay. Taking a long break with a transfer. You want to go back when you hit launch, but it says insufficient. Oh, okay. About Shatter. Oh, Shatter is its own thing. It's not as crazy anymore. There's a % increase from Shatter there. And then someone doesn't know how to fish. Understandable, because you have to open the casual tab. We used to have a fishing button here, but then they moved it to the casual tab. Yep. Okay. Yes, the 4.8 beta application, they sent the NDAs out already. So the people who got the NDAs, they know about it. Anything else here? And then there's the rose gift thingy. Okay. Nothing else new there. Right. Is there like anything else to look at? Or do we just end off here early? Or not really early, it's like we've been live for 7.5 hours anyways. Would have liked to play that game, but didn't work. Nah, not earlier, it's 7.5 hours. I don't know why. I feel like early. It feels early, but it's not. I also haven't streamed in like the last 2 days before this one. Isn't that one going EOS? Nah, I'm not gonna play the gacha, man. No thanks. Why would I want to play Atelier gacha? It has story. I could play the actual game. I could just grab the actual games and play that instead. Except for Yumia, because that one doesn't work. I could probably find them in some places. You know? I could probably find them at from a fit girl at the gym. Who likes to repack everything. If you get what I mean. With a character from older series which doesn't affect me with the nostalgia bait. But yeah, like I never played like any of the older ones. I tried to play Yumia and game didn't work, so there goes like the initial point of the whole stream. Right, I couldn't do what I wanted to do. It is what it is. But yeah. Okay, so then this is probably end it for the night then. Right. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully, I can see you guys all again next time, right? You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I will go get some sleep. But yeah. See you guys. See ya.